papers say we're gonna call it a suicide. Would you even question why? Why? Would you shake your head, say this ain't right? Do your best to forget about me. Please don't forget about me. Oh, sing my name, 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 my name. Don't forget my name. Oh, say my name. Oh, don't forget my name, my name. My struggle be vain. Even the sun goes down, heroes eventually die, shot with their hands in the sky. Your favorite revolutionaries give up and comply. The internet will justify your reason to die. You watched a woman get drug out and beat and filmed in the highway, and all y'all could say was black women too mouthy. Searching my timeline, I'm seeing people find time to criticize, villainize, calling it a suicide. But what I'm saying to blame is your child. I know the struggle it get hard, but we ain't backing out. Nothing is impossible. The word alone says I'm possible. I'm the racehorse that I'm riding for audacity. To believe you can succeed when everybody and their mama say no. Forget y'all, I'm different, descendant of the fitness, been reincarnated so I could handle business. My name, say my name, say my name, say their name. Say my name, say my name, say their name. My name, say my name, say my name, say their name. Say my name, say my name, say their name.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalatu wa salam ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala salihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Hello everyone, my name is Khadija Cisse. I am a civil and environmental engineering student at the Howard University from the Gambia, West Africa. And I currently serve as the president of the Howard University Muslim Students Association for the school year 2020 to 2021. I'm going to lead you in prayers today, inshallah. And first, I am going to start by reciting some prayers in Arabic, and then I will do an English version of the prayers. So I'll start with Fatiha. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alayhim ghayril maghdubi 'alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Ya Allah, thank you for this day today. Thank you for witnessing this day with everything that has been happening in 2020. Thank you so far that we have reached to see this day, and we ask for your protection. We ask you to help us all women all over the world, especially Black women. We are indeed in need of your cover and your protection. Please guide us, Ya Allah. Help us. Help people see our value as we see our own values as much, and help protect us, Ya Allah. Help protect us, Ya Allah. Help protect us, Ya Allah. And I pray that this meeting starts and ends in good faith, and everyone takes away from it all that we want to take away from it. Ya Allah, thank you again. Thank you for witnessing today. Thank you for everything you have done for us so far, Ya Allah. And we ask you to protect us, and we ask you to protect us again. Guide us all on the right path, and guide us all to become better people and better humans and better women. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, all, and welcome to the HU Black Women Summit. Today is a day for Black women. It's a day for our struggles and our successes, our pain, but also our joy. We have come together today to share our stories and experiences with each other and with the world in a celebration of our collective fight to overcome. In a world that often refuses to affirm our existence, we must affirm our own. So today, we will see Black women of different ages, faith traditions, and professions come together to discuss the matters that have been so important to us, but which have still been ignored. We'll have much needed conversations about how racism and sexism converge to shape the lives of Black women and how we have found ways to take back our power. From health and beauty to higher education and allyship, we will get to hear from amazing women whose experience and expertise will help all of us to make decisions towards a safer and more inclusive world. I know this day will prove to be moving and informative. So remember to stay open and prepared to learn. Again, welcome, and please enjoy the day. Now, we will hear a few words from our Dean, Bernard L. Richardson.
Good morning, Howard University community, friends, and supporters. Thank you for joining us today for this deeply intentional and necessary celebration of Black womanhood. The brainstorm for this event was truly organic. I asked our team, what are we missing? How do we fill in the gaps to serve the faith-based and social justice needs of our community during these unprecedented times? And the response was, Howard University's Black Women Summit. Say our names. A shift is needed, now more than ever. And as we can see in social justice, the academy, media, business, ministry, and even politics, that shift is on the horizon. I want to thank my entire team in the Office of the Dean of the Chapel, and especially Assistant Deans Andreya Davis and Dr. Nisa Muhammad for their tireless efforts, vision, and tenacity. Please join me in welcoming them to the screen and thanking them for their work.
Thank you, Dean Richardson, for your words, your support, and the vow honored by your actions to advocate for and uplift Black women is appreciated more than you know. To the Black women who have joined us via live stream, today is about us in all of our many variations. Together, we are building on the legacy of Black women, advocates, leaders, politicians, faith leaders, mothers, and grandmothers who came before us to fight for a more just and inclusive world. Often in our work, as Dean Richardson mentioned, we ask our students to tell us about their purpose. We want to know why they are student leaders or why is community service important to them. As we all reimagine everything we do, our team was challenged to do the same, to question our purpose. And that is how today's summit was birthed. I encourage you to also walk away from today's summit thinking critically about your purpose, because as hard as it may be to understand, we know without a doubt that each of us were placed on this earth for such a time as this. Today is Black Women's Equal Pay Day, meaning Black and Africana women work 4 months more than their white counterparts and 8 months into the new year before making as much money as their white male counterparts. If you are a Black woman business owner, let us know in the chat below. Let us know the name of your business and let us know what your specialty is so that we can support you. Our theme for today's summit, Say Our Names, is a command. When Black women are plagued by sexism, racism, and police brutality, it creates a communal wound. We do not lament in isolation. That is why each session was so intentional. As I close, I want to share that I prayed fervently about this summit and for every attendee. My blue sticky note on my wall is proof of my prayer for community building among Black women, promotion of Black women-owned businesses, mental health resources, and for 300 registrants. Well, as of about 6 a.m. this morning, we had over 1,400 individuals registered for this summit. Finally, thank you for trusting us by registering for the summit. A huge thank you to all of my friends, mentors, and of course, my mommy who's watching for always reminding me that Our deepest fear as Black women is not that we are inadequate. It is that we are powerful beyond measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I want to also give a special thank you to Dean Richardson, who has given us the ample and really the support that we've needed to encourage this. And every step of the way, when we said, Dean, can we do this? He said, yes, go right ahead. And so this has been an amazing experience. And I also want to thank Ms. Davis. This is our first time working together, and it has just really been an amazing, wonderful experience. And this is really just the beginning of the awesome things that we're going to bring to our community at Howard University and to the larger community, and also really to the global community from the Office of the Dean of the Chapel. So why do we say their names? That's the theme of our conference, say their names. Why do we say their names, which is so very, very important? Our mantra at the Office of the Dean of the Chapel is faith, service, and justice. And so we say their names as a reminder to resist the police brutality that Black women seem to experience too often, that other women don't have to go through. The manhandling, the throwing around from our girls in schools with police security, to girls who at a pool party, to our women who often have to experience it at the hands of the police, which too often end in their murders, their senseless murders. This is why we say their names. And so we want our young people at Howard University to be able to understand. So if I ask you in the audience, how many of you can name 10 of the women who have been brutally murdered senselessly by the police? How many of you could just rattle off 10 names? How many? And so the problem is too few of you can. And before we really started doing this work, I couldn't name 10 of them. And so that's part of the problem. They have been erased. But we can say Mike Brown, we can say George Floyd, we can say the Castillo. I mean, we can name the men, but it's very difficult to name the women. And that's part of the issues that Black women have at the intersection of race and gender. And so we want to be able to lift up Black women and be able to say their names, to say our names. And so in the Office of the Dean of the Chapel, where faith, service, and justice is what we bring to our students, where they're able to experience faith in a variety of different ways, whatever their faith experience is, we allow them to have that kind of experience. Service, we have a variety of service experiences for that. And justice, we bring justice to the forefront of your experience as a Howard University student. That is what this program is all about. We want to lift up these women's names so that at a moment's notice, you can rattle off 10 women's names, because these names are very important. They may not have been important to you before, but today, after today, we want you to know these women are very, very important. Their lives were important. They were someone's sister. They were someone's mother, someone's cousin, someone's aunt, somebody. They were important to someone's life. And for no good reason at all, someone decided senselessly that their life meant nothing. But that is not true. That is absolutely not true. These women meant something to somebody. And that is why, in the Office of the Dean of the Chapel, we lift them up. We lift them up because these women meant something to somebody, and they mean something to us. And it is only when we take it upon ourselves to do this work, because we can't depend on the media to do it. The media will not do the work that we must do for ourselves. And that is why we do this work, to say their names, to say our names. And so we have a very special guest with us this morning. We have the mother of Korryn Gaines. You saw her picture in our video. Korryn Gaines was shot needlessly by the Baltimore County Police in her own home. They came in her home and shot her. And so we are so honored and pleased to have with us this morning Rhanda Dormeus, the mother of Korryn Gaines, and she's going to share her story with us. So without further delay, please let's welcome Miss Rhanda Dormeus to share her story about her daughter, Korryn Gaines. And thank you so much for being with us. And we are so very honored to have you. Let me introduce to some and present to others, Miss Rhanda Dormeus.
Good morning, and I'm humbled and honored to be a part of this summit. Again, with the title, Say Their Names, it is very important to keep our girls who have suffered from erasure their names alive. This is a very difficult time for many of us mothers because this is anniversary or angelversary time for our girls. Again, my daughter was Korryn Gaines. She was killed on August 1st, 2016 in her home. My grandson was also shot. My grandson was also shot twice at the hands of the Baltimore County SWAT team officer, Royce Ruby. This summit is so important and on many different levels, you know. I heard the mention of having faith, offering service and justice through your university. And so, with that being said, for a mother who has lost a daughter, it is difficult to have faith in a society who continues to marginalize and erase our girls with impunity. Um, Lord, there's so many things I want to say. First, I want to thank my organization, AAPF, for the awesome support that they have given many mothers who have gone down this road, such that I'm traveling now, you know, with the death of my daughter. Um, it's just overwhelming, like Sister Muhammad said, that people can't even mention the names of 10 women, you know, without researching them because we're not important. You know, it just seems like we're not cut out to be important in this society, whether it's in entrepreneurship or just being a woman, period. You know, we are not important. And at the end of the day, I'm just thankful for this platform. Um, because like I said, we don't get the attention that the men do. The men are names are constantly stated, you know, they're constantly uplifted. And mothers who have lost daughters and have been left behind to fight and struggle to have their children's names uplifted because one, people want to perceive, they want to think that they know what really happened in our cases, and they really, really don't. You know, and it was as stated earlier, the mainstream media puts out information that they think will get attention. And we as mothers have to stand on our soapbox in the midst of our pain and depression. It is overwhelming. No one can ever express to you or explain to you the struggle that comes along with having our daughters brutally murdered. You know, so when we have to stand on our soapbox and demand that we, you know, get the attention that we so deserve, you know, in this male dominated world, it's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you have any specific questions?
So, for those people who may be unaware of what happened to your daughter, do you want to tell them what happened? Because everybody may be, because like I said, everybody doesn't know about these women. So, do you want to give a little brief synopsis about what happened to her?
Okay, so on August 1st, the police showed up to my daughter's house to make an arrest for a nonviolent misdemeanor traffic violation. But what they didn't do is they didn't announce themselves when they started to gain entry into her property. My daughter had a legally owned Mossberg shotgun that she had gotten out because she bought the shotgun because she had been robbed before. Her apartment had someone had gained access to her apartment, and so she got it, you know, just to protect herself. So now when you hear somebody coming trying to gain entry into your house in the wee hours of the morning and you don't know who they are and they're not announcing themselves, she prepared herself. She got her shotgun out because these officers actually went to the rental office and obtained a key to her apartment and gained entry to her apartment with the key, but the chain was on the door. So again, they're not announcing themselves. They kicked the door in, and when they came in, they saw her sitting there with her shotgun. So let me give you a little backstory on my daughter. My daughter was sort of an activist. We lived in the very same community that Freddie Gray was killed in, and aside from that, we, you know, just seeing other people being mishandled and brutalized by police. So my daughter did not have a lot of faith and respect for the police because they don't follow their own policies. So when they attempted to come in, she was sitting on the floor with the shotgun, and they, you know, backed off, and which led to a 6-hour standoff with her and my grandson in the house in the apartment together. My ooh, myself, I lost y'all. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Am I back? Ugh, where am I at? Uh oh. I'm lost, y'all.
We can hear you.
Okay, so I'll try to find you. Just let me finish the narrative. Um, so my grandson was in the house with my daughter, and he didn't want to go out. He was afraid of the police because my daughter had been teaching him and making him aware of the things that police were capable of doing.
Do you want
So
to
he
flip
was.
your camera? Will that help? Flip your camera or something?
Let me see.
Um,
I accidentally tapped off. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Good Google Mong. I did not want to do that. Okay,
oh,
there we
there
are.
you go. You're back.
Thank you. Thank you. And so my grandson wanted to be there with his mother. His sister was also in the apartment with them and her father. But he was able to get out of the house. The father was able to get out of the house with my granddaughter. But like I said, my grandson wanted to stay with his mom. So after a very long standoff and about 8 or 10 of the family members there on the scene, um, with me negotiating and begging the officers to let me intervene, let me speak to her, because she had what some people would say a mental crisis, but she had a breakdown about a year, maybe about a year earlier, where she couldn't stop crying. It was like an emotional break. So as soon as I got on the scene, I had my daughter's therapist on the line, ready to talk to these officers who had shocked her conscience by just coming into her home without warning. And the officer who was supposed to be the lead commander took the phone from me with the doctor on the line, hung it up, and stated that he'll contact her when he needs to talk to her. So with that being said, they then took my phone from me and utilized my phone to not only contact and communicate with Korryn as though they were me, they contacted and communicated with my family as though they were me. This happened August 1st. I didn't get my phone back until August 3rd. And so it was difficult for people to believe, with them texting and communicating with me and getting a response that I did not have my phone. So I pled with them and asked them, please, can we go down and talk to her? No. Can y'all do a flashbang grenade or a smoke bomb? No, that's too dangerous. But yet, at around 3:15 on August 1st, this officer, Royce Ruby, admittedly took a blind shot in his deposition. He admittedly took a blind shot through the wall. And as he stated, he was hoping to hit my daughter in the head and miss my grandson. But the news has it that she aimed her shotgun at him. All 5 of his co-defendants stated that they never saw her aim a gun at him. And the deposition and the appeal is available online for anybody who wants to see what was actually stated. So again, like I said, mainstream media cannot be the narrators of our stories. We are forced to be out there through this pain and this depression and all the other things that come along with losing a child only a mother would understand. We have to be forced to get out there and constantly relive this story to get our daughters' truths out. Because if we leave it to them, they will villainize, they will, tear down, they make up stuff. Oh my goodness, you couldn't even imagine the things that they will say about our children. They even made up stuff. Oh, she came from the project, she's on welfare. My daughter was not on welfare. My daughter was a business owner, a property owner. Okay. I am a retired registered nurse. Okay. So there are things that we have to get out here and sort of defend. We have to stand up and defend our own personal, you know, integrity and our
Dignity.
girls,
Our dignity.
a dignity and integrity. She was crazy. Her mama probably raised her like that. All kind of shenanigans. It's just so unfortunate that while we're walking this path, that we have to step off the path to address things of this nature. It's just totally overwhelming sometimes and extremely depressing.
Can you talk a little bit about what the African American Policy Forum has done for your case?
Okay, the African American Policy Forum has been a powerful, powerful source of strength for me, a sisterhood. Like I said, it's a sorority that no mother wants to initiate for. They just stepped up and stepped out and continue to lift our girls' names up and out and just get our situations noticed. Because again, we're suffering from erasure. We don't have the voice that many of these men have. Men get support from all different platforms, but women, we have to create our own source of support or have a source of support that's already established to reach out to us to give us that uplifting and that support. They get the mothers together, because again, as mothers have lost daughters, we only know how each other feel. We can't expect people who haven't had this experience to understand. So when they get us together, we cry, we're able to just be ourselves, because we can look at one another and see the pain. We don't even have to open our mouths about this, because it's an innate pain between mothers. You understand what I'm saying? So African American Policy Forum, Dr. Kim, I call her Doc, that's unofficial, but I call her Doc. She has been my saving grace in many aspects of my life. A lot of us suffer from financial issues because a lot of us can't work. Well, I had a stroke in 2014, so I have not been able to work in the capacity of a nurse since 2014. But there are mothers who were active workers. India Kager's mother, she worked in banking. Her mind and her heart and her depression has overpowered her so badly that she is unable to concentrate enough to even go to work online, anywhere. We just suffer. We suffer the loss of our grandchildren through the parental rights. These kids have been in our lives, and then these dads pop up after I don't know how long of not being anywhere near the children or having any affiliation with the children, and then they just snatch them. So we deal with double grief. We have double grief. It is such a difficult road to travel. I tell you, speaking from my own perspective, I battle with depression very badly. I suffer with it. But I have to fight through it because I'm raising my daughter's youngest child, Carson Courtney, that I'm blessed to have in my life, because she gives me the drive to keep on, just to keep wanting to live. Not that I'm suicidal, but just to give me the drive and the momentum to say I have somebody else's life in my hand. I have to be on point. But the whole picture is AAPF is one of the most supportive women's group for women that have been killed in my life. And I have other organizations that have reached out to me. I'm also a part of the Coalition of Concerned Mothers based out of DC and PG County. They have an awesome support system. They deal with both community and men and women police violence. But the AAPF, they have been my pillar in this fight. They have been able to keep me motivated enough they let me know that my daughter is important enough to keep fighting for her. So that's the type of encouragement mothers lead who have lost their daughters, because sometimes the fight is difficult and sometimes you get weary because we don't get noticed.
No, you're absolutely right. I can definitely understand that. So what would you want? So you have a worldwide audience here. So what would you want people to know that they can do to help you, to help other mothers? What kind of support do you think people could offer from where they are in their own living rooms, they're sitting here, that some people may not have even heard about this effort, this movement, these issues? What could they do?
Well, I would suggest and strongly urge people to donate to the AAPF Say Her Name organization. And they're an organization, they keep us motivated, they keep us together. And without support, we're unable to we come from all different parts of the world, United States. We have some in California, we have some in New Orleans, we have Texas, we have myself in Maryland, Gina Best, who's in Baltimore County, Maryland. But to be able to bring us together and do the things that we need to do to get the work done, we need donations. We need support. We really, really do. And they go outside the scope. When we're having financial issues, like I said, most of us do, because a lot of us don't work and a lot of us are unable to work. We suffer from some financial issues. So the importance of supporting an organization that supports us is paramount, because it helps keep us sane. It really does. It gives us that balance that we need in life that we don't get from our natural communities, so they get us together. And we need that kind of support. We really, really do.
So let's see, do we have any questions from the audience? Let's see. Let's see if we have any questions from the audience for you. Yes, Ms. Davis.
While we look for audience questions, one of the things that you touched on, which I think is so critically important, is mental health. So why don't you, if you can, tell us what you are doing to take care of yourself during this time? I know you mentioned raising a grandchild is helping you and allowing you to cope in a different way. Are there anything specifically that you're doing?
Well, a lot of times just being in the same space where everything has happened can be very, overwhelming. And AAPF affords a lot of the mothers to just get away from their natural surroundings. Where they'll send us to visit another mother, or get us together and get us a Airbnb or something, just to and they have counselors. They have counselors that come out. So the mental health aspect for me is just removing myself from that environment that is so remindful of the pain, so memorable of the pain. And this is what AAPF does for us. They get us out of those environments and put us in situations where, you know, we can sort of clear our minds, be together, share our heartbreak, because that's what we do most of the time. We sit around and we share our heartbreak on where we are in our cases. That's another thing. The cases are overwhelming because they're not being handled properly by a lot of about a lot of the legal defense. Cases have been thrown out because of lack of filing and things like that. Thankful for me, I had an excellent warrior lawyer, J. Wendell Gordon, out of Baltimore, and he fought for me. He fought for us because what the mainstream media put out there, people didn't think was worth fighting for, and people now don't think it's worth fighting for. We had a trial. We had our trial overturned, and then we had an appeal, and the appeal came back that the judge had no discretion to overturn a jury trial. So we have to battle stuff like that where we see some semblance of justice, and then someone with power comes and tries to snatch it away. So we battle in that arena. That arena is a tough one because as mothers, like, again, we have to relive this situation, our tragedy, over and over again. My biggest fear when we went through our trial was that when they overturned it, it was that I was going to have to relive that trial again. And I remember telling my lawyer, J. Wendell Gordon, I didn't think I could live through another trial. And he said, you will if we have to. But the grace of God, the appellate court saw that judge had no right to overturn the judgment of a jury trial. He did not have that right or discretion to do that because those people heard the evidence and they made their decision. So it's a battle. I don't care which road you go down. It's a battle, but we have to, pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, and we have to continue to fight because if we don't fight for our girls, who will?
And I think that's such a great point as we talk about the title of this summit, Say Our Names. If you wouldn't mind, of course, as we talk about the dominant narrative, just telling some of the personal traits of your daughter to humanize, because obviously the headlines have disrupted her true story. And so one of the things that this summit is intentional about is telling our own stories. You mentioned that a little bit as well. We allow people, or sometimes our narratives are stolen from us. There's theft in that regard. There is erasure in that regard. And so if you could just tell us the honesty, through your eyes, who your daughter was and what she meant to you.
Well, she was my youngest biological child. I have a younger child that I adopted who's 15. My daughter Korryn was a very, very feisty young lady. She was well read. She loved to read. She was like I said, a business owner, a wonderful, awesome mom. And that's what she treasured the most. That's what I missed the most, is seeing her be attentive and loving and teaching her children. The baby was about 14 months. But for some reason, she has a vivid memory from what she can remember of her mother. She spent quality time with her family. I have an extremely large family. She is truly missed by everyone. I have family members, and I don't want to get emotional. I have family members that still struggle day to day with just missing her presence, missing her energy.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. And if we can continue to give some encouragement and love in the comment section, this is just such a powerful moment.
Yeah, we had a comment from one of your nieces, Amir. She's from the class
Yes.
of 2008 School of Business, and she was so happy to see you on the show. One
Thank
of your
you.
nieces. And we have another comment from YouTube, Shakira Jarvis. Thank you for your aunt and your courage and resilience for joining and speaking with us today.
It's rough. It's so rough. I have more tears than laughter. And I think that's the hardest part because I'm an extremely jovial person, but since 2016, my life has just been uprooted. It's just a battle. It's a battle. And all of us, all of the mothers have this same experience. It's just an emotional roller coaster. And I wouldn't want anybody to understand what I'm feeling. I really don't. Not when I say understand it, I wouldn't want them to feel it. I want them to try to understand this venture that we're on. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't wish this pain on my worst enemy. I promise you. It's just unreal. It's unreal. So painful.
One of the questions we got from the audience is you mentioned that the media does not tell the complete story. They're not going to give the exact details. Where can people find out exactly what happens when women are killed? What's a good source that's going to tell the exact story?
Well, the AAPF, they have a
Okay.
website, AfricanAmericanPolicy.org. They have our stories up there. They have videos up there, with us, speaking of our daughters and trying to get the truth out there. The media puts things out that will captivate audiences. We want the information out that will captivate the truths.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to have negative things out about our girls or anybody for that fact. They need to be fair in the way they do things. And again, like I said, with the marginalization and the erasure of the black woman just in general, this just adds to it. This just adds to it. It just makes it look like black women mean nothing. We have no place in this society. We're not important. But my daughter was important. Whether it was to them or not, she was important to myself and my family and her children.
Absolutely.
And she is missed greatly.
And so, because we have people consistently joining in, some of the information may be repeated. I'm thankful for everybody in the chat section who shared the information about AAPF. We actually have been in conversation with AAPF, and so we're grateful for the work that they do, their commitment to social justice. If you don't mind, because we have students, current Howard students, recent alum, individuals who are so committed to social justice, if you wouldn't mind just sharing what it means to you and what are some of the things that those individuals can do to support Black women who deal with erasure and deal with being removed from the conversation.
Well, the first thing I would say is to please, please continue to say their names on whatever platform that you may have available to you. Right now, we are being sponsored by, but I won't even say sponsored, well, yeah, by the WNBA. And, they're wearing the Say Her Name shirt. But we need people to say their individual names whenever they can. Pick a name, a time, just keep uplifting these girls because women and girls and trans because we support trans as well. But at the end of the day, we need the support of people who are going to be dedicated to saving us women, to saving women as a whole because it's overwhelming the lack of support a lot of us get. But Say Her Name is the profit organization nonprofit organization that we need to have donations sent to because we're adding to this list. This list is being added to. Unfortunately, a Tatiana Jefferson, Breonna Taylor, you know, this list grows and grows. And though we may be in different organizations and they have different support, we are all women and we all need support. No woman is higher than the other. They're all dead, excuse me, at the end of the day, by the same hand. So we need to support any organization that is uplifting women. on this case of police brutality. It's just, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot.
No, that was so helpful. We absolutely agree. And again, just to repeat, the African American Policy Forum can be found at aapf.org. It's a great resource for Black women, but it's so important for allies. So we have some Black men who are obviously in attendance, who are in the chat. So if you're looking for more information about the Say Her Name campaign and want to support Black women who need advocacy to say the names of women who have been lost at the brutal hands of police brutality, please get the resources that you need from aapf.org.
Yes, yes.
Murdered
I can't
by,
hear.
oh, I'm sorry. So for those of you who are just joining us, because we have people coming in and out at different times, we're speaking with Rhonda Dormeus. She's the mother of Korryn Gaines. Korryn Gaines, who was brutally murdered by the Baltimore County Police. And so as we end, we're nearing the end of this segment. Ms. Dormeus, can you just really tell the story again of Korryn Gaines, so for our audience members who are perhaps just joining us and want to be a part of this and want to help you and be supportive of what you're doing?
Okay. Again, my name is Rhonda Dormeus. I'm the mother of Korryn Gaines, who was murdered by Baltimore County SWAT officer Royce Ruby on August 1st, 2016. She was in her home. They gained entry looking to serve a misdemeanor traffic violation. And so when they came into her home, I'm sorry, there's someone coming by. When they came into her home unannounced with a key that they had obtained from the rental office, she had gotten her shotgun out because she didn't know who was coming in her door. So of course, when they came in and realized that she was in there with the shotgun, it took her to another level. My daughter did not come out into the hands of the the officers, because she had a fear and just a mistrust for police. And they had, I didn't even mention this earlier, she had lost a set of twins earlier that year at their mishandling. Um, After a few hours of a standoff or her not wanting to come out the house, Officer Royce Ruby decided that he was tired, and it was hot that day. It was extremely hot. He decided to take a shot blindly through a wall. Although he lied initially and said that he felt his life was in danger, it came out in the trial that he couldn't even see her. He shot her through the wall, through the back, as a matter of fact, killing her almost instantly, and shooting my grandson twice. And they don't. And one thing mainstream media didn't put on the news is that after she was down, he engaged her 3 more times, center mass, with his AR-15 while she was down. See, the mainstream media didn't put that information out. That after she was shot in the back, that he went in and shot her 3 more times, center mass. That kind of stuff they don't put out. See, that kind of stuff has to come as a result of a civil or a criminal suit. We didn't get a criminal case because they found him justified, but the civil case was able to reveal what actually happened that day. You know, and I want to also add that people want to say, people, we file civil suits for the money. There's not a money printing machine that could print enough money to make me satisfied for my daughter's life. But sometimes that's the only way to get the truth out. Okay? That's the only way. If they're not going to charge them criminally, then we have to go and hit their pockets and get the truth out at the same time. So if I had just tucked tail and believed, oh, my daughter was wrong, she shouldn't have had a shotgun, her legally owned shotgun. If she was white and had a legally owned shotgun, no one would, I don't believe it would have been that big of a deal. I believe her whole situation would have been handled differently. That's just my personal opinion about my blackness. I know that we are handled differently in cases like this. You get called for a medical issue or a mental call, and you end up dead. Even though that wasn't my daughter's case at the time, that wasn't what the call was about. But that is the premise for a lot of these murders. The officers are called out to help and mediate in mental crisis, but then the people who need the help are dead. How does this happen? Why does this happen? It's infuriating. You know, my one of my dearest, I call her my mama, Fran Garrett, her daughter was killed around the same time Mike Brown was killed. And of course, Mike Brown's story made headlines all across the world. My friend, my mama, had to push her daughter's casket to City Hall. Michelle Clouseau was her daughter. Fran Garrett had to push her daughter's casket to City Hall to be noticed, to make them understand that her daughter's life mattered. We should not have to fight this hard to be recognized in a tragedy like this. I'm getting upset because it's a continuous thing. You know, I'm not mad with uplifting men. I'm not, because they need to be uplifted too. But our women, the reason why these men are here are because of women. If women weren't involved, they wouldn't be on this planet. They wouldn't have been born. So how can you eliminate and erase the presence of a woman? It's just, I don't get, people just don't get it. I don't understand it. You know, they need to be as infuriated and enraged about women being gunned down as they are about the men. Dove did a campaign to raise millions of dollars for men who left children. But what about the women who leave children? Women have children and leave children when they're killed. So why is it more important for a man's child to have support for their future than it is for women? I don't get it. I just...
And I'm so glad you made that point, because the title of the summit is so intentional. Say our names, because if a Black woman is taken because of the hands of police brutality, an innocent Black woman especially, then that is something that is a communal lament. We don't have the luxury of individual suffering. Black women don't have the luxury to separate our feelings and our experiences from the lived experiences of people who look like us. Right. And so while that there is some injustices associated with that, it's critically important to the lived experiences of Black women that we are a community, whether we like it or not. We are lumped together as a community. And so I think what's powerful about us is that we use that for good. While there are some who can't do it the way we do, Black women use it for good, but it definitely becomes an added pressure to deal with what's going on around us. So I'm just so grateful that you made that point and that we were able to have this critical conversation.
Yeah, this is a conversation that can go on and on and on.
Yes. And for those in the comments, there are two names that I think we all should remember. So if you are paying attention, my Howard Bison, my Black women who take notes, who are obviously engaged in this conversation and probably multitasking, let us know that you were paying attention. Put those names. We are saying the names today. We are not forgetting. So put those names in the chat. Our allies, those are who are supporting, put those names in the chat so that we can all remember. And when we walk away from today, we have something on our hearts and on our minds that are reminding us of the pain and what we should all be doing as far as next steps.
So as we conclude this session, Ms. Dormeus, thank you so much again for being with us. We really appreciate it. And this has just been a great way for us to start our summit. You're such a valuable part of this work that we're doing. And if there's anything that we can do, Howard University is not that far from you. You have our contact information. We are at your disposal. We are here to serve. Please stay in contact with us and let us know how we can be of service to you, and know that you are in our prayers and that we are here for you, and we are uplifting your daughter's names and all the other names of the women. And if we can be of any further service, as I said, please let us know.
Thank you so much. And my time feels like it was valuable here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being a part of it.
And God bless you.
Thank you.
God bless.
You. Thank you.
policeman. Ooh. And the papers say we're gonna call it a suicide. Would you even question why? Why? Would you shake your head, say this ain't right? Do your best to forget about me. Please don't forget about me. Oh, sing my name, sing my name, sing my name, sing my name, my name, my name. Don't forget my name. Oh, say my name. Oh, don't forget my name, my name, my name. My struggle be vain.
Even the sun goes down, heroes eventually die. Shot.
Your favorite revolutionaries give up and comply. The internet will justify your reason to die. You watched a woman get drug out and beat and filmed in the highway, and all y'all could say was black women too mouthy. Searching my timeline, I'm seeing people find time to criticize, villainize, calling it a suicide. But what I'm saying to blame is your child. I know the struggle it get hard, but we ain't backing out. Nothing is impossible. The word alone says I'm possible. I'm the racehorse that I'm riding for audacity. To believe you can succeed when everybody in their mama say no. Forget y'all, I'm different, descendant of the fittest. Been reincarnated so I could handle business. My name, say my name, say my name, say that name. My struggle being made now, say my name, say my name, say that name. Dormeus, my name, say my name, say my name, say that name. My struggle being made now, say my name, say my name, say that name.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Howell. I am a senior political science major and philosophy minor from Alpharetta, Georgia. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I proudly serve as the 12th female president of the Howard University Student Association, and I am a proud Howard woman. On behalf of the 60th administration of HUSA, we are grateful to support Howard University's first ever virtual Women's Summit. Recognizing the impact that sexism and racism have had on medical research is critical as we grapple with the realities that the pandemic's at the forefront of global conversations, COVID-19 and racism. We would be seriously remiss to erase gender-based discrimination from the conversation.
I wholeheartedly agree with Rachel, and there's nothing more than loving to being a Black man getting to serve behind a powerful and amazing Black woman. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Franklin, and I am a senior legal communications major from Kansas City, Kansas. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I proudly serve as the 60th Executive Vice President for the Howard University Student Association. This session, Racism, Sexism, and COVID-19, What's Next, provides an opportunity for Dr. Rashad to highlight how, contrary to popular belief, COVID-19 is not the great equalizer. It instead magnifies medical injustices with regard to racism, classism, ageism, ableism, and of course, gender identity. Dr. Rashad is the founder and president of Muslim Wellness Foundation and the founding co-director of the National Black Muslim COVID Coalition, an initiative launched in collaboration with Muslim Anti-Racism Collaborative. I know there are some other allies watching. Let us know that you are here by dropping an emoji or saying hi in the comment section. While it's great being a Black man getting to stand behind a great Black woman, it's even better getting to give her credit for her leadership. I look forward to this conversation and the question answer session that Rachel will be hosting directly following. Let's jump right in.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm really honored to be joining you today, and I'm really just proud of all of the work that Howard University has done just to shed light on the unique experiences of Black women in the United States, and also to raise awareness both about the strength of Black women and the challenges that we continue to face due to racism, sexism, through the oppression that we experience, and in particularly now during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it's particularly important for us to recognize the ways in which we have been uniquely impacted, and on this day, August 13th, where we're thinking about how do Black women begin to experience ways to close the gap, not just in terms of financial and wealth gap, but the health disparities that we face, all of which are being highlighted in this moment. So I would like to actually show, instead of just tell, what that means for us, and the call to action for both Black women and for our allies in terms of being able to ensure that we are respected, protected, and cared for in the way that we deserve. So if you bear with me for just a moment, I'll be able to cue my slides.
And we back, 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 and we and we back, and we back, and we and we back, and we back.
All righty. So while we wait for the slides to get prepared, I want to thank everybody again who has joined us thus far. I want to know who is here. I know some of my friends are here. I hope my mother is watching all the way from Detroit, Michigan. So let us know why you are proud to be a Black woman, what being a Black woman means to you. And for those who are allies, give us a line about why you love Black women and who your favorite Black woman is. Okay, and I'm gonna post the best ones. So give me your best shot. Let me know how you feel about Black women. And if you're not a Howard alum or a Howard student, let us know what school you may have attended. Doesn't have to be a HBCU, we're not biased. So our friend Angela Wynn says being a Black woman means everything to her because we are the backbone of this country. Couldn't agree more. Faith Mitchell says she loves being a Black woman because we are beautiful and the most brilliant on earth. Thank you, Faith, for sharing. Where are our allies and our men? Taz says being a Black woman means creating, nurturing, and developing her village and assisting others to develop theirs. Thank you, Taz, for joining. So good to see your beautiful face. Mr. Troy Duffy on Facebook says that his favorite Black woman is Fannie Lou Hamer, which we can all agree with and appreciate the strides that she made as a trailblazing Black woman. Trinity Holt says being a Black woman in America means being the standard for those around us, building the country, the culture, and really just everything. And that's on period, folks. So I also want to just say that I'm grateful for everybody who is joining us and who is sticking with us through the summit. Like I said, this really truly was a brainstorm, an opportunity for us to respond to a question that Dean Richardson presented to us about filling in the gaps and what are the things that our office and faith-based leaders should be doing amidst transitioning to a virtual space. And the brainchild of this summit really came from those pressing questions for us to challenge ourselves and to figure out our purpose and what we can be doing to the community, although the situation that we're in is not necessarily preferential. It is a situation that we should be trailblazing through and that we should be innovative during. So that's really how we got here. We hope that today's summit is one of many. If you have any ideas about what you would like to see next, or even panelists that you would like to hear from, please let us know. You can use the chat function, or you can email us at hublackwomanssummit@gmail.com. The other thing I want to mention is many of you all will notice that we're using the spelling of woman with an X. It's not a typo. As a grammar snob, I can promise you it's not a typo, but the intentionality behind it is to be inclusive of the spectrum of Black women and to also emphasize that women can be heard and seen without being connected to man. So we are not anti-man, obviously. We love our allies, we love our supporters, but we have our own identities, and that identity ranges and it has many beautiful variations and it goes across the spectrum. So that's where the naming came from, for those who may have been wondering. We have some more comments. Tiffany Scott says, she is proud to be a Black woman because she loves the skin that she's in. We are the heartbeat of the country. Thank you, Tiffany. She's a HU School of Business alum. April says, Black is bold, Black is creative, Black is beautiful. Being a Black woman has been and still is the most underrated power source in our communities, yet the most fulfilling. Stay strong, ladies. Let's see. We have Ashley Lastly, who says, being a Black woman to me is being a warrior with innate strength and remarkable resilience to empower and uplift ourselves, our communities, and others. Thank you all for engaging me. Thank you all for participating, and I will hand it back over.
Okay. So thank you for just bear with me as we pull up the slides. Again, I want to focus on racism, sexism, and COVID-19 and Black women's pandemic experience. I think for far too often, we talk about women of color as a general category, instead of focusing specifically on how Black women are impacted. And this is what I want us to really be committed to thinking about in more detail and being open to understanding that while we focus on Black women and the conditions under which we are living in the United States during this time, it also highlights all of the ways that other people are going to be impacted by the marginalization and the discrimination that we face. Next slide. So I wonder how many of us know this woman's face, have heard her name. Her name was Rhanda Mungan. She was 30 years old. She was a beloved Brooklyn teacher. And she, unfortunately, died of COVID on April 27, 2020. All of the deaths that have been experienced in this country, particularly of Black women, have been unfortunate and tragic. But I want to lift up her name, Rhanda Mungan, 30 years old. She was a teacher. She was twice denied COVID testing, despite having all of the symptoms. And unfortunately, what her family has shared is that this could have been prevented. That because Black women are often not taken seriously when we express our health concerns, this death of Rhanda Mungan could have been prevented. Next slide. So what we know is that Black women have faced racism in healthcare for many, many decades. COVID-19 is now amplifying it. And I wanted to show these names and these headlines and these faces so that we can really put a more personal story, a personal narrative to what we are actually facing. This is a crisis, and it's not hyperbole to say so, but what we are experiencing is a disease which is devastating the Black community, and in particular, highlighting the ways in which Black women are vulnerable. Next slide. So again, twice denied testing, and this woman, this scholar, all of the people in her community and in her life attest to her vitality, her gentleness, her spirit, her intelligence, her beauty, and all of these things, right? The tragic irony, as this newspaper article says, is that she knew that the biases that she would have to face, even in getting tested and the work that she was doing, were related. And so as she advocated for herself, her family members advocated for her, nothing was done. Again, her death was preventable. So we should know her name. She was only 30 years old. Next slide. And so one of the oft-repeated sort of quotes that we hear from Malcolm X in 1962, the most disrespected person in America is the Black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the Black woman. And the most neglected person in America is the Black woman. Why, almost 60 years later, is this still true? This is the question that we have to ask ourselves. Next slide. But this neglect, this disrespect, this lack of protection begins very early. There was a study published in 2017 from Georgetown Law, Girlhood Interrupted, the Erasure of Black Girls' Childhood. Next slide. And the snapshot of that data found that for the participants, predominantly white, who responded to these questions, right, compared to white girls of the same age, these participants responding to the questions perceived that Black girls needed less nurturing, need less protection, need to be supported less, need to be comforted less, and are more independent. I mean, just for a second, let's think about the context in which Black women are being socialized and raised, in which many people think that we don't need nurturing, we don't need protection, we don't need comfort, we don't need support. And so when we have someone like Rhanda Mungan, who's 30 years old, who's pleading for life-saving testing, who's pleading for healthcare workers to pay attention to her symptoms, they are not taken seriously. So this begins very early. This is not a phenomenon that adult women experience, but Black girls as well. Next slide. And so COVID-19 and the strong Black woman syndrome, there's a relationship there, right? While Black women are lauded and praised and lifted up for the strength that we exhibit, it is a trope that often acts as a barrier to us receiving the protection, the comfort, the nurturing that we deserve. It is viewed as if our strength is impermeable, that we are able to withstand all challenges, and not only withstand them for ourselves, that we're going to be carrying water for everyone else as well. Next slide. So what this report found is that the belief that Black women are tireless, deeply caring, and invulnerable has arguably helped maintain exploitative hierarchical arrangements at home and in the workplace, while contributing to negative health outcomes. And so this is the setup, right? That, well, we know that Black women are capable, we know that they're competent, that they can get through anything, that they are going to charge forward, and it comes at a tremendous cost. Next slide. So Black women facing interlocking risks, right? Black women are among frontline workers exposed to the virus on a daily basis, right? Grocery store clerks, public transit drivers, personal care aides, postal employees, medical support workers. We run the gamut. We're going to be found in all of these service industries while also taking care of family members, while also experiencing financial stress, while also facing life or death decisions, even when it comes to whether or not we're going to put our children back in school. These are tremendously impactful factors that contributed to and continue to contribute to the experience that we are having in this moment. Next slide. So I wanted to, again, show, not just tell you what the statistics are, what the experiences are, but these are the headlines, right? These are all within the last 3 or 4 months. So being Black, pregnant, and COVID-19 positive, Black women already face high maternal mortality rates, and the coronavirus pandemic is going to make this worse. Next slide. All the visceral ways that Black women in America have been hurt by the coronavirus unemployment crisis. Again, this is information that is out there, right? These are important news items that are known, but they are unfortunately ignored or minimized when we're talking about what is the unique impact, what are the consequences of a country that has not been able to get this virus under control, to stop the spread of the infection, and to ensure that people have places to live, right? That they are not threatened by eviction, that they are not going to experience a crisis financially that will, set a series of factors in motion that can have detrimental consequences for years, right? Not just in the next, say, 3, 6, 9, 12 months, but the repercussions can reverberate in our community for years. Next slide. Black women are bearing the economic brunt of the pandemic. Again, these are the headlines that are being ignored, right? So while we say Black Lives Matter, this also means that the emotional, financial, right, physical health of Black people and Black women should be paramount in this moment. Next slide. Today this is a headline from today. Today is Black Women's Equal Pay Day. And here's why it matters more than ever. The pandemic could be devastating, right, for attempts to close the gender pay gap. So if we're service workers that are perhaps not unionized, that are not guaranteed all of the rights and the protections of others, what is that going to mean for how we can support our families, for how we can support ourselves, the community impact if there is a significant loss of income that is usually brought in by Black women, right? This is a crisis. I mean, the more that I have studied even the psychology of pandemics, have thought about my own experiences, have talked to other women, have read, have really done the research. It is not hyperbole to say that what we are experiencing is of crisis proportions, and Black women are experiencing the brunt of this crisis. And we have to be able to think about the ways, the strategies, right, the concerns, the needs of Black women as we face this. Next slide. So back in April, Essence did a survey of Black women. It was the first survey of the impact of COVID on Black women, and it was about over 1,000 women from across the United States that responded to this survey. They had a lot to say. And from the financial, the mental, the physical impact, this is information that needs to be known. Next slide. 67% of Black women have a major concern about contracting the virus themselves. So over 2/3 of Black women who responded are living with the fear that they will contract coronavirus. 80% are concerned that loved ones will get infected. And 1 in 4 personally knew someone who had died from COVID-19, right? So 2/3 are concerned about contracting. Over 80% are worried that a loved one will become sick. And 1 in 4 had experienced someone personally dying from the disease, okay? and then 44% knowing someone who personally contracted it. These numbers should be alarming. Next slide. 85% of Black women who are parents say that there are not enough computers or laptops in their household to support the educational needs of their children. Almost 80% say that their children are not getting enough support from their school systems. So imagine having to work for less pay, concerned about family members contracting the virus and dying, 1 in 4 knowing someone who had died, being concerned about the quality of education that children are receiving and not having the support or the capacity or capability at home to support the educational needs of their children. Black women are under extreme duress due to COVID-19, but this is exacerbating what has already been true about the experience of Black women in this country. Next slide. 52% of Black women in the study are currently facing or anticipating a negative financial impact as a result of the pandemic. 50% say that their ability to work effectively has been negatively impacted by the pandemic, and 70% of Black women business owners reported a negative impact on their businesses. Okay, so in every realm, education, financial, right, thinking about one's personal health and the health of the loved ones, this is the stress that Black women are under. Next slide. So Black women say that the pandemic has most negatively impacted their emotional well-being. 64% said it had negatively impacted their emotional well-being. And sure, we can understand why this would be the case. If you're experiencing fear of infection or that of loved ones, worried about the educational opportunities of your children, fearing the loss of one's own business and financial health, that is going to have a psychological impact. Next slide. So my organization, Muslim Wellness Foundation, also conducted a survey of the Black community to understand the impact of COVID-19. What was unique about the survey that we conducted was that this was the first known survey to also ask about the participants' religious identity. So we were able to recruit over 800 participants, and about a third of those participants identified as Muslim. And so this is the first time that Black Muslims were able to express how the pandemic is also impacting them, not just as racial minorities, but religious minorities as well. Unfortunately, the prevailing assumption, right, when we're talking about Black folks in America, we're talking about African Americans, is that we're predominantly Christian. This is not the case. And so when we're thinking about intersecting identities, what does it mean for a Black Muslim woman to be impacted by this disease? When, just for example, when we're thinking about contact tracing, right, how do we find out if someone is positive, who are all of the people they may have come in contact with, so that we can warn them, that we can let them know that they should also get tested, right? So this is what contact tracing does. Unfortunately, contact tracing may use the same technology that is used to surveil and monitor the Muslim community with extremely detrimental consequences. And so when we're talking about racial and religious minority, who is also a woman, who is now being subjected to even heightened surveillance by the state, right? This is also a unique experience that we have to discuss. Next slide. So in the survey that we conducted, my team and I, Muslim Wellness Foundation, in collaboration with University of Maryland, Baltimore County, about 72% of our participants who identified as Black Muslims were female, right? Not surprising. Over almost half of those Black Muslims who participated had a pre-existing health condition, ranging from diabetes to asthma, to heart conditions, to other physical health challenges. Again, often disparities that are brought on by systemic injustice, right? This is not that we are more predisposed to becoming infected by coronavirus, but that there are unique health disparities, health injustices, which have led to these vulnerabilities. So almost 50% of Black Muslims reported that they had friends or family members who had recovered from COVID, and almost 30% reported they had friends or family members who had died of the disease. Next slide. So I wanted to share some of what our Black Muslim women participants shared with us. And this woman said, on a more somber note, I have been extremely demoralized lately to have witnessed the significant uptick in police brutality, white supremacy, and utter disregard of Black and brown people and communities amidst the pandemic. Feeling like whatever we do, there is a permanent target on our backs for merely existing. So I'm trying to keep the faith. Next slide. This 25-year-old African-American Muslim woman said, it has been difficult for my whole family. My parents have had an astronomical level of paranoia and stress. The negative energy has trickled into their thoughts and actions. It's very hard to maintain the vision of a silver lining in all of this. Next slide. The 72-year-old African-American Muslim woman said, I'm tired of being labeled most likely to die first because I am poor, Black, and elderly. Next slide. This 44-year-old African-American Muslim woman shared with us, I feel the extreme burden to step up as a leader. As a woman that can feel lonely as we don't have enough support, but as Black women expected to do so much and to host everyone, people look to me to be strong and produce. And I'm sure many of us have the same or similar experience. Next slide. This one is a longer reflection from a 29-year-old East African Muslim woman. And I wanted to include it here because I thought it really captured the kind of emotional turmoil that comes with understanding one's identity, understanding one's vulnerability, right, in this moment. And she says, I'm doing my best to hold on to the light of faith. If I were not Muslim, if it wasn't the holy month of Ramadan, I can't tell you what my state would be. I've had a lot of dark days and I've had a difficulty coping. I can't sleep at night. My mind is always racing, thinking about how brief this life is. Black death is prevalent. Still, Black abuses have escalated, and to be forced to stay home and not be able to do anything to fight back has made coping with the pandemic a heart-wrenching one. I am more angry than ever. I find myself moving towards feelings of apathy. This is the most terrifying consequence of this pandemic, to be indifferent about what is happening all over the globe. In an effort to protect my sanity would be to sacrifice the softness of my heart, and that certainly cannot happen. But every day it feels like an inch closer to despair. To be Black in this time is to be beaten to a pulp with just enough life to keep our blood flowing. I don't know how much more I can take before I lose my heart to the madness of this world. All of this to say, overall, I'm coping terribly with bouts of, you know what, God, you got it. It's yours. Next slide. So this was a quote from the Essence COVID survey of Black women. While we're all in the same boat or all in the same storm, we are not in the same boat. And I think this has to be stated very clearly. And I'm hoping that the headlines, the pictures, the words of Black women that I have shared can really drive this point home, that we are deserving and require and need protection, respect, and care. Next slide. So here is, one call to action, right? It is not sort of the silver bullet. It is not going to immediately solve all of the problems. But here's one thing that we can do, right? This call to action is a question. What must be done to respect, protect, and care for Black women during the COVID-19 pandemic? This should be a question on the top of everyone's mind, because as go Black women, goes the world, right? If we are on the front lines, if we are the ones that people are looking to lead our communities, to care for our young children, to educate them, right? To contribute financially, right? If we are harmed, if we are dying at rates that are tragic and unacceptable, what happens to the world? What happens to our communities if the folks that are most likely to be depended on are ill, are dying, and forgotten? This is the question we need to ask ourselves. Next slide. As we ask this question, I want us to bear in mind one thing. So this is a picture taken from the 2017 Women's March in DC. here's why this picture is problematic, right? One, here's what I'm assuming is a white cisgender male who's holding up a sign that says, screw it, I'll do it. Black women, right? One, he gets paid a whole lot more than I do. So why is he asking me to do it, right? Second, white men in this country have the most power and have caused the most damage, right? Are committing acts of violence in ways that are intolerable. Yet it is the expectation that Black women will solve these crises, right? So I don't see this as a compliment. I don't think this is cute. I don't think this is woke, right? I think this is asking Black women to do labor under conditions that are uniquely violent and uniquely harming us on a daily basis, on individual, family, community, and systemic levels. This is not the kind of support we need. Next slide. So then, of course, we also see this, right? This hashtag, listen to Black women, right? Take Black women's lead. Black women know what they're doing until we tell you something that you don't like. And then it's, oh, well, you know what? Don't be so angry. Don't be so loud. Don't be so rude. Don't be so brash. Don't be so harsh. Don't be so, right? So listen to Black women comes with all these caveats, comes with an asterisk, right? So no, I also don't want what, again, appears to be a white woman saying, listen to Black women. What I want white women to do is to stop voting for Trump, right? That will go a long way. When we say listen to Black women, it's not just listen. It means be humble. It means take our advice. It means equip us with the tools financially, right, to lead in the way that we are capable of. So this is more than just a slogan, a sign. This has to be backed by commitment to providing the resources, the power, and the privilege to lead in a way that's going to be most effective, not just for the Black community, but for the world. Next slide. So when we think about what must be done, right? What is the call to action? If you can pull up the next slide. So here's kind of another problematic headline, right? Hold my earrings. Black women lead on systemic solutions in the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. On the face of it, absolutely. Black women are leading the search for vaccinations for the virus. Black women are leading in their communities. Black women are forming coalitions. Black women are caring for other Black women. But this idea, again, that because we have shown the capacity, the resilience, and the strength, it means that we are invulnerable. It means that we are always ready and able to care for the world, that we are going to be the moral sort of crisis responders, right? So yeah, you know, hold my earrings, girl. Don't do this to us. We are hurting and we deserve more than trite headlines, which says, oh, they're strong, they're capable, let's let them do it. So we can hold both to be true, that we are capable, that we are leading, and we are leading under conditions that are unfavorable and often work against us. And for less pay. Next slide. So I don't know who this baby is, but I thought she was just the cutest thing. So this is my face when someone is asking for uncompensated physical, emotional, or mental labor. You have got to be kidding me. If we think back to the statistics from the Essence survey and from the COVID survey from Muslim Wellness Foundation, Black Muslim women are experiencing, and Black women in general, are experiencing emotional distress, financial anxiety, are worried about children, are worried about education, are worried about whether or not their loved ones are going to become sick and die. And you want me to labor for free, right? That is also violence. That is also disrespect. That is also lack of protection and care when we are the ones that are most vulnerable in this moment, but are expected to rise to the occasion with very little resources in order to save the world, it seems. Next slide. So to Black women allies, this is my question. What must you sacrifice in order to ensure that Black women are protected, respected, and cared for? Are you willing to make this sacrifice? And are you willing to make this sacrifice now? So this cannot be theoretical. This cannot be abstract. This cannot be about holding a sign that says, say our names or say her name, right? What must you sacrifice in order to make sure that our lives are valued in the way that they deserve to be valued? Next slide. So one of my favorite quotes from Audre Lorde is, what are the words you do not yet have? What do you need to say? What are the tyrannies you swallow day by day and attempt to make your own until you will sicken and die of them, still in silence? So my question for Black women, right, are what are the tyrannies you swallow day by day? What are the things that you accept about the conditions under which you are expected to work that are unacceptable? Next slide. So I want you to know, if no one else has told you this, you deserve to be cared for. You deserve to be treated with kindness. You deserve to be treated with tenderness and affection, because we've already seen the kind of anxiety, stress, worry, concern that you are managing on a daily basis, right? So from one Black woman to all of the Black women who are listening, I want you to know you deserve to be cared for. Yet I know, because this is true for me as well, there is at this very moment a task, a request, a demand, an expectation, an obligation, whether it's real or perceived, that's pending. Somebody is inboxing you, somebody's sending you a text. Hey, can you do this? Right? Do you think that you could? Right? So what can and must you say no to preserve your health, to preserve your sanity, and also saying no to set the boundary that you will not do any labor uncompensated, that you will not be asked, right, to, what do people say? Bring a knife to a gunfight? This is unreasonable. This is untenable. This is disrespectful. And so if there are requests that are made of your time, sort of couched in this language of, well, you're the most capable person. I know that you can do this. I have so much respect for the work that you do. The question that you need to ask is, how will you be compensated? Because the cost for you is at times almost priceless. You can't even put a price to it. So say no to the things that will diminish you. Say no to those things that do not truly, in word and deed, respect who you are and what you bring to the table. Next slide. So as in closing, this is a poem that I love and that I return to pretty often. The Bridge poem by Donna K. Rushkin. The bridge I must be is the bridge to my own power. I must translate my own fears, mediate my own weaknesses. I must be the bridge to nowhere but my true self, and then I will be useful. So think about your own power. Think about what you require. Think about what you need in order to be as successful as you know you can be, but not that it comes at a cost, right? We have proven time and time again that when Black women are given leadership, are given a platform, there is change that is unimaginable. Yet we are expected to do it, usually to kind of clean up other people's mess. And we're also expected to do it with very little. And so if we know that thinking about a day like today, where we're talking about and highlighting the wage gap, this is no longer acceptable, right? We're worried about our businesses, we're worried about our families, we're worried about our health. And so we need to be compensated. We need to be valued, we need to be cared for, and we need to be protected. So I want us to say no, and I want our allies to think about what they are willing to and must sacrifice in order for us to receive the protection, the respect, and the care that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. This conversation is so timely and relevant. Now we're going to welcome questions from our viewers. Please use the chat function on Facebook or YouTube to ask questions. But first, I guess I'll start off with the question.
Sure.
The individual and compounded effects of racism, poverty, ageism, and ableism are undeniable. How do you keep this in mind when organizing?
I think we keep it in mind when organizing, when we think about what our demands are, right? How are we expecting people to show up, right? And what are we lifting up as sort of this ideal way or kind of mode of participation, right? So if we are not thinking about who cannot be here, right? If we're thinking about there's an action that needs to be done, there's a petition that needs to be signed, but there's also the daily work, right? Sometimes the grunt work, the less glamorous work of being able to push our movements forward, that we highlight all of the contributions that are made, right? Not just the ones that seem a little bit more sexy or glamorous than others. So that would be my short answer.
And then I see a question in the comment section that says, and after asking for compensation, why are we still labeled as angry Black women? That's a good question.
Well, that can be a whole conversation, but we have to understand the function of those tropes, right? If we're angry, we're bitter, we're resentful, we're stubborn, we're brash, right? All of those negative attributes that are assigned to Black women are meant to diminish our power, is meant to minimize the legitimate concerns and demands that we have. And so think about how often just a woman who is confident, who is asserting herself, who is making her boundaries known, is called angry, right? Why don't you smile more? So all of those things are meant to diminish a legitimate request, right? Or demand. And so we've taken that, we've heard it so often. And I think that to some extent, it is also our allies who have to do some work around this, right? If they feel threatened, right? If they are not, or maybe perhaps given feedback about what they're doing that is problematic, and immediately get fragile, and say like, well, I understand what you're saying, but like, can you not be so mean about it? These are things that I've heard, right? So the call to action for allies is to kind of check their own fragility, right? And to think about all of those automatic biases they have about Black women that are related to those tropes that really serve to deflect from a problem, a concern, an issue that must be addressed.
No, that was really good. And then when it comes to college students, because a lot of us, may not be going back to school like in the fall, and we may be in, different environments, how can we still get involved?
Well, I think there's so much organizing that is happening virtually. And I think it's offering an opportunity for people to create community in a different and dynamic way. And so while there is a loss because of, not being able to be together, right, physically, I think in order to really take advantage or leverage the opportunities that we do have, it is to think about, how will I stay connected? Right? What is the best way for me to reach out to other people who are like-minded and who will support, right, the kinds of causes that I'm really advocating for? So it may require a little bit more work to stay connected. And also, I would say we're doing this work, right? You mentioned like, well, how do we stay active? What can we become involved in? But I have to say, as a psychologist, I think we also have to be very mindful of how emotionally taxing this is, right? Just being worried about your own survival, being worried about your health is also something I think we have to be more self-compassionate. And so if we find that we're maybe not as active as we once were, perhaps we need to kind of redefine what we think of as productivity, right? Or as a contribution, because we're still in a pandemic, right? Something that hasn't been seen in 100 years. So that's important to remember.
And then I see another question.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Where can you start to practice saying no? it is something that I have been struggling with for a long time? I think that's a good question because
Yes.
a lot of us have a hard problem.
Yes.
Or have a hard time with saying no and just putting our time first.
Yes. So that person who asked the question, one, just know that you're not alone. I think it's something that many of us struggle with. And it is because, and I want to emphasize this, it is not because there is something inherently deficient in us, right? Like, well, why don't you just say no? Like, it's as easy as that. We are socialized to believe that our value is predicated on how much we do for other people, right? And so think about the, perhaps the elder women in a community and what people say about that woman. Oh, she's so selfless. She would give you the shirt off her back, right? She's always there for everyone. She's always, a good support. She listens. What you don't hear about those elder women, right? And many of them do this, but this is not what's lifted up, is she says, no, I cannot do that. I would love to, but I don't have the time, right? So what is seen as the most kind of valuable trait in a Black woman is a selflessness that really is about the denial of the self, right? It is almost masochistic in a way that you can be in such pain, but you have to turn that off. You have to put it to the side and you have to be available and accessible to everyone else, right? This comes at our detriment. This is why we have so many, it often manifests itself physically, right? So I think in a first step in practicing how to say no is just saying it, right? And not apologizing, right? Often we say no, and then everything that comes after that is an apology. I'm so sorry, I really want to, but, maybe next time. And, but to really think about what will this cost me, right? What will I have to give up in order to say yes, right? Am I willing to make that sacrifice? Am I willing to do it gladly? Will I be resentful of the folks who continue to ask me for things that I really don't have the capacity to give? And that resentment can then really sour a relationship. And so while it is hard, I would say be kind to yourself if you continue to experience it as something that's challenging, and then practice, right? It could be something as simple as someone saying, hey, do you think you want to, schedule a Zoom call so we can have a conversation about X, Y, and Z, right? No. Maybe it's a day where you already feel drained and, you've been, I don't know, maybe 5 Zooms or something in a day, 5 different meetings. And you say, no, I think let's schedule for another day, right? So it can come in really small and significant ways, but we have to practice.
I'll hop in too as we wait for additional questions to come through. I love your point about what has colloquially been called being zombies, like Zoom bombies. Just we're inundated with meetings and conversations. And so one of the things my mom, who is a mental health care specialist, always talks to me about is just taking deep breaths. So I just thought, what if all of us just take a moment right now, one, to be in this moment and be here and be present, but also realizing that it is Thursday.
Yes.
Tomorrow is Friday.
Yes.
We are engaging on Black Women's Equal Pay Day and the significance of that. So if we can all just take a pause and take a deep breath and just be present in this moment, I think that's so relevant.
Yes. So important.
Thank you. So the other thing that I wanted to ask, I have a few friends who are public health specialists. I'll shout out one of my closest friends, Shakira Jarvis, who graduated from Howard University undergrad and just received her Master's of Public Health amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. And so as we talk about, congratulations to her, as we talk about the landscape of where we are right now, COVID-19, obviously there is a biological health component, but the mental health component is something that I think is just stirring in the conversation. We're just starting to understand and just starting to intentionally include Black women in the conversation about how the pandemic has and will have an impact on mental health.
Yes.
So can you, if you're willing, can you share any thoughts that you may have on that topic?
Yes, I think that the difficulty here is that there is a level of uncertainty that we're carrying every single day, right? And so often we are only as, say, safe as the most conscientious person in our lives, right? And so if you're someone who's like, I always have my hand sanitizer everywhere I go, I don't touch anything, right? I wear my mask, I social distance, but you're living with someone who is not as diligent, right? That is a risk. And so it is the level of risk, the level of uncertainty, the powerlessness, and how undefined, right, the time period is. Right? We have no guarantee, right? Back in March, no one thought that into August and maybe September, we'd be here, right? And so what starts to set in is a level of fatigue that is not just physical, right? And so it is the fatigue of being almost hypervigilant, right? It takes a cognitive toll, it takes a physical and emotional toll. And so what is helpful in managing kind of the mental health, like the psychological impact of the pandemic, is really to be critical of the assumptions that we have, even about what we should be producing, right? What we should be doing, right? There are moments when, I think for the sake of normalcy, we want to say, you know what, I have my to-do list. And here I'm talking about myself, right? I have my to-do list. I have these tasks that need to be done. I want to check it off because that makes me feel accomplished in a day. And by the end of the day, I'm like, I haven't done not one thing, right? And it is in that realization that I have to say, just say, what are you living with, right? You're living in an unprecedented time, the risk of infection, caring for teenagers and a small child, working, right? And so I think sometimes we have to remind ourselves, because of the expectation that we are always strong, we're always on, we're always going to do something, right? We have to remind ourselves and even make a list, right? What are you carrying, right? What are all of the things that are in your life that you're responsible for? Instead of berating and criticizing yourself for not being able to check off every item on a to-do list. And so I think when we're able to really be realistic about what is in our capacity to do, and I would say to normalize, right, that we are going to experience anxiety. This is just, 1 in 4 Americans experience anxiety in sort of pre-COVID time, right? So that number has only gone up, right? Anxiety, depression are the 2 most common. But even for those who were struggling with a mental health issue prior, right, to the pandemic, it has only been exacerbated for many, right, during this time, this last 3 or 4 months. And so I think that we have to, one, as I said, maybe perhaps even list and state all of the responsibilities that we're trying to manage, sort of reprioritize what's important, right? And so I really love, I don't know, for those who are listening, if you don't follow the Nat Ministry, you need to. She's on Twitter and Instagram, but talks about just the value of rest, right? That we're in this for the long haul, right? We don't know when this sort of time is going to end, that we are kind of active in this risk of infection. So marathon, not a sprint, right? Recognizing that if we have symptoms of anxiety or we're feeling hopelessness, helplessness, to take a deep breath, right? And say, this is normal, right? This is what many people are going through in this time, and it just makes me human, right? And then being able to ask for the support that you deserve.
That's great. One of the things I want to acknowledge and that I mentioned in my opening remarks was so important to me about this summit is to highlight mental health resources for individuals who may be seeking or don't know where to look. So there have been several resources that I've used in my experience, but I also see that Dr. McFadden from Howard University's Interpersonal Violence Protection Program is here in the chat and showing some love. So if there are any Howard students who need resources about counseling or therapy who are watching, we want to make sure that we advocate and push that the counseling center is still helping students, as well as we have IVPP program for our student body. And then for those who may be watching and just want to know that it's okay to not be okay. Yes. And it's okay to be maneuvering through this very difficult terrain with caution. Yes. That's absolutely okay. And there are tons of resources. So if you are a mental health care provider or a mental health specialist, if you can drop some resources that you traditionally share, since that is not my area of academic expertise, I would ask that you all do that so that our sisters and our brothers who are in the chat and trying to figure out how to care for themselves and care for their mental health have those resources handy. And if you have any resources at all that you would like to share, we definitely open the floor for you to do so now.
Yeah, one of the resources that I do want to share is the crisis text line. And you can go to crisistextline.org, but you can also text HOME, HOME, to 741-741. It is 24/7 support via text, right? Sometimes people don't have the words, they don't want to talk to someone, or maybe they don't have the privacy to even be on the phone with a crisis counselor, but texting is an option. So again, crisistextline.org, or text HOME to 741-741. It is confidential. It's in the United States and Canada, and it's 24/7.
Excellent. Perfect. Let's see if we have any other questions. I think everybody is just so pleased and excited and grateful for the presentation. Would you like to share your contact information just again so people know how to get in contact with you?
Sure. My email is really simple. It's Kameelah, Kameelah, at muslimwellness.com. So MUSLIM wellness.com. And, I am willing to send out the slides for anyone who wants them. I'll give them to you if you want to post them to the website. But I really want our allies to think about what they're willing to sacrifice. And I want our women, like Black women, you deserve so much more. And I want you to say no. And I want you to sort of demand and put in place those boundaries that we actually need in order to survive this pandemic and beyond. And so please get in touch with me if you would like to learn more about the work that I do through Muslim Wellness Foundation and the Black Muslim Psychology Conference. And I'll also make sure that everyone has access to the slides.
Excellent. And I know there was one question about the name of the report. I know it's in the slides.
Yes, it's called Girlhood Interrupted, the Erasure of Black Girlhood.
Yeah. Excellent. All righty. Any questions from you, Rachel?
I think your presentation was very thorough.
Oh, well, thank you.
And I'm just very impressed by this entire summit. I feel empowered. I feel emotional. Feel more aware. So thank you all so much.
Oh, it was an honor to be with you all. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
If I should die tomorrow at the hands of the policeman, ooh, and the papers say we're gonna call it a suicide, would you even question why? Why? Would you shake your head say right. Do your best to forget about me. Please don't forget about me. Oh, sing my name. 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 My name. Don't forget my name. Oh, say my name. Sing my name. Don't forget my name. My name. Sing my name. My struggle be vain. Even the sun goes down, heroes eventually die, shot with their hands in the sky. Your favorite revolutionaries give up and comply. The internet will justify your reason to die. You watched a woman get drug out and beat and filmed in the highway, and all y'all could say was black women too mouthy. Searching my timeline, I'm seeing people find time to criticize, villainize, calling it a suicide. But what I'm saying to blame is your child. I know the struggle it get hard, but we ain't backing out. Nothing is impossible. The word alone says I'm possible. I'm the racehorse that I'm riding for audacity. To believe you can succeed when everybody in their mama say no. Forget y'all, I'm different. Descendant of the fitness. Reincarnate. So I can handle business. My name. Say my name. Say that name. Say my name. Say my name. Say that name. My name. Say my name. Say my name. Say my name.
Hello. Thank you for watching the video again and helping us honor the women whose voices and whose lives are so critically important. And as we get ready to transition to our next summit, again, for those who are just joining us, let us know who you are and where you're from. We're so grateful to have you. The support and the outpouring of love that we've had for this summit has been so critically important. So let us know that you're here.
And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back. And we and we back. And we back.
All righty. So I know we have some people who are Detroit natives in the house, the sunshine city of the world, Detroit, Michigan. I think we have some DMV locals here. Let's see, who else? What college is represented from Howard University? What colleges are represented? Let me see. College of Arts and Sciences, School of Business. We have some friends tuned in from Houston, Texas. Okay, we have the Bay Area of California represented. So good to have you. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, who else do we have? We have Stone Mountain, Georgia represented. Awesome. Class of 2006, currently living in Harlem, New York. So we have tons of friends from New York. Good to see you. School of Divinity is represented. Our graduate assistants and our assistant dean are here. We have another representative from the DMV, graduate of the School of Divinity. one of our panelists, Nicole Marie Melton from the School of Divinity. Good to see you. School of Divinity is showing out. Miss Kiana Cole, Sunshine Lady from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Glad to have you. Los Angeles, California. California is showing out. Our 2 students for our next session are natives of California, so we're so glad to see that they are being supported. Howard County, Maryland, class of 1999. We're so glad to have you. School of Human Ecology. Yes, back in the day. So glad to have you. The School of Business is represented. Little Rock, Arkansas again. A class of 1999 alum of the School of Communications, which is now the Kathy Hughes School of Communications. So we want to give voice to that powerful Black woman. Let's see who else we have here. We have the School of Architecture as well. Architecture and Engineering class of 91, San Francisco Bay Area. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Well, we're so glad to have so many representatives of Howard University. We're so glad to have so many powerful Black women and so many of our allies who are here to join in the conversation, to advocate for what is right, and to demand a more just world. On behalf of the Office of the Dean of the Chapel and my team, we're so grateful that we were able to brainstorm and collaborate on this summit. We're also grateful for our campus partners, the Ladies of Howard University, which is a scholarship fund to support scholarships specifically for those who identify as women at Howard University. If you want more information on that, please check out their Facebook page. Again, that's the Ladies of Howard University. We're also grateful to be partnering with the Women of the Mecca, the Howard University Student Association, the Precious Pearls Organization, and so many other student orgs that are ran by and led by powerful student leaders. So we're just grateful that we're able to be in this space with one another. While we're not together in person, we are here in heart and in virtual space. So thank you for your love and thank you for your support. And I just want to shout out some of the others that we have. The College of Arts and Sciences, of course, is showing out, the flagship of Howard University. Dr. Williams is here from Los Angeles from Everything Under the Sun podcast. We also have Maddie Marshall from Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you for joining us. And we have the Howard University School of Social Work, class of 2021 represented. So glad to have you. I hope that you were able to hear some of the previous conversation about the importance of mental health care and sharing some of the resources that are so critically important for Black women and allies, of course. So continue to stay tuned in with us and share any information that you may have that will be important for those who are watching and listening. Again, if you have any questions about the summit or recommendations for what I'm sure will be a part 2, please feel free to email us at hublkwomanssummit@gmail.com, or you can check us out at chapel.howard.edu, our website, for any additional resources and information about upcoming events coordinated by the Office of the Dean of the Chapel. On August 21st, we will be celebrating in virtual service Howard University's Day of Service, which has been in inception since 2013, and it is a student-led service initiative. This year, we are reframing the way that HU Day of Service looks. So we will be engaging in virtual service, primarily focused on topics such as voter registration, tutoring for students who unfortunately haven't been able to have that type of communication and interaction with their teachers or their normal mentors, as well as coordinating for other service initiatives that impact women and people of color. So please stay tuned. Again, you can visit chapel.howard.edu www.howard.edu for more information about all of the service initiatives that are on the horizon for our office. And please do check us out this Sunday for our first return to virtual chapel service. If you want more information, of course, you can follow the hashtag Sundays are for chapel.
And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back.
Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? My name is Danae Carmelino, and I am a senior political science major, Spanish and community development double minor from the California Bay Area. I am Black, I am woman, and I am a Howard University student, and I am here today on behalf of Howard University's Day of Service program, which, as was mentioned earlier, is a service learning initiative that will take place virtually this year on August 21st, 2020. I'm so very grateful to be sharing this space with you all today. We will continue to be bringing awareness to the too often erased names and stories of Black women. I would now like to introduce our presenter, Dr. Bahia Muhammad. She is an activist, researcher, author, and dynamic educator in Howard University's Department of Sociology and Criminology in the College of Arts and Sciences. Her focus is on prison reform, innovation in the delivery of education to people in carceral spaces, expansion of aid to Black families of incarcerated individuals, and breaking the cycle of incarceration in youth. Dr. Muhammad is the first professor in the United States to have students sleep in a prison as a part of their coursework. Today, she will be speaking on mass incarceration and police brutality with special regard to Black women. If you're ready for this session, please let us know in the comments below, show us some love. And now, without further ado, our title session, hashtag Say Our Names with Dr. Bahia Muhammad.
Important with thank yous, and I want to thank our fearless leader of the Howard University, Dr. Wayne A.I. Frederick, as well as the dean, the award-winning dean, Bernard Richardson of the chapel, who has shepherded in amazing programming, and definitely Assistant Dean Andreya Davis and Dr. Nisa Muhammad. Thank you so much for allowing for this space for the first ever virtual Black Women's Summit. Very important. And I really hope that that name resonates and that it sits with us all. Oftentimes we follow behind individuals, and Howard University through the chapel is able to not only have faith, justice, service, and leadership, but also to allow for the Black girl magic to shine across and through the campus. Thank you so much for that. Today's topic is very important, and as I thought about my words of engagement and what I wanted to talk about to this captive audience of individuals across the nation, I felt propelled to step back and look specifically at hashtag Say Our Names. Where did this come from? How did we end up here? And what is the significance and importance of names? This morning, we had an opportunity to hear from Mrs. Gaines, who talked about the death of her daughter at the hands of law enforcement. One of the amazing contributions in that dialogue for me was to hear the truth resonate and to shine through. When we talk about saying names, it's not just about a first name, a middle initial, and a last name. It is not just about a hashtag. It is not just about a moment. It is definitely about a movement. And when we say movement, that means progression. That means taking those baby steps from birth to the next generation. So when we argue and when we say with every ounce of spirit that we have in us, that Black Lives Matter, that Black women's voices across the spectrum must be heard, that we are not asking, we are demanding. We are not only taking the initiative upon ourselves, but we are using this as an educational and an inspirational platform in order to allow individuals to know that names are important. I want to introduce to you a video before I engage in my remarks for this important day. This video is an award-winning video, and it is entitled Say Her Name by Zoe Spencer, Dr. Zoe Spencer, who is a Howard University graduate from the Department of Sociology and at that time, Anthropology. Please listen closely.
Sandra Bland, say her name.
Get out of the car!
Found in their jail cell hang. Funny, most don't find it strange that this long history of human degradation still remains unchanged after 246 years of generational bondage wherein Black women were not free to live, free to move, free to be princesses who grow up to be queens like Ayanna Jones, shot in her sleep. She was just a baby. Say her name. Or wives who love their husbands, or mothers who nurture and protect their children, or sisters who build beautiful bonds that last forever, or daughters who know their mothers and fathers' faces because they weren't stripped away from still bleeding wounds, or strong brown hands that wipe tears away from the salt-stained faces of mothers who had to endure the painful frustration of helplessly watching their children sold off to these faraway plantations because to be Black in America could mean nothing greater than a destiny of enslavement or even death.
He sustained one shot in the lower right chin, and the other 6 hit him in the chest and body.
It's a brutal history that refuses to be laid to rest like Rakia Boyd, say her name. See, the remnants of racism remain unchanged, yet whoever stops to feel what it must have really felt for young children to grow up never knowing their birthright, or biological kinships where love and familial bonds are so tight and interwoven, whoever stops to think about how we've been conditioned to objectify our struggle as if it is frozen in this fictitious epic in time that minimizes the sublime, beautiful Black bodies that were stolen from a continent that was once golden, and she was golden. Diamond encrusted, born from the womb of Mother Africa, Alexia Christian, say her name. Funny how we're the only ones being trained to forget, as if the consequences of our history and struggle will cease to exist when we fix our lips to dismiss the atrocity that it was and still is, as we run to social media to ease our social consciousness by simply hashtagging Natasha McKenna. No, say her name. How can we not face the blame if it is in our failure to recognize and rise up that the legacies of the ancestors who struggled for us die in vain? Funny, most don't find it strange that the history of disregard for Black queens remains unchanged after 346 years of fighting for inclusion under the precepts of this nation's constitution. Our freedom and equality are still an illusion, got us standing on the front line screaming Black Lives Matter, because Black life in America is still not recognized as being fully human, but she was fully human, and her life, cause, and death matter. Tanisha Anderson, say her name. After all, if the Black man was only considered 3/5 a human, what must the Black woman be? How loud do we have to scream to the world to set us free? Free to love, free to live, free to be more than just pieces of armor or strong backbones propping up Black men, or pieces of strange fruit hanging from the limbs of this nation's poplar tree. Funny, most don't find it strange that after 397 years of struggle, we are still being silenced as we try in vain to scream. Yet, with every queen falling, we are still left calling on God to give us the strength, guide us, and protect us. when nobody else will, because we are still left hashtagging a history of lynchings with Marie Scott and Mary Turner endings in 2016. Still, we hashtag Joyce Cornell as the only way, hashtag Belkina Jones to remember, hashtag never forget, hashtag Eliza Bryant, hashtag Kendra Chapman to hashtag free Jasmine Richards. No, hashtag say her name. The purpose behind the piece Say Her Name is to first and foremost pay homage to the sisters and the queens who have lost their lives to what I consider and what I've classified as neo-lynching in America. Say Her Name, specifically the numbers of African American women who have been taken into custody by law enforcement and then come out under what most would consider suspicious circumstances, wherein their deaths are generally ruled suicides. Black women were not free to live, free to move, free to be. So I wanted to make sure that, one, we contextualize their names and not just make their names about a hashtag. So when I speak about no hashtags, a lot of times when we're engaged in movement, we take the names of the victims, we take the names of the fallen, and we put a hashtag in front of them, and then it kind of minimizes or negates their death, their lives, and their struggle. And so I really wanted to do the piece to pay homage to the sisters who have lost their lives contemporarily, and also the ancestors who lost their lives and never had a voice.
That piece, I'm sure, resonates with us all. Today is a very important day. It's an exciting day because we are here. We are engaging in a dialogue. You all are viewing and feeling the presence and the strength of Black women across the African diaspora. When individuals say their name, I think it's more important than just this dialogue of man versus woman. Individuals often minimize this conversation and this dialogue, specifically saying that, oh, well, men versus women. We're talking about a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you think about interfaith perspectives, specifically as it relates to Islam, children have a birthright to their names. It is your duty as a mother and a father to name those children. A name is not a label. A name is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It sends hidden and subliminal messages to the individual that has that birthright, to the community, and to the extended family. So when we say our names, it is about respect, dignity, and justice. Oftentimes, individuals don't think about these different interfaith perspectives and what they think about names. If you think about the African traditions, there are naming ceremonies. There are messages that are interwoven into the bodies of the children from the birthright of the mother that bears that child for all of those months prior to delivery, praying over that child in terms of what you desire for them to be, what God has shown you that they are in your womb. It is way more powerful than what we may even consider on the surface. When you think about it from a Hebrew perspective and culture, you have the naming ceremony. Individuals have to have an understanding of your Hebrew name. Islamically, when an individual says your name wrong, we are to correct you. On the day of judgment, as the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam will say, you will be called among the best of your name. And therefore, a name is a spirit. A name brings with it a faith tradition. A name brings with it godly, divinely intervention, power, and sustainability that allows us the longevity into life. The reason why I wanted to show that video is because I want to say the name of my sister, colleague, Dr. Zoe Spencer, who has done amazing work inside of the criminal justice system across the nation. Not only bringing students into carceral spaces, but also going in and teaching herself. To engage in a dialogue around mass incarceration and police brutality, I think it is important to understand the worth of the Black woman. When we think about women in general, we have an understanding of being able to give birth. But I want to expand your definition today. Think more generally as it relates specifically to the Black woman, the creator, the creative, the artist, the innovator, the sustainer, the one that has mastered Black girl magic. It is not just children that Black women are giving birth to. It is our duty to impart education upon our communities, starting within our own families. So when you talk about police brutality, you have to gain an understanding of who the police are. Do your research as it relates to slave patrols if you're not fully aware of that. The movement that we see now with Black Lives Matter is resilient in that they are speaking specifically to knowing your knowledge. Not just book knowledge, historical knowledge, oral knowledge, social history. Which means that we have to start talking to one another. We need to know the stories of our great-great-grands and of those that come before us. The police are an entry into the criminal injustice system. I'll repeat that. The police are the entry into the system. Into a system that has created the school to prison pipeline. Into a system that utilizes individuals for free labor, similar to enslavement. So when we talk about this instance happening on Equal Pay Day, the entry into the system is not just violence and systematic racism, but it is about economic power and sustainability. The message that is being sent is that I will take your life as a means of shepherding you into this system that will destroy your families, destroy your community, and most importantly, destroy your name and your lineage. Start with saying the names in your own family. I want to uplift my late mother, Khadija Muhammad. May she rest in peace. Everything that I do is from her still parenting me from the grave. Alhamdulillah. Every time I step foot into a carceral space, I am going in to serve as a reminder that if my mother can parent from the grave, you can definitely parent from parental incarceration or from any carceral space. I want to remind individuals that life is short, that this is only for a point in time, that the hereafter is where I desire to be. So it is my duty to not only uplift my mother, but also the strong sisters in my family. My amazing mother gave birth to 9 children, 6 girls and 3 boys. I would like to uplift my youngest sisters who are triplets, Mecca Muhammad, Minna Muhammad, Medina Muhammad. Those names are of significance because those are the names that individuals visit during the pilgrimage to Mecca. My mother and father knew what they were doing when they gave those names. And those names are not only a message to the family and to them, but to the world as well. In the midst of COVID-19, when individuals are not able to make that pilgrimage, I can still make that pilgrimage through my younger sisters. Thank you, Mama. I see you. I love you. And I know that you are extremely proud of what you helped to create. When we know the names and the significance between those individuals that are in our families, we give significance to a system that has been meant to destroy us. I don't think that it's only important that we know the names in death, but we should also know the names in life. We have to balance this negative, nasty equation of death that individuals have put upon us. The push out of our Black young girls from the schools into the juvenile detention facilities. These are future mothers that are not only capable and able of giving birth in the future, but also giving birth to ideas, to innovation, to creativity, to immense ability, to platforms, to knowledge, to the ability to be able to fight socially and constructively. We are not the ones that are the giver of life, and we are not the ones that are the takers of life. We must begin to hold hands and hold on. When I took the group of students to live inside of a prison, that was based on a model around my research on children of incarcerated parents. When my mother passed away, all I could think about was when we were in college together at Rutgers University. We were both undergrads in the same program, taking classes together, engaging in dialogue, working with professors that we could go, back home and kind of talk about. It was an amazing opportunity. And when I went to study abroad in South Africa and I returned, I was faced with the death of my mother. And the thing that resonated the most with me was not only her Black girl magic, but her ability to have a framework to teach me from a distance. She didn't create a crutch. She didn't create an opportunity for me to lean on anything. She gave me a name, she gave me access, and she gave me everything that I needed in order to survive today. I remember sleeping in a twin-size bed in my dorm with my mom, and I remember the warmth of her body. I wanted to replicate that for incarcerated women and their children. I wanted to serve as a reminder to these Black women that their hearts are not dead. Through substance abuse, through victimization, through the lack of visitation, through everything that they are going through, we are still here. We still see you. We respect you, and we will build a covenant around your children. It was my duty through my college teaching to be able to go in and change lives. You should have saw the faces of those women when we shepherd in through the blessings of God with their children, dressed to the T, beautiful with braids and, shiny parts from the grease that was put in their scalp the night before. Their skin was black and shiny from the olive oil and the coconut oil that was rubbed with love on their skin. This culture is not to be misappropriated. This culture is not for theft. This culture is not something that you could pay for. This is a culture that individuals have to remember and be reminded to step back and allow the Black woman to rise up. When we walked into that facility, my heart exploded in my heart, inside of my stomach and also in my soul. I wanted women in carceral spaces to be reminded that their children love them. In the interviews that I've conducted with children across the nation as it relates to success and resilience among children of incarcerated parents, 98% of those children love their mothers and want to have a lifelong relationship with them. Through incarceration, we know that women don't receive visits. And again, this is not a us versus them. This is not a divide and conquer between the Black men that receive all of these visits and the women that do not. It is a comparison as a means for constructive analysis. We have a lot to learn from how individuals deal with the deaths and the lives of our brothers through incarceration or not. Don't allow individuals to get into your ears and therefore into your brain and into your hearts to get you to thinking that this is an argument against us. This is about community building, period. #facts. When we are saying, say their names, say the names of those mothers that held those brothers down during incarceration. Say the names of those mothers in that facility in West Virginia that did not go to sleep that night when their babies were there. They stayed up the entire night looking at their babies, praying alongside their babies, playing with toys that they never get the opportunity to do. During incarceration, you do not get to parent. And it was my duty to make sure that through my classroom at the Howard University, individuals through the Dr. Muhammad experience would have the opportunity to love on their mamas, to see their Black mothers in all their strength. Who wants to be remembered by the worst mistake that they've ever made? We all make mistakes. We are all created in divine intervention to be able to make those mistakes. It is the comeback and the get up that is most important. And today I am excited because at the university in which I have been tenured and promoted, and at the university that I work day in and day out to change the landscape of education and to change the face of those individuals, specifically students that are ashamed of their family members that are incarcerated. I am here to tell you that Black Girl Magic doesn't stop when you are shackled behind these institutions of corrections. Emancipation can find its way anywhere. When I shepherd into these institutions of corrections with 15 Howard University students from across the campus, I am excited because I know that there are no windows inside of those carceral spaces, and the spirits of each and every one of those students that embody Black resilience will remain in that institution. Please be reminded to say the names of those instructors, Black female instructors that have paved the way for higher education in carceral spaces across the nation, and most specifically in the nation's capital. I remember when I went into the facility, I went in as an intern. Nobody answered my proposal to go in and teach a class where I'm bringing students that are from the university and students that are on the inside, engaging in one space, building power. Just by walking in that facility is emancipation. If you want to make a difference around mass incarceration, visit incarcerated women through your churches, through your synagogues, through the masjids, through all of them, through your universities. Remind our sisters of their wealth, of their resilience, of their melanin that can't be equated to anything in this world. The work that I do means so much more than research. It means so much more than a name. But for today, the message that I want to get across is that individuals understand that it is disrespectful to disregard those that have come in and done the heavy lifting and cleaning. Not only as it relates to enslaved individuals in America, but also the college professors and the individual women that are practitioners that are going in and out of prison facilities and don't get recognized. Institutions come in behind our backs and they get all of the glory. They have the money to back it. And on this particular day where it is clear that we are working and are not compensated, that must stop and it must equate. Please be reminded that your names all matter. Be reminded that you must start within your family. Say your mother by her full name. Call your professors by their names. Dr. Muhammad. My last name has a great significance. In fact, it has the power to get rid of the shaitans that come behind me. Many individuals feel empowered and privileged to call me Bahia. Not everybody has the respect or the relationship with me to be able to do that. So when people say put some respect on my name, it's not about power. It's not about me standing over you. It's about me taking my birthright, which means it ain't about you. It's not about this image and this persona of us against the world. It really is about being recognized by your godly, divinely right. And that is just through your name. Pay close attention to the ways that individuals enter a system, there is only one way in, and that is through law enforcement. Teach your children the importance of knowing their worth, knowing their name, and not being ashamed to correct individuals when they say it wrong. Because when somebody messes up your name, they got you twisted, but they also jacked up your lineage. Thank you to all of the strong sisters at Howard University that helped uplift me through this process of gaining tenure and promotion. I would like to also uplift all of the sisters in the Jamie Institute and Sisterhood, Dr. Erin Corbett, Dr. Bria Willingham. Thank you for the work that you do in carceral spaces that makes it known that Black women in and outside of carceral spaces have paved the pathway for citizens to enter in facilities. And it is important that individuals be reminded to say our names through life and beyond death. Thank you all so much for your time. And I hope that you all are able to engage in the rest of the panelists' presentations. They are going to be phenomenal. And today is a day that will not be forgotten. Peace and blessings.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad. Such a powerful video that you shared with us and a powerful conversation. Definitely brought me back to my Howard undergrad days of just the experience of being led and being taught by Black women who understand our lineage, who understand the danger and the complete threat of erasing Black women's names from conversations, and also understand a dynamic that you pointed out that's critically important, that to be pro-Black woman is not to be anti-Black man. And so that is critically important for today. And it certainly is the foundation of many of the conversations we have had and will continue to have today. So thank you so much once again. I hope that everybody who is watching has your questions ready. I know that Dr. Muhammad definitely engaged us in a powerful way. While we allow you time to prepare your questions and get your thoughts together, please help us welcome Howard alumna, Sharmina M. Nelson. She serves as the African American Policy Forum's Chief of Staff and Director of Programs and Community Engagement. She is also an Afro-Cuban macro social worker, a native New Yorker. Sharmina holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, minor in African American Studies from the Howard University, a Juris Doctor from the University of the District of Columbia, and a Master of Social Work from New York University. Sharmina, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you. It's wonderful to be home, not home in my living room, home with Howard and home with family and friends. And I'm excited about this summit and the opportunity to participate in the summit. Things are, as Andrea knows, very hectic at AAPF right now, but I just couldn't miss the opportunity to engage with, such powerful women for such a powerful conversation. So I'm excited to be here.
Excellent. So before we start the question and answer, what we're calling the talk back, you have a visual element that you wanted us to see and to share so that we could have some thoughts around it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And before we press play, can you just give us some framing of what the video is and why it's so important for today's conversation?
Absolutely. So the video is our Say Her Name video. Say Her Name. Would you like me to talk a little bit about the Say Her Name campaign first, and then we can get into the video? So Say Her Name was founded by AAPF in 2014 to elevate the names and stories of Black women, girls, and femmes who have been victims of police violence. It was inspired by the actions of Fran Garrett, who we affectionately call Mother Fran. We see her as the mother of the Say Her Name campaign and movement. Mother Fran was the mother of Michelle Cusseau, who was a Black woman who was shot and killed in her home during a mental health call. The police showed up as first responders for the call, 7 police officers for one woman, and it resulted in the death of Michelle Cusseau. And Mother Fran decided, she wasn't hearing any conversations about her baby, and she decided that someone was going to talk about this and someone was going to give her some answers. And she marched her daughter's casket down to Phoenix, Arizona City Hall to protest the lack of investigation of the police shootings. And when AAPF co-founder and executive director Kimberly Crenshaw, my supervisor and mentor, found out about this story, she decided that AAPF had to get involved. And there was a protest going on in response to the killings of Mike Brown and Eric Garner, and thousands of people had gathered to protest anti-Black police brutality. And while there, the group AAPF and the women they had gathered noticed that no names of women were being said. They had a banner under them with pictures of women and names, but they weren't hearing those names. So they started to chant, "Say her name." And they started to say the names. And every time they said the name, they would say her name. And some responded and they began to say the names with them. Others refrained. And from there, the Say Her Name campaign was born. A lot of people, know of the hashtag. We've seen it around, but they don't know the origin story of it. And I think it's really important for us to know that story, to know about AAPF, so that you know where to go to get more information, because we need this to be more than a hashtag. We need you to know these stories. We need you to learn about these women. So the video here is it's about a 2-minute video about the Say Her Name campaign.
There is growing outrage tonight after an unarmed African-American teenager was shot and killed by police.
Say her name. Say her name. Gabriella Navarez. Say her name. Shelley Fry.
Police violence against Black women is very real. Why is it that their lost lives don't generate the same amount of media attention and communal outcry as the lost lives of their fallen brothers? These women's names have slipped through our consciousness because there are no frames for us to see them, no frames for us to remember them, no frames for us to hold them. We have to be willing to bear witness to the often painful realities that we would just rather not confront, the everyday violence and humiliation that many Black women have had to face.
We have a voice, and we need to come together as sisters and unite, and we fight. Fight!
So welcome back. Shamina Nelson, we've heard so much about the AAPF from Ms. Dormeus. She spoke very highly about it. And so my first question, and please, viewers, please put your questions in the chat. My first question to you is to talk a little bit about what you all do for the mothers of victims. We heard it from a mother's side, so we could hear a little bit about from your side what you think that the services that you provide to these mothers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so our Mothers Network, and hi Rhanda, or Miss Rhonda, but no one likes when I say Miss, but I'm used to a handle. As Dr. Muhammad says, I put respect on everyone's name. So our Mothers Network, so the Say Her Name campaign is multidimensional. It has an advocacy component, but it also has our Mothers Network. And the purpose of the Mothers Network, we call it a sisterhood of sorrow, right? It's an unfortunate community, but there is something to community and having that shared experience. So we have this network of women, of mothers and sisters of the victims, and what we do is hold space for them. We have events, we have meetings, and we also speak with them to inform our advocacy and inform how we are informing others' advocacy. We have webinars with the mothers that connect them with possible partners. As recent as last week, we had a meeting with Mother Fran and the WNBA for her to tell her story, because we think it's also important for people to hear these stories directly from the family so that they can talk about more than the day their family member died, right? We're more than that. We want to hear about the life of these women. And I think often they become a hashtag, and it dehumanizes them. And we want to hear who they were, what did they like to do, where did they like to go, did they enjoy shopping, did they enjoy hanging with family and friends and things of that nature. And I think to be able to hear directly from the mothers about their loved ones, definitely it assists our advocacy and it assists the work that we do. And in addition to that, we're looking to expand the program. We're actually in talks now for just some more things we could do, having a social services coordinator and things of that nature. We're a pretty small organization and we are growing. So as we have more engagement and we seem to have the eyes and ears of more people than ever before, we're looking to see how that can assist our mothers.
You mentioned the WNBA. What is their involvement with the campaign?
Yeah, we have talks of partnership. Right now, it's been educational. We've been providing them with educational resources, and they've met with the mothers. They've taken some pictures in our T-shirts, but every week they've been honoring a woman. Last week they honored Michelle Clouseau, who tomorrow is actually her Angel Day, which would be the 6th anniversary of her killing and her death. And next week, they're looking to honor AAPF as a whole so that we can encompass all of the women and all of the mothers.
Another quick question we have is, how can people support AAPF monetarily or otherwise?
Oh, well, you can always donate to AAPF, aapf.org /donate. You can also support us with time. You can volunteer your services. As I mentioned, we are looking for more social services coordinators, so that would be helpful to us. I think you can also support us by keeping this conversation going and spreading the word and speaking to your friends and your family and correcting them or amplifying and elevating the names of women, because there is either an intentional active erasure of women from these stories, or it's a complicity in the erasure of women from these stories. And either way, we can't have that. So we need people to push these names forward. We're speaking about Breonna Taylor now, but that was 2 months after, her death, right? And it was also in response after we saw the brutal killing of George Floyd on video. And prior to that, we only really heard the name of Sandra Bland. But AAPF has a database of over 200 women that were killed by the police, which means we have a lot more conversations to go and we have a lot more work to do.
And so what are your hashtags? People want to know how they can spread the word of AAPF. What are your hashtags? People can follow you and how they can spread your words.
Oh, yes. You can follow us on Twitter, AA Policy Forum. You can follow us on Instagram. We have Facebook. We have LinkedIn. We have it all available. In the hashtag, you can use the Say Her Name hashtag, but I ask that when using the hashtag, make it more than a hashtag. So point people in the direction of AAPF so they can find out policies, demands that we have. They can find out the stories of these women. That would be my request.
Wonderful. Dr. Muhammad, you mentioned the Dr. Muhammad experience, and when a lot of the students that are watching saw you, and we had a lot of comments about your classes, can you tell us a little bit about what the Dr. Muhammad experience is?
Absolutely. The Dr. Muhammad experience is a creative and innovative out-of-body experience. So I work very hard to teach classes from a couture perspective, which almost is kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. For example, taking students to live in a prison for 7 days as part of my cross curriculum, but also forcing the students to have a collision with the reading experience through literature and the lived experience. So students that lived in that facility for 7 days had to read about all of the dehumanization of the population, about social bonds theory, strain theory, and then had to come face to face with the lived experience to identify what they're going to do with it. So the Dr. Muhammad experience really forces students to live the teaching experience in real time. So going into prisons as a means of learning about them and not just reading about them, engaging with the incarcerated individuals' families instead of just listening to YouTube videos or clicking on TikTok videos about them. The biggest piece of the Dr. Muhammad experience is the applied component. Students are required to engage in assignments that require them to apply the information specifically to their own family. So our incarcerated students are required to engage with their families when we talk about social bond theory. And the students at Howard University are required to really start crafting out their narratives around incarceration. And so trying to move away from this space of shame and fear and moving into a space of owning our stories and seeing it from a place of resilience and success.
That's a very good point. The issue of moving from shame and fear. One of the questions is, how do we ignore the values of patriarchy and value ourselves as mothers, daughters, sisters? And I think that's a question for both of you. You want to start, Dr. Muhammad?
I think we just do it, right? We just do it. There's no time to be asking about how. You do it by acknowledging yourself, looking in the mirror, saying your name to yourself. How many times have any of us ever gotten up and looked in the mirror and thanked God for just the creation of us and said our own name and made our heart smile? That is an exercise that we must all be reminded to do. When we see each other, acknowledge each other. You know, don't subtly disrespect by not turning your eyes towards another Black sister and saying, good morning, sis, by not acknowledging individuals for the ways that they dress or things that you like, by not engaging in chit chatter and commentary, but also, most importantly, teaching our brothers how to love us correctly, right? Not this us against them, but a part of patriarchy that allows it to survive is this white supremacist methodology that supersedes all of our relations with each other. We need to get back into the indigenous engagement with each other, where our melanin is connected and our light is connected just because of our shared experience with the sun and melanin in our skin.
Good point. Ms. Nelson.
Absolutely. And, you know, just to add to that, you know, we teach people how to treat us, right? And as Black women, we have been seemingly tasked with the responsibility of taking care of everyone else. And we fight for everyone else's causes. And we need to fight for ourselves. And we don't need to ask for permission. We demand respect and we demand to be treated properly.
So what does that mean? You say we teach people how to treat us. What does that mean when you say that?
I think it goes to what Dr. Muhammad was saying. You know, you have to love yourself. You have to get up in the morning, and I don't do that, Dr. Muhammad, so I'm going to work on that. You know, I drag out of bed and then I start figuring out what to do for other people. And we have to, and when people see that, when they see that you put other people before yourself, then they join in at that. So you're teaching, you are modeling behavior. So you model how you want to be treated. And when someone steps outside of that, you let them know that they are outside of the boundaries of how you wish to be treated and how you wish to engage with people. And I think Black women, we should do more than that and not shy away. And I think sometimes we do shy away because of these myths of angry Black women or not wanting to seem too aggressive. But I think we should demand to be treated with the same love and care and respect that we give to other people every single day.
Very good point. This might be our last question. Where did the notion for the mothers to humanize their daughters start? Do you see this as another injustice that we now have to humanize their lives to begin with, given that they're already human? Why do we now have to, humanize them? What has been taken from them that people don't see them as human? That's for both of you.
I would say that in the dehumanization of the culture in which we live in this world and in this society, I think the presentation earlier talked about how young girls from a very young age are seen as not in need of support, not in need of ... And the list kind of goes on. And I think part of being able to understand them more from a contextual experience is our battle against the media and misinformation. Oftentimes, individuals are highlighting the negative components of where we are, and we've adopted that somewhat as a culture as it relates to the negative things, and that is called post-traumatic slave syndrome, where now we are adopting these negative methodologies and using negative rhetoric to discipline our children. I think one of the things that we do to battle that is to start with the name. And when you start with the name, then contextualize the name. And it's not about romanticizing it. It's just about the reality that we're 360 degrees dimensional. And oftentimes the media wants to paint us as one-sided because that's all they could remember about us. We have accomplished so much that oftentimes individuals erase us just for the ease of being able to talk about us in a way that makes people feel that they knew us.
Good point. Thank you. Ms. Nelson?
Yeah, and I would say even if it's not an active erasure, I would say even for myself personally, we do get attached to how someone died. A personal story, my mother passed 4 years ago. For 2 years, I could barely think, I couldn't move, I felt I was losing my purpose. All I could think about is how she died, why she died. And it wasn't until I started to think about why she lived and who she was that I was able to move into my purpose, right? And now I'm here at AAPF and getting back into the work that I love to do. So when I said it, I was actually speaking to people becoming a hashtag or becoming that day that they died. And that we should really work to know who these women are and why they lived. And I think that strengthens our fight against why they died.
Very good point. Okay, we have 2 minutes left. Any concluding comments you want to make? Thank you all so much for being with us. 1 minute comment from each.
I would just like to say thank you to the Howard University Chapel, Andrew Rankin Chapel. This work is so phenomenal and amazing. And sisters, let's get it done. This is a public service announcement. Like, we are ready. We are more educated than any individuals. We are more connected to our communities, our families. We are dealing with our health and our issues and receiving the help that we need. We are usaying when we need to. We are stepping back. And now in this realm of anti-racism kind of colloquium, we need to make sure that we are holding hands with each other and including the youngest among us. We cannot leave out the next generation. So I'm looking forward to working with whomever is working in the area of mass incarceration, Black women in higher education and prison, police brutality, and the gamut goes on around criminology and criminal justice. But thank you for this platform.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson?
I agree. Let's get it done. I want to say that everyone has a place in the revolution. I speak with a lot of friends. I speak with interns and even elders. And sometimes people feel out of place. I can't go out and protest. And I think there's a job for all of us. Some of us can protest. Some of us can work at APF. Some of us can work on policies. Some of us, can share the news with family and friends. Some can do the additional research needed, get the stories out there. I think we all have a role in this, so we can all definitely get it done. I'd love for us to keep this dialogue going, keep the conversation going, and please connect with APF, connect with me. I would love, if you're not sure how to join the revolution, please let us know so we can find a place for you, because there is a place for you here. And I just want to thank Howard for welcoming me back home. I'm sorry I've never got the Dr. Muhammad experience, but I'm thankful for that little bit of it I got today.
It's not too late. It is. Thank you both so very much for being a part of this, and thank you again so very much. And for our viewers, we are now going to take our lunch break. You can take a break, do whatever you like, go get some food, enjoy yourselves, and we will be back at 12:55 to resume the summit. Thank you again.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back. And we and we back. And we back. back. And we back, and we back, and we back, and we back, and we and we back, and we back, and we back, and we back. back. And we back, and we back, and we back, and we back, and we and we back, and we back, and we and we back, and we back,
Good afternoon. I hope everybody enjoyed our lunch break. I hope you had a time to get your blood flowing, moving up and down a little bit. We're so grateful for all of you who have stayed steady on the stream. Our numbers are so exciting, and that just emphasizes how important these conversations and this summit is. We are so thankful for your support. On behalf of the Office of the Dean of the Chapel and my team, I would like to remind everyone that the Andrew Rankin Memorial Chapel will be back in our virtual space this Sunday. At the nucleus of all that we do, it's integral that we remain committed to the social justice and faith-based needs of the Howard University community. So thank you for continuing to support us and for supporting the first ever Howard University's Black Women Summit, #SayOurNames. Without further ado, I will pass the virtual mic over to our student, Rahmana Muhammad.
If I should die tomorrow at the hands of the policeman, ooh, and the papers say we're gonna call it a suicide, would you even question why? Would you shake your head, say this ain't right, do your best to forget about me, please don't forget about me. Oh, sing my name, sing my name, sing my name, sing my name, my name, my name, don't forget my name. Even the sun goes down, heroes eventually die, shot with their hands in the sky. Your favorite revolutionaries give up and comply. The internet will justify your reason to die. You watch the woman get drug out.
Nail Campbell will be our mom.
All y'all can say was black women too mouthy. Searching my timeline, I'm seeing people find time to criticize, villainize, calling it a suicide, but what I'm saying to blame is your child. I know the struggle is
Okay, can I?
but we ain't backing out. Nothing is impossible. The word alone is impossible. I'm the racehorse.
Okay.
To believe you can succeed when everybody and their mama say no. Forget y'all. I'm different, descendant of the fittest, been reincarnated so I can handle business. My name, say my name, say my name, say their name. Say my name, say my name, say my name, say their name. My name, say my name, say my name, say their name. Say my name, say my name.
Assalamu alaikum. Let me jump right back in. Anayo Campbell will be our moderator. She is a freelance journalist from Maryland. She graduated from Howard University School of Communications in 2018. She works for a variety of companies such as the NPR Youth Desk, the Griot, WHBT Digital, and the Washington Wizards. She considers herself a storyteller and enjoys meeting and interviewing people of all ages.
Hi. I figured I need to figure out how to write my name phonetically. It's Nayo. But thank you for the introduction.
Can you repeat it again?
Nayo.
Nayo. Okay.
It's totally fine.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Okay. Our next presenter will be Kiki Ayers. Kiki Ayers is the CEO of Ayers Publicity and a multimedia entertainment journalist. Through her experiences in journalism, she has built a foundation of media contacts stemming from the Howard University School of Communications, journalism, and minored in English. She spent all her time in school interning for major outlets such as MTV, BET, NBC, and CBS Radio. Okay, we see you. Erin Winters is a brand strategist, video producer, and YouTuber. She helps entrepreneurs and content creators grow their online presence through authenticity, and video storytelling. She helps them to get clear on their brand purpose and their audience's needs, and to monetize their passion by generating strong leads with their social media. 2 years ago, she started her own business, Erin On Demand.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Are y'all ready for this session? Show some love in the comment section. Boys, I can't wait to bring to you this next session, Sister, representing Black women in media. Please welcome our moderator, Nayo.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. This is exciting. I'm so excited to see you all, Kiki and Erin. I feel like
hi.
2 years since you launched Erin On Demand. Like, life is moving fast.
I know.
Kiki, when did Ayers Publicity start?
3 years ago, a little over 3 years. Yeah.
Life is moving quick. I just feel like, I mean, I guess I've been out of school now for 2 years. So I guess that makes sense. But it's just crazy. But I'm so excited to have you guys here today so that we can have this sister chat.
Yes.
And Erin has been a guest on my show, Meet the People. And so one thing that I do before any interview, Kiki, is that we play a game.
Okay.
So we're going to play a game, and now I have two of you all here. So we're going to play Guess That Song, okay? And I'm going to read off the lyrics. I don't know if we did this.
I'm so bad at this.
I don't know. Did we do this one with you?
Yes,
okay.
And I failed.
All right, well, we're going to see who wins. No, hopefully you guys will work together. And the only clue that I will give today is that these are two powerhouse women. I think you all are going to get this, okay? It's going to be two songs. You guys are going to guess what song it is and who the artist is. I think you're going to get it, though.
Okay.
Okay. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside your eyes. So shine bright tonight, you and I.
So shine bright. Wait, who sings that?
Rihanna, right?
Yeah.
Teamwork.
I'm like, that was so easy. I like blanked out with.
Yeah. Teamwork. Okay, got that one. Okay. Now this one's gonna be super easy. Tell me something. Where your boss at? Because my ladies up in here, they like to talk back.
It's Beyonce.
Yes.
That was a good one.
Yeah. That was funny because when you said two powerhouse women, I was like, she's going to do Beyonce and Rihanna.
Yeah. I was thinking it was two women who actually sing together. So I'm like, is it Golden Valley or like, who is it?
I was like, I had to do something because I didn't want to embarrass you all. on the stream, and then it's like awkward silence. So I wanted to make sure I did some songs that people knew. But yeah, so we're warmed up.
Yes, and nice to meet you, Kiki. I don't think we've crossed. Yeah.
So exciting. I'm so excited to just have these two powerhouse women join me for this conversation, because you all actually have your journeys are different, but they're also very similar in many ways.
Sure.
So I want to talk about each of your journeys. So first, Kiki, talk to me about how you started Ayers Publicity, because you were in the entertainment route, you were an entertainment reporter, you worked for a bunch of different companies. Talk to me about that journey to starting this publicity firm.
A long journey, girl. It was a long journey. Honestly, when I started, I was just like, this probably won't be a business in like 2 months. I don't know how this is gonna work. It's cute. I'm gonna try. But it really started just as honestly like a need. Because I was doing entertainment reporting and I was living in LA, which is super expensive. But I had came from a job where I was making like $100,000 a year, and that was working for Diddy. So when I left and just did all entertainment reporting, like it was fun, it was great, it looked great, but I wasn't getting paid anything. Like I was getting paid like $25, $50 a carpet. Yeah. I got $150 a carpet. Like that was like, woo, a blessing. But that's like nothing because the carpets, I was trying to do like 3 to 4 a week because everything has an event out there, but not all of them were paid. So, I wasn't bringing in anything a month. So it would just put me in a situation where I ended up being homeless, like for real homeless, not like sleeping on someone, like my family member. Like I had no family out here, like legit every day. I spent every day trying to figure out like where I was going to sleep that night. Like it was a lot. So I started off with like 3 big suitcases. And like towards the end of that, I probably had like one little like grocery bag because you have to keep bringing your stuff. And it's like every day it's like, okay, I would go from a friend's couch to hostels where I'm sharing rooms with like 16 to 18 people and it's co-ed and just all types of stuff. And then one night I ended up sleeping in a hotel lobby bathroom. And then I just had my little beat up laptop, same one I had from college. And I was like, they had the Wi-Fi worked in there. And I was like, how did I go from this situation? I was living in this nice loft and everything to like here. So I was like, what can I do to make the money that I'm supposed to make and, kind of still be in entertainment, but also get the credit I deserve. Because that was the thing. Like I worked for all these major companies, and I was working my ass off like crazy. Like in I don't mind doing that, but it was just like, what am I working towards, And at the same time, I wasn't getting the credit I deserve. So I'm doing all the work. I'm literally getting emails from the CEOs like, oh my God, you're working so hard. Thank you. One of my jobs even put me across the street in a hotel because I was literally getting no sleep. I had not one day off for a month straight because we were trying to launch. And so they had to put me in a hotel across the street because I literally just, have time to go change and come back. And I wasn't getting any like the credit, like, then my bosses, they'd be the ones, that get to reap the benefits of doing everything and go to all the things. And I'm getting this little salary and it was and people love salaries, but it's like, okay, I'm literally getting one salary, the same price to work like 18 to 20 hour days. Like it's literally not even healthy.
You gotta be careful about the salaries.
Yeah. People are like, I want the salary. I'm like, I'll take the freelance. Because at some point it stops being beneficial. But I was just like, what can I do? So then I literally made a budget. I'm like, how much do I need to make a month to live the way I want to live in LA? And, what can I do? And that's when I came up with the idea of Ayers Publicity. Because through entertainment reporting, I knew like, a lot of celebs, but I also, was on the carpet with all the reporters and all the writers. And then I also freelance as a writer for like The Source and Double XL and things like that. So I'm like, all my friends are in media. So it's not like I have to start from the beginning and try to, make these fake relationships with media outlets. Like, I'm like, they're like my legit friends. I'll be like, sweat it out on a carpet together, like intern together, everything. And then people always end up going other places. So I just reached out to a couple of my friends that were big, like actors and things like that. And even in business. And I was like, I want to launch this company, but while I'm waiting for my LLC, can I practice? I don't know what I'm doing at all. I had no PR experience. And they were like, yeah, it's free PR. So I just would go to I had nowhere to stay. So I would go to the local library, use their Wi-Fi and pitch all day. And the first day I did it, like I got like a yes back from Essence, from Ebony, and like the local news station here in LA, KTLA. And I was like, oh, this is easy. Like, and then the next day I went and did it and I got nothing back. And I'm like, no, they probably just didn't see yet. And the next 3 days I went back, I get nothing back. I'm like, okay, so let me just revamp and figure it out. And that's literally how it's been. It's literally trial and error. And it's like, I know how to write pitches. I know what what each outlet is expecting. So I know how to pitch to them because I know their brand, because I work for their brand. So that part wasn't hard. The connects weren't hard, but it's just about making sense. So then that's what I kept doing. And I even got the money from the LLC. It was like Rush Card. It was so random. Someone that I worked with at Revolt referred me for it, but they needed like a journalist influencer to write a story on like summer activities and then also post on their page. So they ended up giving me like $1,200 or something for that. I was like, oh my God. So I used that. I was like, I need that. Like I literally there was days I had like literally like change. I'm pulling out change, trying to go to the dollar store and find something to eat. So, but I used half of that to get my LLC. So while I was waiting on my LLC, I was just doing that. And then I started getting really good at it. I started getting really big publications. And I didn't know how much to charge at first. So I was charging really low. And then when I started meeting other publicists, they're like, girl, what are you doing? Like, that's not how much you're supposed to charge. So then I raised my prices to what they were supposed to be. Again, everything was trial and error. And then it just ended up working out. So still doing it now to this day. It pays well, but honestly, the reason I love it is because I noticed Black people aren't getting the recognition they deserve in these prominent publications. They just kind of just stick them to urban. I'm like, I'm just like a fan of business and reading about business and business publications, et cetera. And I'm like, I'm seeing all these stories, but like, they're not amazing. It's not, and that's not to discredit anyone, but it's different when you come from money and it's like, yeah, you're going to be on Forbes list. What about this person who has this amazing story, literally came from nothing and built their way up to these 8-figure, 9-figure companies? Like, why aren't we talking about that? So I just made it my mission to get them in these publications and tell those stories. So to date, I think all of my clients have been Black, but they all have different stories that are amazing. And that's the part I love about it, helping them get their stories told. They have these crazy, amazing stories and it's so inspirational. So that's the part of PR that kind of makes my company different. I love getting Black and brown faces in Forbes and Business Insider and HuffPost. You don't see them there. So that's the part that I enjoy about it. So that's kind of what it turned into.
Yeah, definitely. Getting them in places where we're not often seen, but we deserve to be there. So that's awesome. All right. So Erin, yes, give your journey and talk to me about how On Demand came about.
And what an inspirational story. Oh my God. So amazing. So the way I got started was I started as a broadcast journalism major at Howard. And I was like the one of the students that everyone thought was gonna go off to New York or LA and be on television, doing the thing and reporting live from who knows where. And I didn't. So my senior year of college, I literally lost my love for news. And it was a very scary pivot that I had to kind of make in my career at a very young age because I was groomed so thoroughly to be a reporter at Howard. And so my senior year, I decided I didn't want to do that. I had a 4-year internship with a news station here in Detroit. And I was just miserable my senior year because I just didn't like it. And it wasn't even that I didn't like storytelling. It was just I didn't like not having control over the stories that I wanted to tell. I didn't like I just didn't like the environment of news. And so I ended up taking this job. I applied for it. It was a competition and it was called the Young and Free Michigan Spokester. It didn't require my degree. It was a super fun job with this credit union here in Michigan and paid peanuts. But it was it introduced me to digital marketing and what it means to actually create a brand and use your story to kind of attract people online. And so this credit union basically hired me so that I could help them bring more young people to the credit union. And so after a year of doing that, I actually applied for another contest with National Geographic. And it was basically the exact same job, except it was for Nat Geo. And so I applied. I was competing against over 600 applicants. And these were top journalists in the world, top videographers. And I was just Well, I guess I'll try. So I submitted my my entry and I made the top 3. And then I actually ended up getting that job. So I moved to DC to be their first digital correspondent. And it was a very interesting experience, but it was fun. It gave me a lot of insight on what it means to work for a big corporation in media. And I also realized that that's not anything that I had interest in doing either. And so I was kind of like back at square one. I'm like, okay, I've had these great experiences. I know I have a gift of being on camera. I know I have a gift of attracting people in a digital space. And so like, how can I use that to my advantage? So I was applying for jobs all over the place, like DC, Atlanta, LA, New York, and I was just not landing anything. And I was like, what's wrong with me? Like, I was like, why am I not getting anything? And really, it just wasn't God's purpose for my life. And I ended up moving back home with my parents and I started airing on demand. So basically, I was like, okay, when I was working at these companies, I was always gravitating to other entrepreneurs' stories. And I just I love hearing your story. Like that just like fuels me. And so I was like, okay, a lot of entrepreneurs aren't sharing their stories like on their platforms. They're not sharing them on their websites. And I was like, and I know how to tell. I was under my little Canon camera, my little tripod, and I was like trying to help businesses around Detroit like tell their stories for their Instagram, for their website, and I called them so-mercials, like social media commercials. So I ended up starting a YouTube channel about 6 months later because I started missing not being on camera. And I was like, okay, like I don't want people thinking I'm like a videographer, like I'm really just a storyteller. And so I started documenting my entrepreneurship journey on YouTube. I literally popped up one day and was like, Erin, you're going to do this. Like for 1 year, you're going to be consistent with something. You're going to see what this consistency like births essentially, and we're just going to go for it. So I started the channel and like the channel just took off. And I was like very shocked because once that happened, like my business just started like changing and growing, and like I wasn't really doing the video production anymore. Then I kind of shifted into branding and helping other people use YouTube and social media as a catapult to, you know, their business and all of these things. So I started a membership club that basically helps entrepreneurs, and I predominantly in my club serve young Black women who are, you know, have a business or have social media that they're looking to monetize and gain autonomy of their lives and of their time. And so it has just been so cool. We do lots of branding and business building lessons, and it's basically like an in-depth version of my YouTube channel. And so it has just been so crazy. I'm soon to launch digital products, a physical product, and it's just been so interesting to see how much power is in your story. And when you just embrace that and you share that, and you're kind of fearless in that, I guess, and how much can come out of it. So that's me.
Yeah, and it's so crazy because again, like for you both, I still remember Erin's Facebook post when she was saying she's going to launch Erin on Demand, and I still remember Kiki when you were saying that you were going to launch AIRS Plus Publicity. And so like now to like just see the growth of it all is just amazing. But for those watching, again, like you both, you know, Erin, you didn't talk about this part of your journey, but you know, you were making 6 figures as well at one point.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, with that deal, and then I was making like $250 a month a couple times.
Exactly.
With my business, and it can be very, very hard on your psyche, like very hard. And I was thankful to have my family to fall back on. Like I was able to move back home, and I didn't have to go through those experiences physically, but mentally it does have a huge effect on you. So.
Yeah. And so just speaking of that and speaking to that, how did you guys go about kind of just believing 1,000% in your bag, leaving what you already had, right? Leaving what you were making and just going off into the stream and going forth into the stream? How did you all start believing in that?
Do you want to start or you want me to start?
Oh, go ahead, girl.
Okay. I would say I didn't believe it all the way at first. And that's really where my village and my support system stepped in, because my mom, my sister, my dad, like my best friend, like they were the ones who were like, no, Erin, you need to do this. Like you have something special that you can offer the world, and you need to try and really just, you know, bet on yourself basically. And so that's really where I kind of got fueled to start. And I think I always tell like my internet family, like it was like little yellow brick, like I think of the wig and like little yellow bricks. Like I might not see one for a couple miles, but then one pops up and it's like, okay, I'm on the right track. Like there were little signs that I was just very in tune with, where I'm like, okay, Erin, you're doing the right thing. Yeah. And so I think that kind of evidence. And then I would think of like, okay, Erin, if these other people and companies see something in you, like how can you not see that? Like how can you not see that you have something to offer? And so those things really were what kind of pushed me. And I mean, I was making a little something. I do think that if I had have gotten a job, which I was very, very close to getting a job and gonna move back to DC, I would not have started a company. So it really does, like when there's no other option, like I literally didn't have a job, so I had nothing to lose. That is kind of, those are the things that kind of pushed me forward.
All right, what about you, Kiki?
Mine's very similar. Like I said, I thought, you know, this might not even be a company after 2 months, but I didn't have any other option. Like I'm like, I had already worked at like every TV station at the time, and it was like, you know, I just thought it was the job, you know, because when people ask me at Howard, like, do you want to be an entrepreneur? I was like, hell no, like I would never want to be an entrepreneur. That's so much work, because the way people make it seem, they make it seem like you have to launch with a company with 20 people and 20 max and payroll, and like it just seems like a lot. So I'm like, no. I was like, I never want to be an entrepreneur. I would just want to, you know, work like 2 fun jobs. Like they're like, okay. But when you don't have an option, like you really, like I really legit didn't have an option. I'm over here in the hotel bathroom lobby, like on the ground, trying to steal their Wi-Fi so I can figure out my life. Like, so I'm like, okay, this has to work. So I'm like, you know, just take it step by step and trial and error. It's not, I have to launch with, you know, millions of dollars and employ all these people. It's not like that. It's just as you find more needs for things and you bring in more people as your business is doing well. But I honestly didn't even know how it was going to go. I'm like, you know, but those results is like what keeps you going. It's kind of like if you work out, not that I work out, but if you work out, you see those results, you want to keep going.
You want to keep going, exactly.
Yeah, when you see the results, it's like, okay, maybe I'm
let me watch that going.
I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe it's gonna mess around and be something. So like, that's what kept me going. But it's very similar. You don't know, and you literally have nothing else but to try that. Like what more can you do? It's even like when people say, oh, you know, I wanna move and pursue my dreams, but I'm scared. And it's like the worst thing you can do is go back. You know what I'm saying? Me, I had nowhere to go back to, because even when I left to go to Howard, I was leaving out of a hotel because I was homeless like a lot of times as a child too. So I left out of a hotel to go to Howard. So you want people, I don't know if you had the same experience, Erin, but when I first got to Howard, people were like, oh, you know, I don't really like it here. I'm just gonna go back home. I'm like, I spent my last dime
nowhere else to go
here.
Yeah.
Like I'm stuck here.
Yeah.
But that's the worst thing you can do. You know, if you are living somewhere and you want to pursue something, the worst thing you could do is go back. If you are, you know, you have this long resume in finance, but you want to do something in film, you still have that resume you can go back to. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you just have to try. I mean, there's nothing. What are you going to lose from it? You can't really lose anything from it. So that's what motivated me. But I honestly did not think I was going to turn out to be what it is today at all.
Definitely. I mean, again, both motivating stories, similar backgrounds, but also very different. But then again, like when you think of like Black women, there's a lot of struggles. There's a lot of trial and error to what we got to do, right? To make it, to get to where we need to get to. What would you say? What part of your journey do you think has played an important role into finding your voice as a Black woman working in media?
That's a good question. I don't know. You start.
I think it's just experiences, and then as you deal more and more, you kind of find this middle ground, right? Because even when it's the same thing, whether you work in corporate or whether you own your own business, you still get the same things. And depending on what company you work for, you're going to get it in different ways, right? So when I worked for non-prominent Black companies or Black-owned companies, I felt like I got the racism, right? But then when I worked for the Black companies, I felt like I got sexism. And it's crazy to say, but it feels the same. It's completely different, but it feels the same. Because you have someone talking to you like you're a child, and you have someone talking to you like you're stupid. But it's the same, right? So at a certain level, because you have to find a middle ground where you can speak up. Because if you speak up too much, you're considered a B. And if you don't speak up, you're passive. So as time goes on and you deal with it more and more, and it's like, okay, I deal with this experience, before in the past, how am I going to deal with it this time? Because I've seen this before, and unfortunately, I keep seeing it. So even now, as an entrepreneur, the people that try to play me on my prices and stuff the most, unfortunately, are Black men. I'm like, oh, these are my rates. Oh, well, I'm just going to give you this. And no, you're not. My client roster is always full. So you're going to either pay my rate or I'm going to just give it to someone else, because I'm not doing these games. And then they'll try to hit you with oh, I just want to see what you can do. But you just started off telling me everything about myself and how much you want to work with me. You know what I can do. That's why you came to me. You know what I'm saying? So it's just different. You have to find, unfortunately, you have to find a middle ground. And at a certain point, you find that assertive middle ground where it's like, I'm not going to come off too hard. And then a lot of my clients respect me because they know, even the ones that tried it before, I had mad respect for you after that, because you're not going to play me at the same time. So whether you work in corporate or whether you have your own business, unfortunately, as a Black woman, you still have to find that middle ground. Even if it's a predominantly Black company, you still have to find the middle ground, because when they do something wrong, it's gonna, blame gets passed. And that's why it's important to keep every email, to highlight, to bold. I said this right here on this day. What you mean?
I got the receipts. I got my receipts.
Yeah. But it's unfortunate because Black women are always gonna get it, no matter what the company is or whether it's your business. But you just have to find that middle ground. And unfortunately, you don't really find it until you keep experiencing things. And then at a certain, certain point, you're a natural at it. I know how to deal with this.
Yeah. And I think that's entrepreneurship in general too. You really learn how to navigate certain situations as you experience them. For me, I had an issue with this place I had an experience with, and I was supposed to have a particular role that was an on-camera role, and they kind of pigeonholed me into this a low-key assistant type of role. And I was just it was a very tough thing for me to navigate. And I knew that if I wasn't young, if I wasn't a woman, if I wasn't Black, that wouldn't have happened. And also if I had more, I guess, control over who I am and really was standing firmly in my capabilities, then that also probably wouldn't have happened. So I think that the confidence component is equally as important. And, for me, throughout my time and throughout even those experiences where I felt so belittled, there have been times even since I've had my business, people don't know I'm the business owner, and they literally have walked past me looking for who they're meeting with, and I'm like, hi,
I'm Erin. I'm Erin on Demand.
It's but the more, Kiki said, the more you experience certain things, you have just a better way of navigating and handling them. And now, I feel even now I'm not as strong as I will be in a year or in 5 years or in 10 years. But I really do try to take every experience as a lesson learned, and just, I don't know, just leaning on my support, when it's hard, tough times, tough conversations that I have to navigate, just leaning on those people as well to kind of help me armor up so I can get through it. So
definitely. Again, I think that's so key. It's just crazy because I've had these conversations with people as Black women, we're a double minority, right? So we literally everything that we have to do, if it's not being a woman, it's the fact that we're Black. So when we enter a room, it's like we literally have to, you know, figure out, navigate how we're going to go about our voice without being considered the angry Black woman. And it's so crazy because both you were saying like you were thinking about the yellow brick road and how you have to ease on down the road. And then I was like, the next part was you can't win with the scarecrow. And I'm like, literally, like that's, I'm about to go watch this because I'm over here trying to figure out like all the things because we can't win. So
I know.
It's just so crazy.
I think too, like the other side too is like being so secure in what you do, like knowing your stuff, and then like they don't have a choice but to like pay you, but to, you know, really respect you and to engage in your business. Like that's really like when I go to sit down and meet with someone, like that's the only option that I want them to feel like they have, because my delivery is just that strong. And so that even takes time for me to develop that part of myself as an entrepreneur of like, okay, Erin, do you have systems in place? Do you have like organization within your business? Like, do you have all of your stuff tight, you know, enough to be charging this or doing that or operating in this way or having these expectations of people who are trying to, you know, do business with you? So that's another thing that I do think like a lot of Black business owners need to invest back into our businesses and making sure that those systems are in place for us so that, you know, when things do arise, we have a lot of our processes and stuff streamlined.
Definitely. I know we're supposed to go into a Q&A shortly. I can't believe 30 minutes is already like, it's just so crazy. Like,
I know.
Life is moving so fast. But before we go into that, I do just, you know, because you all work with, you know, mostly Black clients, what are these conversations that you're having with them? I think you kind of tapped into it a little bit, but what are these conversations that you have with them when it comes to preparing and building their brand? You can go into that briefly.
I would say I just like to give a lot of value. Like I like to give a lot of information, and it's not always through the lens of like, I'm a young Black business owner, but a lot of times it's just like, I'm a YouTuber, or sometimes it is through that lens, but I just try to be very open about my experiences and how they've impacted the trajectory of my business. And I think that if more Black women, and that's what I attract the most, because in the YouTube space, there is not a lot of young Black women who talk about branding and business building and things like that. And so, you know, I want them to see me do it so that they feel empowered to do it. And I think that's the biggest takeaway that a lot of people have from my content is like, you know, you really don't hold anything back. And I share my tough experiences that I've had in corporate or that I've had throughout my entrepreneurship journey, because it's important for my audience to know that like, just because that happened, that doesn't mean you stop. Like it's only going to keep happening and keep getting worse the bigger that you get. So I think that for me, it's just always adding value to my community, whether it's informational content, business content, branding content, or just sharing my experiences. So that always tends to spark conversation around, you know, their growth and in their business too.
Okay, Kiki.
Just briefly, my thing is honesty. Like, I don't know, it's the Caribbean in me. I'm always gonna be brutally honest, but I think it's important because at the same time, I'm not gonna tell someone, yeah, you're ready for PR and take their money, because PR is not cheap. You know, a lot of people say, et cetera. And I don't believe in taking anybody's money and not getting them results. Like even though it can't be guaranteed, like I pretty much know what people accept and what they won't. So I'm just brutally honest. Or like, you know, if your social media looks crazy, or if I go to your social media and I can't tell what you do at all. I mean, it really depends on the client too. Or if you are a company and you don't even have a website, why do you think Forbes and Business Insider want to talk to you? You don't even have a website. Like these are big publications. So I'm just really honest. So if they have, you know, the success rate that they have with their business and they have an amazing story and I can still pitch you, I'll be like, okay, you just need to do this, this, and this. You need to get some photos and I'll help them. But if they're not ready at all, because everyone just thinks they need a publicist. Everyone just thinks, you know, I need a publicist right now. It's like you have to work your way up to that because, you know, what have you done for people to care? Right. That's the brutal truth. When I'm pitching you to someone that's taking their time to write about you and interview you, why do they care? Because you're not paying them to do it. I'm not paying them to do it. So why is it worth their time? Why do people, and some people just think people want to sit around and just write about them all day. I even have clients that it's like, they are where they need to be for PR, but they'll miss interviews or they'll be late. I'm like, no, I don't play. I don't play. Cause like,
you look bad.
Right.
These people are, a lot of times having those connections, it works there, and my friends doing me a favor, like, that's so disrespectful. And me coming from the journalism background, when someone did that to me, I'm not gonna, that's the benefit for me, because it's like, I know as a journalist, like, that's so disrespectful to them in their time. Like, why do you even deserve to have it rescheduled? So I'm just brutally honest. I'm like, listen, but they do get their results. So they're like, Kiki, like, I'm a rocker, but they already know that I don't play. Like, you got to be honest. I'm not going to lie to anybody, just like I wouldn't want anybody to lie to me. So that's why I approach everything with honesty.
Yeah, it's a cutthroat industry. So, I mean, you need that.
Right, it is.
I'm going to be working with you and trying to build your brand. I don't need somebody lying to me. No,
right.
if it's one thing, like, with Howard, our experience with Howard, okay?
Yeah.
Trenches. So no, that ain't gonna be it. So I'm gonna bring on. Yep. All right, she's here. Perfect. Wait, can't hear you.
Can't hear you. There's no audio. Can she hear us? No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now
I can. Yep. Thank you to the panel for such a wonderful conversation. It was very engaging, very beautiful, very, just we feel the vibes, we feel the energy. Now it's time for the talk back. Let's start with a question for Nayo Campbell. One of the questions we have for you: How did Howard University prepare you for your career?
Okay. So I'm getting questioned now. I'm so bad. I'm so bad at interviews. Okay. How did Howard prepare me for my career? If anything, I tell people this all the time. And I heard this analogy, I think my freshman year, someone said that when you go to Howard, you're taught how to be a master chef with plastic forks and knives, right? Mm-hmm. So with everything that I do, right, I can create some of the greatest content in the world. And Howard is a great school, but we talk about it. We don't have all the resources just yet. We're getting there, but we don't have all the resources just yet. But we're still able to do so many great things with the little resources that we have, so that when I go out to these interviews, they're like, "You did this, this, and this." I was like, "Yeah, I was doing that since freshman year." Mm-hmm. Right. Another thing about Howard is that you are often told no, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did I ever take a no serious? No, I found out. And Kiki will tell you, even while I was at Howard, I remember I would DM her like, "Yeah, coming out to LA, can you?" And she's like, "Girl, I admire your hustle. You got to keep doing what you got to do." And that's one thing that Howard taught me, like early on, was that you're going to tell me no, but best believe I'm going to find a way to get there. Right. So I think that's one thing about my career, is that I've had a lot of no's. I'm still in a place of no. But I don't let that hold me back. I find different routes. I refuse to let any circumstance define who I am and what I'm going to be in my career. So that's what I would say about Howard.
Yes, let's go, girl.
Right?
Okay, the next question is for Kiki. What challenges did you face when you were starting your business?
The biggest challenge I was facing was getting people to accept my rates, especially when they come from, almost all my clients have come from some horror PR story, and they're like, "Yeah, I just gave this lady $5,000 and she didn't do anything," and da-da-da-da. And then they'll be like, "Yeah, so I just want to do a trial with you and see what you can do, and then if it works out, I'll pay you." Okay, that's sad, but that has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, that's real.
That was the biggest challenge. Unfortunately, a lot of people have terrible PR experiences. And again, I just started, and then I didn't know about any of this. So I'm just like, wow, people really take people's money and just run off with it. I don't need street collections coming after me. I'll never do that. I don't know what it is, but it's just getting people to, really trust you and stuff. So that's why I kind of started my own PR, Instagram account and stuff, because people don't even really look at your website sometimes. Like they'll just like, so that's why I started my own account. So I literally, everything I post on there is my work. So you can see the results. I'm not going to just be like, I can do this, this, and this. Like I'm going to show you. A lot of people, you know, because they love social media, it's just easy for them to go to and just look at it there. And then I wanted to separate from my page. That way, you know, you're not like all over the place. And you see my baby and then you see like, and then you see a Forbes article and you see my baby again. And then like, so I just kind of put it there and just kind of like its own resume so people can see the results. So that was my biggest challenge, like getting people to, you know, trust me, agree to my prices. And then again, what we talked about before, just being a Black woman is just always going to be a challenge in anything you do. So.
Wow. Okay. Our last question is for Erin. What is your advice for young women who want to follow you?
Ooh.
Following your path, but like be inspired by you.
My advice is to use your uniqueness as your secret weapon, because like I think so many of us, especially with seeing people do what they do on social media, you feel like you have to put yourself into that box and do it the way that they do it. And I know that, you know, I have a pretty good sized following now, and I teach them and, you know, share all of my tricks with them. But I do run across people on YouTube where I'm like, that's literally the exact same thumbnail that I did, or that's literally the exact thing that I do, or like, you know, and you see that, and it's just like, man, you will have so much more success if you figured out who you are and like use that to your advantage instead of trying to like replicate something that you've already seen. So in that regard, I say it's nothing wrong with learning from people, but know who you are and like really try to figure out what makes yourself special and how you can use that to tell story and really connect with other people. The other thing I would say when it comes to especially trying to build a YouTube channel, I'd say that the more transparent you are, the better. I don't mind sharing anything. Like when it comes to like business and branding and things like that, like I can tell you the exact formula that I use to grow my YouTube channel. And I can't tell you if that's going to work exactly for you, but you know, I don't mind sharing those resources with people because that's what I'm here for, is to really share what I know so that we can all rise. And so I think that the biggest thing is just owning who you are and using that to your advantage, telling your story and being resourceful. So that's what I would say.
We can all rise. I love that.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Wow, so inspiring. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone for allowing me
on the screen.
Yeah, I think I see
a question. Which Howard moment helped you in your career?
Oh, I've had so many. Who wants to go first?
Howard moment. Oh, so many. I don't know. I can't think of one.
Right, because they don't play at Howard. Like,
I had like a radio broadcasting class with Dr. Miles or Mr. Miles. I don't know if any of y'all had him, but he was crazy. And I don't think he was at Howard anymore, but I did a video, like a audio documentary on Billie Holiday. And so Howard, oh my gosh. But and so I literally stayed we were supposed to leave out of the School of C's like audio studio thingy on the top floor. They had like little audio classrooms where you can like record in the sound booths and like do all of your audio stuff up there. We were supposed to be out of there. Like, I think the School of C shut down at like 6 o'clock. I literally stayed in there all night. I hid in one of the booths. I locked I turned the lights off. I scrunched down in one when the whoever was in the building came to like make sure everyone was out. And then I stayed in there all night, like editing this final, because I had like a C in his class and I was like, I need to get a B. And so that was my junior or senior year. And ever since then, like it kind of just taught me you know, just don't stop. Like, keep going, even when things feel like they're shutting down, even when you feel like you don't have many options, like just keep going and push through. And I think that perseverance has just, I think everyone who's gone to Howard can attest to like the persistence and the perseverance that it kind of grooms you to have. So that would be mine.
Yeah. I think of a time, I mean, there's literally so many. I'm trying to think of like which year, like what year can I talk about? But I remember, I think I was the general manager over Spotlight Network my senior year. Yeah, it was senior year. And I worked really hard with Spotlight to get us our recognition. And I applied for homecoming passes. And they only gave us like two passes for something, for one event. And I was like, oh, no. Like, I need more. I was like, no, you guys, and they like rejected me. I think, I don't know if it was from Yardfest or something, but I will never forget that I was emailing everyone on that staff, like, hey, like I have this person going. I'm trying to get this person to see this. I need my freshmen to be able to have this experience, and they do this. And I'm like, I'm confused why I didn't get this all access passes. And they were like, you know, they were telling me that, oh, we couldn't get it, buddy, blah, whatever. Again, a no. And so I just, you know, was finding my way around it. And then finally they're like, you have 2 minutes to get to the top of the hill. And it was like the top of like 6th Street or something like that. And you know, that hill is not an easy hill.
Bro, no joke.
No joke. I had to run from School of C all the way to 6th Street just to get those all access passes. But that is what my career has been. It's going up that 6th Street hill over and over again and not letting those no's, you know, like really just like Aaron said, we all have that persevering story, just being persistent, because no, you're not going to tell me no. I'm going to tell you no, that I'm going to get what I want. So I would say that experience is another one.
Oh, Andrea has a question. Aaron, you mentioned moving back to Michigan. Did you live with your parents? If so, how did that decision impact your fiscal/business decisions? Yes, I did move back with my parents. I'm still with my parents. I'm currently building a house with my to get married, move in, and be in our own space. But I do live with my parents now, and it has been the biggest blessing to my business, because had I had expenses like a mortgage or rent and like bills to pay, I even was still driving my car that I had in high school and college when I first started my business. And, you know, that really helped me to have some level of like comfortability in terms of like not feeling so much pressure from starting my business. And it really allowed me to be able to be more creative and experiment in my business. And it allowed me to have months where I literally didn't make any money and still kind of keep pushing through to actually like keep growing my business. And so moving in with my parents was definitely the biggest blessing, because if I couldn't, I don't think I would have continued with my business. I probably would have still been trying to find a job or, you know, do something else on the side, and I wouldn't have been able to dedicate all of my attention to Aaron on Demand. So I always recommend, when you graduate from college, if you have the access and ability to move back home, especially depending on your career choice. I mean, obviously there are a ton of factors, but I had like this feeling like when I first moved back home, I was like, dang, like my friends out here doing this, like they got their own spot, they doing this, buying new cars, all this stuff. Now I'm like debt free, building a house, have my company, like, and that 1-2 years of sacrifice was like what I needed in order to set the rest of my life up for success. And I'm not saying that you have to move back home in order to get that, but like, I am a testament that like moving back home is not the worst thing that can happen to you. And if that opportunity is there, really take advantage of it and save and experiment and do the things that you want to do, because you don't get that time back. So yeah.
You better preach, girl. I was like, yes. Congrats too. That's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Congrats to you too. I'm so excited for you. We have to stay connected.
For sure, yes. Sorry, y'all. Yeah.
That's what we do.
Right. I think that was all the questions.
That is all the questions. We have to close out now this session. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to be in this space with you guys in this inspiring conversation. All right.
All right, thank you guys. This has been so much fun. I'm glad we could be able to do this and to be able to have this conversation.
Yes. Thank you all. All the best to all of you. Seriously.
Thank you too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right. Bye.
And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back. And we and we back. And we back.
Good afternoon. I hope that everybody enjoyed that session. I was truly fangirling. Those ladies are amazing. It was a great opportunity to work with them behind the stage and to get to know them a little bit better, but obviously they are trailblazing in the areas that they're in. So please continue to support. Niall Campbell has a show, Meet the People Live, on her IG, so you can follow Niall Campbell. Aaron on Demand, you can follow on Instagram also at Aaron on Demand, and Aaron Winters, I'm sorry, at Aaron on Demand, and Kiki Ayers is Ayers Publicity. So let's be sure to support those beautiful Black women who are leading the way. And as they mentioned, really, really committed to being transparent and sharing their journey. I would also like to remind everybody again that the Andrew Rankin Memorial Chapel will be back with virtual service this Sunday. For more information, you can follow us on social media at Howard U Chapel. Again, that's the Andrew Rankin Memorial Chapel. We'll be live on YouTube this Sunday at 11 a.m. Follow us on social media at Howard U Chapel. And without any interruption, I would like to next introduce one of my babies, I like to say. She is a student leader and is participating in Howard University Day of Service, helping with our communications. Jalen, I will turn it over to you for our live painting. If you want information about the painting directly following, please let us know. You can email us at hublackwomensummit@gmail.com, or of course, follow us on social media at Black Women Summit. We'll also put the handles in the comment section. Jalen?
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Hi, y'all. My name is Jalen Terode. I'm a rising junior at Howard University. I'm studying psychology, minoring in painting, and I'm going to be doing a live painting for you guys today. I've been tuning in. The conversations have been incredible, and I'm so honored to be in this space, and I'm so glad that, you know, there's a space for us to hold space for each other. So without further ado, here I go.
Vamos.
Jalen, thank you so much for sharing with us this live painting. It's been so soothing and relaxing for all of us, and just a wonderful experience to watch your talent play out live. We will get prepared for the next session and allow you to finish the painting, and we will bring you back so that everybody can see the final result.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jalen. Continue to show Jalen some love in the comments section, and we'll get prepared for our next summit session. Thank you.
And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back. And we and we back. And we back.
And I'll turn it over to Ms. Clark.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've been enjoying this dynamic summit today. My name is Brianna Clark, and I'm a fourth-year PhD student in the Higher Education Leadership and Policy Studies program, as well as a learning specialist within Howard Athletics, hailing from Lakewood, New Jersey. My research focuses on intercollegiate athletics, more specifically HBCU athletics, as well as the lived experiences of both Black women student athletes and administrators. And I am a proud Howard woman. On behalf of the Howard University's Educational Leadership and Policy Studies program, which is an amazing program to prepare tomorrow's school administrators and leaders of higher education, I would like to welcome you to this afternoon session. I'm excited to share the stage with such trailblazing women. Today, we will strive to bring awareness to the issues faced by Black women in higher education. With that being said, I'd like to introduce today's presenters, starting with Dr. Melanie Carter, who is the Associate Provost for Undergraduate Studies and an Associate Professor in the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy Studies at Howard University. She has more than 25 years of experience as a faculty member, as well as an academic and student affairs administrator. Dr. Carter's research focuses on the history of higher education, institutions specifically as it relates to HBCUs, and the pre-desegregation of Black professional organization, as well as the intersection of race, culture, class, and gender in higher education, policy, and leadership. Welcome, Dr. Carter.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Mina Aldeen, who is Professor Emerita at DePaul University, where she established the Islamic World Studies Department. She's the first Black woman to create and chair an Islamic World Studies department at a major university. Dr. Aldeen is the author of 8 books, including African American Islam, History of Arab American, Exploring Diverse Roots, and numerous articles on Islam. Her areas of expertise include Islam in America, Muslim women, Islamic studies, and the history of geography, politics, religion, and philosophy of Islam. Welcome, Dr. Aldeen. Last, but certainly not least, we have Dr. Ruby Mendenhall, who is an associate professor in sociology, African American studies, urban and regional planning, and social work at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. She is also an associate professor and assistant dean for diversity and democratization of health innovation at Carle, Illinois College of Medicine. Dr. Mendenhall's research focuses on the issues of social inequality over the life course and the role of public policy and individuals' agency in facilitating social and economic mobility. Welcome, Dr. Mendenhall.
Thank you.
Now that we've introduced our panelists, are you ready for this session? Let us know by showing love in the comments section. I'm so excited to bring to you our titled session, Faithful in the Task at Hand, Black Women in Higher Education.
Thank you so much, Brianna. You did an excellent job as always, and one of our proud doctoral students in higher ed leadership and policy studies. Absolutely. It's such a thrill and honor to be here today. I've been looking forward to this session for some time and just waiting in anticipation for today's event. So I'm really, really pleased to be here. I think our task is really to begin to answer some of these questions about what it means to be a Black woman in higher education at this moment. And I mean, we could spend, hours and hours upon this topic. So I'm going to try to, be brief and try to point us in a direction that will allow us to have some dialogue. So Faithful to the Task at Hand is certainly a fitting title to this session. In my class, I teach a class titled Black Women in Higher Ed Leadership. And the book, Faithful to the Task at Hand, is the subtitle to a book about Lucy Dick Slow, who was a trailblazer in higher ed leadership. She served as the first dean of women at Howard University, and the book really chronicles her work, her struggles, her movements in higher education, and also at the institution in terms of really finding a way of making a space for her voice as a Black woman in higher education. So the title certainly is fitting. And certainly at this moment, in this context, when we think about Black women in higher education, I mean, there's so much going on. Certainly, we're in the midst of a pandemic. What's that mean for Black women in higher ed? We certainly, yesterday or the day before, we have a vice presidential candidate who is a Black woman. What does that mean? And so there's so much context and consideration around this topic. So I really just want to ask my fellow panelists a few questions that can sort of maybe shape some of our comments or introductory or opening comments about where we are as Black women in higher education. So the first one, I think I always want to give honor to our ancestors and our predecessors who really paved this road for us. And so the first question, I'll ask them all at once and give each of you time to sort of think them through and talk through. The first one is, what did we learn from our predecessors? What's that mean for us as Black women in higher ed right now? So what did we learn? The second thing is, what have we learned or are we learning from our experiences as Black women in higher education? What's that look like in terms of our lives, in terms of our ongoing, just challenge to do good work and to serve our communities and our families and certainly the world? And then thirdly, what are we learning? And in fact, should we learn from those scholars who are aspiring higher education leaders, Black women who aspire to hold roles or positions or do scholarship at our institutions, whether that be at PWIs or HBCUs or whatever setting they may be in. So I'll throw those questions out and sort of ask. I will start with Dr. Aldine. If you would like to begin sort of playing around with, I know there's a lot, but we only have 30 minutes, so I know we can all.
Little question.
Okay.
First of all, let me thank the conveners. This has been an amazing summit, and I get to meet women that I probably never would have met, and both of you, and I am just excited. I haven't been this excited in 30 years. This is just wonderful, looking at the accomplishments of the younger women, looking at the accomplishments of my peers. I think Black women in higher education has a long way to go. For me, it was an exceptionally bumpy road because I'm in a field that is more international than it is national. And I've spent a long time, almost 30 years, being invisible. And that's been special. I haven't had much of an opportunity to meet my peers, meaning African American women, doing all the wonderful things that they do. And I've tried to keep up on the side with what people are doing, which is why I'm so excited about being here today. Your question was so long. I was enjoying the question. I forget what you wanted to do.
Okay. Do you want me to phrase a part of it again, or?
Can you shrink
Absolutely, positively, because I know I was talking fast and there's a lot in there. So really, it's a three-part question. What have we learned from our predecessors? What have we learned from our own experiences? And then finally, what are we learning, or should we be learning from those Black women who aspire to be higher educational leaders?
Let me take the first one. I learned from my predecessors, the few that I had, not to speak of my age, but the few that I had, that it was an exceptionally difficult road. And you had to come out with guns blazing. There were some things you could not worry about, because if you lost your integrity in the fight, then you might as well give up. So that, I think, I kept close to heart. I went to school a little up the road from Howard. I was a Lincoln grad, and one of the things that we learned was the same kind of level of integrity, and what dog are you going to put in a fight, and which fight are you going to put that dog in, kind of mentality, and you kept it there. I think I'm going to skip the middle and go to the end. For the young women, one of the things that I learned is that you have to seek us out as mentors, not overburden us, but seek us out for whatever our skills or knowledge may be in your process along the way. Get us, for the young lady that introduced this panel. I'm just so tickled that she's a fourth-year PhD student. If you need us on your committees, you can always have that advisory PhD committee. Don't get confused by what people put in front of you. For those who are a little bit earlier in the road, use all of us. I mean, we're here to be used because we use the ones before us.
All right. Well put.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Dr. Mendenhall?
Yes, and again, I would say thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. So to the first question, right, what we learned from our predecessors, and I would think in terms of Black feminist thought, right, the idea of combining, and African American studies, right, that you combine your theory, your practice with work that advances the Black community. To me, that has been important and have driven a lot of what I do. And then also this idea, although in some ways it could be placing a burden on Black women, but this idea of making a way out of no way, and that imagining what you want to happen and then trying to go out and manifest that, right, regardless of kind of the barriers and as people tell you no. So it's been amazing, some of the things that early on, right? I was like, oh my gosh, that's impossible. I don't think I should try to go for that. And then like you just get bold and you say, this is what I want to do. This is what needs to be done. Then like people, ideas come that help you to achieve that. So I would say that part. And then, and I would also say like, so I have two kind of, when I think of predecessors, kind of near and dear. One is Carol Lee that I studied with at Northwestern. And I remember one of my first assignments as a grad student was to interview someone who's doing what you want to do, right? And so Carol Lee was at Northwestern, and of course you shyly send the email and you're hoping they'll say yes. She said yes, and just kind of learning about her life, but even looking at her in that seat and saying, can I do what she's doing? And I know, and I'll kind of skip it to the third question. And I know when young scholars, grad students, undergrads ask me that question, they're like, well, how did you do this, right? And they're asking the same thing that I was asking Carol Lee. So all that to say is to, as was said before, to reach out, right? To ask people. Yes, we have a lot of people reaching out to us. Yes, we have a lot of people wanting to have these meetings, but it's important to us because that's how we're sitting here, right? Like we reached out and people were generous with their time and they answered our questions. I'll say from my own experience, oh, I'm sorry. I also want to say my mother. I tell people a lot that my mother really is the scholar in the family. She migrated from the South. She had a hard time with finishing school, not because she wasn't bright and amazing, but just because of the Jim Crow system, to the point that my mother never took us down South, right? She was like the South, she was done. But she's really, I would say, the scholar, and I just watched her as a young child, always reading, always trying to learn more information. What else? Oh, and then also for me, it's been important to establish community, right? Because the academy in a lot of ways can be really hard as a Black woman, and lonely and isolating, and you're kind of cut off from your community geographically in some ways, but also in a lot of other ways that's kind of difficult to articulate. So it was important to me to have lunch with other Black female faculty. I think about 7 of us. We used to try to have lunch once a month and just kind of put it down, right? Just kind of be women and talk about our issues and stuff.
Okay, great responses. And I think that both of those responses certainly resonate with me and mirror, in fact, many of my experiences certainly. And one of the things in terms of predecessors, Dr. Mendenhall, was thinking about my mother as well in terms of that, because I think oftentimes we look for examples outside of our own experiences, and that I don't know if that always serves us well. But also in my class, for example, as I mentioned earlier, I used 2 women, Lucy Digg Slow and then also Mary McLeod Bethune, in terms of thinking about women as leaders and what kinds of roads they traveled. And again, it's not, as is the case with our mothers and with other women who have influenced us, it's not necessarily the positions they hold, but how they confronted it, right? And how they addressed issues and worked for community and were of principle. There's a quote from Mary McLeod Bethune that I use in my syllabus that talks about, wanting to convey principles, and I think that's incredibly important. In terms of what I've learned from them as well, it has to do with a work ethic, and I say that really it took me a long time to really think about that over time, what that means, what that looks like, and sometimes that served me well, and sometimes I wonder if thinking that working harder or longer or that work ethic has made me miss out on other things. So I think that's an interesting sort of something trouble to think about for me. And then in terms of certainly throughout my journey, I've learned a lot and continue to learn in terms of, how to be in this space. And something someone said earlier had to do with boldness. And I think that's something that I've really learned from the aspiring Black women in higher ed leadership. The class that I mentioned earlier is a class I designed a couple years ago, and it's a new course in our department because I really thought there was a gap there. There was space. Black women are often marginalized, as we know, and our lives are not at the center, and it's, you know, sort of peripheral and not. It was very important for us to be at the center of this analysis and really think critically. And so the class, though, really helped me learn a great deal about myself, more than I'm sure many of those students, the young women and men, realized. And it made me question how I engage with them, what it means to be available and open and reflective. I had Carol Lee is one of my heroes as well, but I had my graduate advisor at Ohio State was Beverly Gordon, another Black woman who was very, very open to me and supportive. And so I know that's important. And understanding what that looks like in terms of how to engage, as Dr. Aldine said, you know, other people have made themselves available, and that's our responsibility to do the same. And in the midst of juggling all that we do and have to do as Black women, that can sometimes be difficult, but it has to be a priority. And so I would concur with what I've heard from all of you. So another question I'd like to pose, sort of to think through, is in terms of advice to Black women who are aspiring leaders, what would be the advice? I know earlier this week we had a conversation and someone mentioned allyship and how that was important to identify and to have allies, people who may not look like you or be of the same gender or race or perspective, but it makes sense to sort of build that community and those connections. Any advice for aspiring Black women in higher education? Again, I'll begin with Dr. Aldine.
Well, I think allyship is incredibly important, whether you're an undergrad or you're matriculating through the academy, because you're going to need some support from all the corners in which you can get them. I found myself learning that when I got to the academy, because I had to, you know, later on position myself to make sure that, especially women of color behind me who were trying to get tenure, who were trying to get promoted to full, moved along the ropes. Unfortunately, perhaps, in my field, I did not have a lot of Black students, but I found that some of my allies, one Suleiman Yang, who was at Howard University, I helped advise some of his graduate students.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's making them in the space that you're in, but across the field that you're in, and in other places, because all of those people come together to form a kind of academic community for you, and that becomes exceptionally important. I did find out that with regard to faculty, that because you don't get to see the letters of reference and the letters of recommendation or the reviews of your work or evaluations of your work, some people hedge their bets. They hedge them so much so that it's the same as having a negative report. But if you have that community out there that's writing for you also, it can negate those who could have all kinds of issues with what you have to say. And it does give you a bit of a place to land. I do, however, I'm listening to all the people that you're naming. And I think I got to make another book list somewhere after this show to make another book list for me to read, plus read your syllabi. I think it is extremely important. They may not be your first line of defense, but need to be there.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Dr. Mendenhall?
Yeah, so I think allies are important and can really be helpful in terms of creating safe spaces, right? As a student or even as faculty, sometimes departments, classes, other places make you feel uncomfortable, right? So I also do research on racial microaggressions, right? So I've heard a lot of student stories, our own stories about issues, and to be able to go to kind of a collective of people and to say, this makes me feel this way. I would like for it to look this way, and to have almost a coalition on your side. So it's not just the people of color doing all the labor, like to kind of bring allies in there to do some of the labor. And sometimes it's cost a lot emotionally. And I tell students sometimes, right, you have to do the calculus, right? Like it may cost you emotions, it may cost you relationships, a lot of things to speak out. And so, sometimes students in our data, they say they just feel like it's better not to say, but then that creates a cost because then you're kind of holding it in, and it can come out in other ways, including sleeping. Students talked about sleeping late, overeating, kind of lots of things, or to go to, especially when it's kind of small, right before it kind of blows up, and to say, right, like, do you mind kind of bringing this up, or don't even put my name in it, right? But can you just kind of address these issues? So I think allies are really important for that. And then also just in terms of for faculty too, right? That I would say I have a wonderful group of women who and white women who, you know, I talk about issues that are going on, and they'll send me these anything from butterflies to cards to lots of things, and it really is important, right? Because although they can't feel the I mean, in some ways, right, as a Black woman and kind of some of the issues, that's not their experience, but they can certainly see the trauma, right, in some ways that it's causing. And as a friend and as a person who cares about me, do things to support me in that way. So that's another role that I think is important for allies too.
I agree. Thank you very much. And I think the allies are extremely important because higher education is, you know, filled with all kinds of people, all kinds of perspectives, and we need support in just multiple ways. And not everyone can provide that support. And I like that you raised the issue of trauma because there are some. Not only just traumatic experiences, but how you engage this academy and how you see yourself in it can be psychologically, emotionally, physically, spiritually damaging, all right? If you don't know who you are. And also, what is most important to me, one of the things I think that, what is most important to you, one of the things I think is that when we in the academy, I remember years and years ago when I was a grad student, and there was I was hosting some friends at my house. My mother was there as well. We were engaged and talking about, you know, issues and so forth. And she said to me, "Well, this is all voluntary, isn't it?" Okay, and we all laugh and we offer her to talk about that again is because. You know, she's like, you made a choice to do this. So that's not this. Our mother certainly had been through a lot and so forth. But her point was well taken, which is to say, we've got to put what this is in perspective and move from that place. Now, that's not to say that's our livelihoods and so forth. But I think that was very helpful to me. So, but allies, I think, help you to sort of navigate that and because, you know, we all can't experience trauma and fight it at the same time. Okay, we need someone perhaps who isn't, who can provide some different kind of lens. So I think allies are extremely important. And also in terms of, I mean, I've worked at a variety of institutions, and you know, in the academic world, you often have to move around or certainly engage colleagues. What Dr. Eldine said is so important in terms of those letters and recommendations and so forth. You have to have a strong network of people and supporters and people who are honest with you about what's good about what you do and what isn't and all that. And if you don't have that, it will become an even more isolating and dysfunctional place. So I think I agree with everything again that's been said around that. We have a few minutes, I think about 5 minutes left for closing comments or remarks. And I'd just like to open it up to both of you to see if you have any sort of closing remarks or considerations. I know there's a question and answer period afterward where we will be fielding questions from the audience or participants. But any closing thoughts or remarks that you'd like to share? And we'll start with Dr. Mendenhall, then me, and then we'll let Dr. Aldine go close us out. All right.
Yeah, so I'm thinking again, right? So this is a Black Women Summit. And as we were talking, so I mentioned kind of both of my parents migrated from the South. So I talked about my mother's side. But on my father's side, there were 3 women in Alabama, and my aunt raised there but migrated. They were my grandmother's age. And they taught me so much about resiliency, about love, about family. And at one point, I thought like their lives, like they must not have had a lot of trauma to be able to love to that capacity. And then when I was at one of their funerals, and they talked about the trauma that was in their lives, and I was just so amazed at that their ability to still be very hopeful and to love a lot. So, and we went down south every summer, so that's really a big part of me. And I say that to say that we have a lot of resiliency, right? Like there is a lot of trauma. There's a lot of things that in some ways that I do research on Black women and gun violence and how it affects their health. So there are some things that take us out of here prematurely, right? There are some things that take our babies out of here prematurely, but there is a level of resiliency that is astounding, and I'm just glad to be in that cultural tradition and to have that cultural growth.
Wow, that's very powerful, and it's so true. Our capacity to love, just love, is amazing. I think it is embedded in who we are and what we do and engage, and so that is important. One of my favorite quotes is from Fannie Lou Hamer that says, "We have enough strong people to do this," and I believe that. And, sometimes strong is seen as something that's Black women just going to do it anyway, but there really is something to love and strong to love and to be strong and to there's a phrase I like to use called joyful sacrifice. When you think about, I think about my mother and my parents and what they did, knowing that the rewards of their labor would not be for them specifically, but they invested all that in everyone, and we're happy to do it. Now they were sacrifices associated with, but it was a joyful sacrifice. I think that's a legacy of how we are as a people, and I think it's important for us to remember that for our people who are coming behind us as well. And Dr. Aldine, would you like to close us out?
I think the last comment I would make is that we have to open up to the eyes, even of the undergraduates, what our higher education is all about, how you get through, what you need to do, say, to become an expert in a field, what you need to read, what resources you need to compile, to have at your fingertips. And I know many of us teach using PowerPoint, Prezi, and this and that and the other. But we need to help students master learning, if that makes sense. But we need to open it up, because for many of us, it was a closed door. It's like, what comes next? How do you get from point A to B? And if we continue that, then we draw a curtain over things that it's not going to necessarily make it easier, but they'll be informed.
I agree. Powerful. Okay, well, thank you so much. Enjoy the dialogue. I think the future Dr.
You too.
Thank you. Dr. Gray is joining us now to lead us in our talkback session. So, Ashley?
Can you all hear me okay?
Now we can.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. What an inspiring conversation to be a part of, even from the virtual backstage. I was back here high-fiving myself and taking notes and doing all the things that sister scholars do. I am honored to be in front of you all today and want to thank you for your conversation. My name is Ashley Gray, as mentioned. I'm a PhD candidate in the Higher Education Leadership and Policy Studies program, and I am hoping to be a doctor this fall.
Oh, you will.
So I'm excited about that. My research centers around the pathway experiences of Black women college presidents, but specifically at the intersection of race, gender, and class. Much like my cohort sister, Brianna, I'm thrilled to moderate this talkback session. So let's get right into it. I've got a question that I'm hoping all three of you can answer, and then we'll bounce around. And also at this time, please put any questions you all might have in the chat. We'd love to hear from you all, so please throw those out. First question for you all. You've mentioned a few of the barriers and pitfalls along your way in your conversation, sometimes siloed positions, sometimes a lack of other Black women scholars in your specific field, or lack of Black women students in particular in some of these fields as well. So I'm going to ask you all in a song that I listen to very often, which says, "How I Got Over." I'm going to ask you all, metaphorically, how do you take care of yourself? What does self-care look like for you in an academy that's not always created or even thoughtful of our experiences? So if it's okay with you, I'll just ask Dr. Aldine to get us started, and then I'll bounce around to the other panelists.
How do you take care of yourself?
Yes. How do you take care of yourself?
You get some exercise. You gotta clear that space in your head. Some of the work I do is language work, so I have to switch gears in my head. Then I'm confusing everything, and that comes with exercise, playing bid whist. I don't know, chess. I do periodically zone out on Netflix, but they haven't had Netflix. My whole thing zoning out on movies. Yeah.
Okay. So you've got a couple different methods that you go to.
Yeah.
Dr. Mendenhall?
One until the pandemic.
Listen, this has been a different level of self-care during this. Dr. Mendenhall, what would you say is your self-care method?
Yeah, so that's great. And let me say right now, right, like I am still trying to achieve it at the level that it needs to be, right? The academy is often a culture of workaholism, right? So we need to, or I need to call it out in my own life. But some ways, so even when I was doing research, looking at how gun violence affected Black mothers' physical health, my team, we talked to over like 100 mothers, and we heard about just systemic oppression and how it affected me, right? Like it really hit me hard to witness that trauma. And so I remember thinking like, oh my gosh, I got to get some more coping mechanisms, right? Like this stuff is really hard. So I started meditating, which I always thought like, that's not something that I do or it wouldn't be helpful, but that was really helpful. And then also there was a time when I had so much work to do and I was getting so discouraged. I was like, oh my gosh, like what can I do besides sitting at the computer for hours and hours and hours doing all of this? And so I started listening to TED Talks. And I started listening to people write with these big ideas, and it was like almost being transformed into another place. So I started to do that, and I love it. And so even now I'm committed to a lot of the things that we do to put them on the web, because there may be someone like me, right, who feels like they were caught and really, right, needed something else. And to be able to click on that in the midst of your regular life was really powerful to me. Then also I love to sing and dance. So my son, one time when he was young, he was like, "Mom, stop dancing. You always dance." And I'm like, "You're not the boss of me." Right? Like, I can dance. So that's something that. And then, right, I try as much. I think I have a good sleep. I know people who kind of struggle with it, but I have, I think I can sleep well. And then the thing that I am really proud about is now, like last summer, I went the whole summer without riding my bike at all. I wasn't really active. And this summer, I'm riding my bike like almost every day. Like I would say at least 6 days a week. So that has been amazing. And I'm riding it by really beautiful places in Champaign-Urbana. So both the physical, but then also the emotional and mental. And then the last thing, I have like 7 gardens. I love flowers and I love beauty. So that also as well. And I spent a lot of time there with COVID, with the gun violence, kind of Chicago, the gun violence here, trying to kind of yeah, right, trying to keep myself together emotionally. So yeah.
Sure. Thank you for that. You've got a sister scholar on your campus that's also very much so into biking and gardening. Her name is Crystal Andrews. She's in the doc program too. So hopefully we'll be able to make a connection there. Dr. Carter, how would you say that you take care of yourself? Thank you.
You know what? Some things I'm not very good at. Others, I do think it's important to be physically healthy. And the older I get, the more I know that is extremely the case. So in terms of walking, even if it's just, around the neighborhood or what, just something to, I think it's very important. I do have a bike in my bedroom. Okay. Now, most times it isn't a hanger, but nonetheless, that's, so I think that's critically important. I really do. And it's certainly, there have been times when I've done it better. And at those times, it's made a huge difference. So that's something I'm trying to recommit myself to. The other is, I threatened to write a paper once in grad school about it. It said I learned everything I need to know about life at the bidwiz table. So Dr. Aldine and I, okay, my family were big card players, bidwiz and bridge and so forth. And so
Well,
those
we
kind of
have
things.
to get together.
We have to. We absolutely have to. But certainly reading is big for me. I love Audible now. That's been transformative. And certainly Netflix. But also, I spend a lot of time with my family. I don't have children, but I have a big, large family. I have a niece here and great nieces that I take care of a lot pre-COVID. And they spend a lot of time with me. And so all of that's very, very important. And my spiritual, I mean, I'm active in my church and I do a lot of things. In fact, I'm going to be pursuing some studies in at a local seminary, but not to become a pastor or anything, but just for my own spiritual engagement. So those kinds of things I think are very, very important.
Thank you for that. Before we jump to the audience, I've got one more question I want to ask you all about the unique contributions of Black women to the Academy. There's a lot of empirical data around what women bring to leadership and higher education, what it means, what are gender specific, which is interesting in and of itself, qualities are. What do you all think Black women specifically bring to the Academy, and how do we talk about those in more tangible and empirical ways?
Wow.
So we'll switch it up this time. Dr. Carter, you mind if I toss the ball right back to you?
Sure. So you're saying what specifically do Black women bring to higher education?
Yes. What's our unique contribution? What's unique about us?
Right. I think just who we are, and I do think that we think we can think simultaneously about the micro and the macro. And I think sometimes those are in conflict with other people, but I do this work because I want to, positively impact Black young people. I mean, people, period, but certainly students. And I think that's always at the forefront of my mind. And sometimes, I don't think that other people necessarily are ambivalent to it or don't care, but I do think that that sort of focus is sort of that's one of the things we bring. There's so many things, but I think that's one.
Thank you for that. Dr. Aldine, do you have a response to that prompt?
I agree wholeheartedly with what Dr. Carter just said. I think also many of us, not all, but many of us bring a level of truth telling that is not otherwise present, and a level of reality check. Like, what are you talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been outside lately? The weatherman, did you raise your shade to see what the weather actually was? So I think that
that's right.
that is there.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Mendenhall.
Yeah, I would say the second sight, right, that Du Bois and others talked about, and kind of this standpoint, this knowledge that comes from having the experiences of oppression, and to hear the stories of our parents and great-grandparents, right? So my grandmother's sister took care of her grandmother who was a slave. And so she told me some of her stories, and in the pain, she was crying, telling me the story. She didn't want to tell me, right? But I kind of wanted to hear them. And then as I heard them, I was crying. Then as I told other people the stories, like they were crying. So just kind of this understanding of the trauma and really what it means to survive in a country that historically, by some of you currently, but at least historically, did not see you as human. And the coping mechanisms and the ways that you talk to your children to let them know that they can make it, that they have these gifts to bring, again, as the boys talks about. So I think we bring that, and I think it comes out in many ways. And even as I mentor students, I bring them to projects. And just one quick example, one student, I was working on a big data project, and I wanted her to come with me. And she's like, why do you want me on there? Like, I don't do that type of research. I said, I know, but you have a gift with Black feminist theory, and that's why I want you on there. I want to ground this project in that. And I'll tell you now, in terms of the big data and computer science, like, she has surpassed me in doing things that I couldn't even imagine. And that's also part of what we bring as a tradition, right? That and all groups do it, but I'm speaking from my lived experience. This idea that that we bring people in, we nurture individuals, but also we expect them to surpass us and to do things we didn't imagine, from changing society to doing different types of research. So I think we bring that gift to the Academy.
Thank you so much. We've got a couple questions from the audience. And so there's one from Diane Mitchell. Dr. Aldine, you mentioned feeling invisible in the Academy at times. Would you mind sharing a circumstance in which you felt invisible and how you dealt with it?
Well, I was hired to build Islamic studies in lots of places, because some schools had Middle Eastern studies, some schools had Near Eastern studies, but very few had Islamic studies as a field inside of religious studies or anywhere else. But it made me invisible. First I was Black, then I was female, and then I was in an unusual, even though it's not unusual field. That makes you invisible. I kind of thought that my best friends would be the other Black women, but then I found sometimes that religious sensibilities reared their heads. Other times it was, it was in my area of study, which is Islamic studies, it's mostly a male bastion. So it began, and the men will ignore you, and I'm not quiet. So that made, it's like, which war am I going to wage today? And then it was being an only Black faculty member, and I found that white faculty have a wonderful way of, you say something and they continue as if they've never heard you. And everything is expected to go along. So invisible all the way across the board.
Thank you for sharing that. We've got time for one last question. Brianna Clark, our other moderator here, wants to know, Dr. Carter and Dr. Mendenhall, what's been your experience of toggling between the faculty and administrative roles that you both hold?
I can begin. It's certainly a challenge. And one of the things that I've noticed in some of our students is that many of the students have expressed, or not so much now, but used to express that they wanted to be an administrator. And I believe, I've enjoyed this work. I've served as administrator for many years, but I do think, and the Academy is changing, so this may be, I'm learning now, things are changing, but I do think there's some value in being a faculty member and going through that process for a whole host of reasons. That may change. Higher education, is changing. I'm doing my history of higher ed syllabus right now, and this change is amazing. But I think grounding as a scholar and being a part of the faculty and going through the ranks, I think that means something in this context, because our teaching and learning is at the center of a higher ed experience. Not that other things aren't extremely important and we can't separate them and one's not more important than the other, but it's very important. So my experience has been that oftentimes women are take on administrative roles probably too early. I'm probably one of those, and there are consequences for that. Now, sometimes some people might say, there's the consequences, and even I sometimes say, well, it was not just meant to be, but that was sort of my decision to make a variety of things. But I think we need to think about that because sometimes we still are the workhorses, and that is very important to remember. I mean, even though I know that's true, and sometimes I acknowledge it, I've made some decisions in my own head and on my own sort of way about why I've chosen that or why I'm doing what I'm doing. But that is important to remember. So I think it's been a nice balance. I think it's important. The administrative role is important because you're making decisions that impact a variety of people in ways I'm not saying you can't make in the classroom, which is why I teach. I think it's so incredibly important. But you can be at the table when policies are discussed or decisions are made that can really make a difference for a lot of students, a lot of people. So I value that and appreciate that. But it is a balance. It's a balance, and it takes something from you. It's an issue of mental health, stamina. I mean, all that is true. And so it's a decision that it is not one to be taken lightly.
Sure. Thank you for that. Dr. Mendenhall, did you want to weigh in quickly?
Yeah, I would say I agree that are at the table and you can help kind of shape different systems. So I'm out, right, shaping systems these days. And I would say kind of the impact, though, is that you are in a lot of meetings, and in some ways it can affect your publications. So even now, like I noticed that late at night, right, trying to write, and then I'm exhausted. So for people thinking about it, some requests that I would maybe suggest that they put in there is maybe like a graduate student who can help them with the publishing or even the increased pay, right? Because even now I'm thinking about all the Grubhub orders that I'm doing, right? Because someone has to do the labor of feeding the children. So as of now, Grubhub. So those are the things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure to share with you all in this conversation. For the viewers, please take an opportunity and thank our panelists and send any love that you might have. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Davis. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back. And we and we back. And we back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiajalyn Fur, and welcome to Session 6, Black is Queen Digital Literacy. Like I stated, my name is Tiajalyn Fur. I am a rising senior civil and environmental engineering major at Howard University from Union, New Jersey, and I am a proud Howard woman. And today I am so excited to share the stage with such trailblazing women. And in this session, we will bring awareness to the issues of Black beauty and business. We will look at the concepts of beauty and how Black women are taking over with grace. I would like to introduce our presenters for today. First, we have Nicolette Graves, who is co-founder and vice president of product at Base Butter. She is a Howard University alum with a bachelor's in community health and psychology and a master's in nutrition science from McGill University. She has worked for a number of startups such as Aloha, Gratis, and Just Works in various product functions, focused on building both CPG and digital health and wellness products. She is passionate about connecting the right customer to the right product at the right time. Next, we have Chanel Johnston, who is a Howard University School of Business alum with a degree in Management Information Systems. She founded Base Butter, a skincare company, and spent 5 years defining and executing the optimal strategy to aid Base Butter in its growth and success. Since its inception, Base Butter has been seen in Essence, Cosmopolitan, Marie Claire, and the New York Times, just to name a few. Last but not least, we have Nicole Marie Melton, who is the founder of Melton Digital, where she provides education and resources for beauty industry professionals on content marketing, social media strategy, and digital media. She is passionate about mentoring beauty bloggers, brands, and professionals through her online community, Beauty Content Studio. Are you ready for this session? Let us know by showing love in the comments. I am so excited to bring to you Black is Queen Digital Literacy. And now I will turn it over to Nicole.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that introduction. As she stated, my name is Nicole Melton, and I am a proud Howard graduate, class of 2006, and I'm also a current Howard University student in the School of Divinity. So the Howard University community is so near and dear to my heart. And today I really want to share my story and help you understand that as Black women and as moms and as students and as educators, we absolutely have an incredible opportunity right in front of us to use digital media, digital technology, online marketing to really make a difference and build a legacy for our families and our communities. And so I'm so excited to be here today. When we talk about digital literacy, I really want to expand our definition of what that means. And if you've never heard that term before, it started to become popular in the 90s when researchers started to understand what we call the digital divide. And in short, the digital divide means that there are haves and there are have-nots when it comes to access of critical digital technologies and accessibility to online platforms. And so as you can imagine, back in the 90s, when the internet first came out and we all had those big old computers and those big old cell phones, how many people had a big old flip phone, right? These technologies were just coming out, and it became very clear that there was not equality in access and usage when it came to Black communities versus non-Black and brown communities. And as recently as 2017, y'all, that's like 3 years ago, 65% of Black households were found to have a home computer compared to 82% of white households. And so what we know is that using digital programs and even having the hardware to get online can really provide a clear it can put our communities at a loss when it comes to opportunity. And that is why I'm here and why I am so passionate about teaching women, especially Black women. And that's, the goal of our session here today. I'm really, really passionate about helping us understand how do we leverage digital platforms and digital technologies and online media and social media to really build a legacy and to change our lives. I know y'all think like, oh girl, I got a whole bunch of Instagram followers, I'm hot. But are you building? Nicolette's laughing at me. I'm gonna turn it over to y'all in a minute because y'all, I keep it real, okay? It goes beyond having followers. It goes to understanding how do we use these platforms to make a difference in our communities. I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you my story. And imagine one morning you wake up to a text from your boss. And the text message says, "Hey, Nicole," or your name is not Nicole, or hey, insert your name here. Our session, our big meeting for today, it has been canceled and postponed indefinitely. Please get in contact with the entire team. Let them know we can no longer meet, and to stay abreast of email for more updates as I know them. I don't know anything as of right now. The whole thing is canceled, shut down. And you like, okay. And then a couple hours later, you get another message like, "Hey, I just want to let you know, this is again from a coworker. That project we were working on, we're no longer doing that. It's shut down. And then, you just stand by. We don't know nothing. It's not going to happen." Okay, you're like, well, what's going on? What in the world's going on? And mind you, this is your employment. And so you have income tied to this. This is the money that you use to keep your lights on and to pay your mortgage and to pay your child's soccer club fees. Okay. And as the week goes on, more and more and more opportunities start to just completely fade away, canceled, shut down. Well, that happened to me at the beginning of the pandemic. My client work, because I'm self-employed, my clients completely were no longer able to afford their monthly retainers because I serve the beauty industry, and every salon in the nation was closed. Every beauty conference, beauty expo, the summer is a huge, and I'm sure Nicolette and Chanel know this as well from their work in the business, but summer is huge for those pop-up shops, right, ladies? And all of that was gone. And so within a month, because I have digital media at my fingertips and because I, have been able to build a career leveraging digital technologies, within a month, I had 904 new women, new leads, new clients in the pipeline, ready to learn in my program online. And so I am a walking, living testament to really understanding and leveraging these platforms, especially now that we are in a place where so much is going on online. And so I really want us to, in our day-to-day, think about how we can be more aware and really take more intentional steps. And so I did put together 3 quick points that I am going to share with you today, because I am very much of a, tactical step 1, step 2. That's just how my brain works. And so let's start with 3 easy strategies that anyone here can use to really enhance your digital literacy skills. And when I say digital literacy skills, it could mean, do you want to start a blog? Do you want to have an online shop? Do you want to teach online? Is your current job requiring you to have a new set of skills online and you really want to show up and come to the forefront as a leader in your workplace? So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to start where you are with what you have. All right. You don't have to go and say, I want to be the new president of Google, or I want to go work at Facebook. You don't have to take it that far. You can absolutely just master the platforms that you use the most often. And right now, those platforms are absolutely Facebook. And I'll talk a little bit about how you can leverage Facebook in a minute, but get on Facebook and start using it, not just as a passive consumer to like and chit chat with your friends and your homies, but thinking about the business opportunities. And the ladies of Base Butter will talk a little bit more about how they've leveraged, especially paid advertising is a great opportunity that's available on the platforms that you're already on. And Zoom, we've all had to use Zoom for our work meetings or our school meetings or all kind of meetings. We have children who are now on Zoom. My kindergartner, y'all, has Zoom meetings with his class. He's in kindergarten. And so just start with those platforms. Okay. So that's point number 1. I'm going to move on to point number 2, which is to find free resources to read, watch, and learn from. There's a fascinating documentary on YouTube. The documentary is called The Digital Divide, and Verizon produced it, and they went into different schools and different organizations to really explore the haves and the have-nots when it comes to digital marketing and digital resources and digital and online accessibility, right? And so just find free resources like that on your web browser, online. You can even start with the help center for each platform. So for example, Facebook has an excellent help center where they have resources beyond just using the platform, but really how to build your business through digital marketing. And the final and third strategy I want to share with you is to get in community with other people who have similar interests. So you're here today, which means that you are the type of person you like, yes, I'm going to come and I'm going to share in community with these Black queens on today, learning about these tools and these strategies. And so there are absolutely a lot of Facebook groups that would love to have you as a member. I have a Facebook group. If you're interested in beauty, marketing, you can find me on Facebook, Nicole Marie Melton, just look me up. But you can absolutely find communities of other people who are learning whatever skill set you may want to master. That could look like starting a blog. That could look like starting an e-com shop. That could look like, taking your products and putting up an Etsy store. It could mean a lot of different things. And so I'm going to turn it over to the ladies of Base Butter to kind of talk to you about how they did just that. They took a product, took an idea, and turned it into an amazing digital based business that is now leaving a legacy in their community and for their families.
All right, cool. So hi everyone, I'm Chanel Johnson. I am the CEO and co-founder of Base Butter. And at Base Butter, I really focus on strategy, helping move our business forward, but I truly love marketing. I have a background in user experience design, and then I went into digital marketing. And so I was able to use both of those experiences to help build the community on limited resources. So Nicolette can introduce herself.
Hi everyone, I'm Nicolette Graves. I am the VP of Product and Brand Experience and co-founder at Base Butter. My background is not that traditionally like in marketing or products. I fell into it after moving out of public health to really understand like how could I create health and wellness experiences for the community much more rapidly than what you would do in the public health sector. Similar to what Chanel said though, like having exposure to the different online communities that we have and social media, we've been able to really like dive into that and build community.
Yeah, so I think kind of when we talk about building our community on digital platforms, we really have to start at the beginning because that's where we built our community. And so even before I started Base Butter, but I was inspired and Nicolette later on came on, we like to say we started in a group chat. We were with our friends and we were discussing and talking about skincare products, beauty rituals, how to get rid of a zit, how to get rid of a pimple. And soon we started sharing information and became the ones in our groups of trial and error, where that community grew into these digital media platforms like an Instagram, like a Twitter, like a YouTube, like Facebook. We started to have a larger conversation because we realized that our problems and our needs are not just for our group, or how's the best way to say it? Just like within our group, but it's with women around the world who look like us and experience the same things when it comes to their skin. And so we started to see that our product was solving those needs or those issues that our customers were having. And so it made it really easy for us to have that first conversation through education to then have the solution with the product. And so I'll let Nicolette talk more about that.
Yeah, so I think it's also important when talking about this idea of the group chat. I think that
similar to what Nicole said earlier, you should start with what you have. And I think people oftentimes underestimate the importance and the power in being able to talk to people that are your peers and are your friends. And so I think in having the group chat, we were able to build something great, but even more importantly, and something that we all know as, Howard alum and whatnot, tapping into that community is important too. I think that's where we were able to build a lot of momentum, is by telling our peers about the things that we were doing, and having a lot of them also working in media or being online and doing things and wanting to share in that experience. I think the second point, as far as like digging into the community piece and really building your community, I think that we've been transparent in understanding that in order to build something great for our customers, we have to be on the ground with them. We have to be having that conversation. And so we've always left it open, left every single experience about Base Butter open for feedback. And we talk to people often. We still are the ones answering our social media. We answer all of our own emails. We send out tons of surveys just to get people's real life feedback, so that as we're thinking about the next step or where we want to go or what we feel like we really want to empower our customers with, we have enough texture around all of that data. And I think that's kind of where we kind of saw an uptick in things once we started to actually ask more questions, because I think we originally built something that was visually pleasing and really exciting to be a part of, and Black Girl Magic and all of those things. But then you get to a point with your business where it's how do we get people to come back? And that's when we started talking to people and understanding what was the problem we were really trying to solve.
And I love what you mentioned about Black Girl Magic, because I think this is a incredible, just season in the history of this country. We've had a interesting summer, to say the least, and there's a lot of attention on Black-owned businesses. And when you're online, when you have a strong online presence, how has that been for you this summer? I'm sure with all the features going around, Black-owned businesses, woman-owned businesses, how has that been for you?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think it's been 2 points, right? There's the COVID piece, and there's all of the Black Lives Matter stuff, right? So when COVID originally really took the country by storm, I think it allowed us to be able to communicate with our customers in real time about what is actually going on and where are we with the production process, for instance, or why things might be delayed, or why we have to just do pre-orders only. I think with Black Lives Matter, the timing that we had was actually, I think, really serendipitous in the sense that we were able to kind of fix the supply chain issues, and we relaunched 2 weeks before everything really turned up. And then when things did turn up, we started to see all of that traction. But it goes back to over the course of time, we had built that I think reputation already, especially within a lot of the media platforms. And I think they started to then just again circle back and redistribute a lot of the content they'd already distributed. And so we've definitely seen insane growth. Today we restocked and then sold out in an hour.
Yes, sell out, come through, sell out. When you say you're able to talk to customers in real time, for the audience members who may not be aware of some of the digital terminology we use, tell us what that means.
So for us, when I say it, I mean when things happen, today, this is a great example. Today we sold out. People were texting me, people were DMing me, people were, calling me what's going on? Are you guys actually sold out? It allows us to then kind of pivot and just post something right then and there, because we know people want the answers, so why not just give it to them when they're searching for them, versus taking a ton of time. I think that's another thing that digital literacy has been able to allow. It's much more, I think you can move much faster, you can do things right then, and it doesn't have to be perfect.
I would agree. Yeah, she killed it.
I love that. Yes, somebody was texting you trying to get a box, and she like, girl, you got to go on the website. We're trying to come over here in my DMs. I love that. And that relationship, I want to put this into context for some of our viewers who may not have an e-com store, but maybe you have a blog, or maybe you're an educator and your students are now doing remote learning, having the capability to communicate online in real time. Even this incredible opportunity that we have all as Black women today, being here with you on YouTube or on Facebook, wherever you're watching from, having the ability to share ideas and to be in community is incredible. So one last thing I want to share with the audience here is to kind of piggyback on what Nicolette said about listening to your audience. That is really important, whether you're building a ministry, whether you're building a business. So talk to me a little bit more, Chanel and Nicolette, about listening to your audience and how the digital platforms can facilitate that.
Yes. So I think the biggest way is reading. One thing is like we're still really engaged with our social media. And so I think the biggest piece of data is in the comments and in the DMs, because customers are, whether they're having trouble with an order, whether they have a question about the product, or whether they want to know when we restock, we take that as, okay, maybe only 5 people commented on this post, but all of our customers may be having this question. So let's utilize our other platform, which is email, to communicate and send out a blast message. And something I wanted to mention previously, but it kind of left me, is that we usually have our first interaction with our community on these digital media platforms, social, like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, etc. But we want to continue to have this conversation with them. And so we made sure we invested time and money in these digital marketing platforms like emails. And now we are starting to add mobile marketing to our Streamline, because we want to continue to have that conversation with our community. Because I think one thing we need to remember in digital literacy is that we don't own these platforms like Instagram, Twitter. I keep saying that, but we don't own these platforms. And so we want to make sure we have equity in the customers and community that we've worked so hard to build. So it's important to make sure that you get your community that you grow on these other platforms into your pocket, into your hand. So when you do need to communicate with them at a mass level, or you want to communicate with them more personally or faster, you have that ability to.
Yeah, I'd also add that I think listening to your customer ultimately is like where you find product market fit. And that's like a super product-y term, but it just means that your product is exactly what people want. And you only get that through listening to what, like similar to what Chanel said, what are people asking you most frequently? Like what are the themes that you're seeing? It then allows you to kind of create texture around the type of people that are engaging with your product and better understand. So I think oftentimes when we start businesses, it's all just like a hypothesis, right? Like you haven't actually proven or validated anything. And so it's through getting that feedback and listening to people that you're better able to, I think, really, cut through the fluff and figure out who exactly are you serving. So like, for instance, we really started as just like a company focused on helping Black women in general. What we've been able to find through the data and through the conversations is like, though, like, skin is skin, so it doesn't have to just be for Black women, though that's who we focus on. However, the type of Black women that do engage and love our products are Black women with really the combination skin. People with dry skin, it doesn't usually work that well for. People that have like super sensitive skin, it may not always be the best. But it's through having those conversations and listening to the type of feedback that we get that we're able to better understand that.
I love that you know the details, even down to the skin type. And speaking of, understanding our skin types, and I mean, this can go on to even hair textures. It's an interesting time now for us as Black queens here in the Black is Queen panel, because we are home and the salons were closed. And the girl who does my brows, I have not seen her since February. So I'm just holding on with a prayer, honey. And so have you all heard, from your audience, what has this pandemic and especially the quarantine with a lot of our beauty havens, because we know as Black women, beauty is really a safe haven for us. It's an emotional pastime. We all have that memory sitting in the kitchen, getting our hair pressed and with those big old roller bangs as a little girl, right? We as Black women, we have similar beauty memories and experiences. So what are you hearing from your audiences about that?
That's funny. I think a lot of people, what I've been noticing through like who's tagging us on stories is that people are, I think, buckling down more on like what does their wellness look like as a whole. So going back to knowing our customer, one of the things that we've kind of identified is like the type of people that buy from us are like later 20s, early 30s, and they're starting to get more serious about taking care of their skin, and so they care more about the things that they're doing. And I think that through quarantine, because you can't really do much, you can't really go anywhere, a lot of people really, I think, started to redefine like what does their self-care routine look like. And so I think we're seeing a lot of that. I know I've personally been seeing like those having like do your own cornrow tutorials, stuff like that, where it's like, yeah, I don't know how to do that. I should probably invest in that, right? So like different stuff like that.
I agree with that. I think one other cool thing that is popping up right now, though, is that I think there's a new skin condition, which is maskne. And so I see a lot of our customers are suffering from maskne and saying the product is working. But I'm also even seeing just in the beauty world that there are now products for maskne. There are special, masks. And so I think that's something that's probably here to stay, that beauty skincare companies and beauty companies should keep note of.
And that's an excellent point that you bring up, even amid a pandemic and even amid something that feels so hard and so challenging, there are opportunities. And as Black women, we have always been, creative. We have always made a way out of no way. Can I get an amen, somebody?
Amen.
And so this is the perfect opportunity if you really find your lane and find a niche, and digital tools and digital platforms allow you to do that. So I think we're going to take some questions from the audience.
Yes. Thank you all so much for such an engaging presentation. It was so inspiring. It just makes me feel loved to be a Black woman. I just needed to say that. But now it is time for the talk back. So if anybody in the audience has questions, please drop them in the comment section. But right now we'll start off with our first question to Nicolette. And your question is, how can we help young girls love the skin that they're in?
And how can we help young girls in the skin that they're in? I mean, I think it starts by like setting an example, right? Like I think it's leading with confidence and allowing people to know and understand that your skin is a protective barrier, like literally, and like I guess figuratively, right? Like this is like the body that you're in. This is the thing you have to carry with yourself every single day, and you should be grateful for it, and you should also take care of it. You need to know and understand that it doesn't matter like who pops up on you or has anything else to say. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter because you know that you like going back to the name of this, like Black is Queen, like own that, like walk in that, and like make sure that you understand that is your truth and no one can change that. So I think it's really just leading with showing people that to be confident is a good thing that you should be proud of and excited about, especially I think as Black women, knowing and understanding like, the narrative right now is like we are the least protected people on this planet. And so if no one else is going to do it, you have to do that for yourself. And the only way you can do that is believe that you have enough power to do that.
Yeah. The next question that we have is for Chanel. So we know that you are co-founder with Nicolette for a base product, your company. So what challenges did you face with starting your business?
Yeah, this is a great question. And so I think no matter what stage you're at in your life, you're going to have challenges when starting your business. But I think since I did start it a bit younger, I did have more challenges that now I just reflect on as lessons learned, and they helped me prepare as I move forward. And I would say, honestly, I'm not always about money, but I really think you do want to financially prepare yourself to step into entrepreneurship. And I only say this because financially, you are going to be stressed and working on your business, and you don't want other things in your life to pull you away from your business. And so a lot of times when you are an entrepreneur, you don't know in the beginning, when are you going to get paid? How are you going to be able to handle medical bills, different things that may pop up. And so if you can, as much as possible, prepare for this next journey in your life so that really those things in the background are handled, I think you'll be able to be successful and handle any other challenge that comes your way for your business.
So we have a question from Sade Martin. I hope I pronounced that correct. It says, since you guys mentioned masculine, I don't know if I pronounced that correct either. What can we do to help with this?
Cleanse. You need to double cleanse. I would just say that. You need to cleanse in the morning, you need to cleanse at night. And I would say especially at night, double cleanse. So double cleanse just means cleansing before you cleanse. Having a pre-cleanser, whether you use a microfiber cloth, which we sell, sustainable makeup remover microfiber cloths, or just in case you want to use your cleanser twice. Maybe you want to use an oil cleanser to remove all the dirt and makeup. But I think the most important thing you can do right now is cleanse your skin. There are some products out there that are saying they're helping with the masking, but I mean, it's very new, so.
Our next question is for Nicole. So amidst COVID, what challenges did you overcome with restarting your business?
The biggest challenge, I will be honest, was schools being closed and my little crumb snatcher being home full time around the clock, going in the refrigerator every 2 hours. This little boy, I don't know where he got, his stomach was a bottomless pit. That was honestly the most challenging part. I will be honest. I have worked in digital marketing for over since 2010. So that's 10 years. I'm 10 years in the game at this point. So I can get online. I can put up a web page. I can do an email blast. I love that the ladies from Base Butter mentioned email marketing, which is even another opportunity. I try not to overwhelm y'all, but you can do email, you can do social, you can do mobile, you can do website, you can do paid traffic, you can do Google ads. It's a lot that you can do in the digital space. And so for me, it was more of a balance of how do I take care of home? And I have this precious little 4-year-old boy here who still needs also to understand, well, mommy, he said to me, mommy, my friends are gone. All of my friends are gone. I said, no, Josiah, your friends are not gone. We just have to stay safe. And so it was really, he's like me. He's very bubbly. He wants to talk and play all day long. So I really had to be there for him as a mom. And so my advice to all the Black mamas out there, you are doing a great job. It's going to take an extra pull out of you in this season, but you've got it in you. You have it in you. It's not going to be easy, and we're all going through it. They're all of us parents are understanding that this is unprecedented. So I definitely want you to stay encouraged. But the business part was easy.
So my next question is, I am a senior at Howard University, so I just want to know, how did Howard help you all with entrepreneurship and just tackling everyday life outside of Howard University? Like, once you graduate, like, what advice or tips would you give students that you've received once you graduated?
Well, I would say it taught patience for sure. running back and forth to the A building, running back and forth to student activities, running back and forth. Y'all know how we do.
Yeah.
But you have to be perseverance. That's what it taught me. And having the community, I can put up something on my Facebook page, or I can put in my group me with my Delta Line sisters, and the support is unwavering. And having that support circle and people who just love you because you got HU on your sleeve. It's just nothing like it.
I would question on that. I think it's the community for sure. Like, similar to like literally what Nicole just said. Like, if you put anything and say like Howard University Islam, like it goes crazy, it goes wild, and you get a ton of support because people love that. I think as far as like advice for like leading, I think the most important thing to understand is like everyone is figuring it out. Like no matter what life stage you're at, you're always learning more things about yourself. And so what you thought you knew yesterday about yourself 100% sure might change completely the next day based off of a new experience. And like I think instead of being afraid of that, you should be into it because it then leads you to a lot of different pathways that are oftentimes much more exciting when you really just let it take you.
Yeah, and I would say I would agree with Nicole and Nicolette, but I would just want to amplify like the endless network. And so we didn't mention this in the beginning, but first, when I started Base Butter before Nicolette joined, I actually used Nicole's digital beauty school as a resource, and I actually applied, and I won one of her scholarships to go through her program. And so I think that's cool. And even Nicolette, my co-founder, but we were freshmen together. And just a lot of our digital footprint that's out there on the internet is probably from our beauty writers, people on camera, people who are connecting with us behind the scenes, just recently connecting with someone at store. And so it's like an endless community that you don't even know exists the day you graduate out. There's so many more bison you're going to meet throughout your journey who are going to help you support you.
Wow, that's amazing. So the next question is, I know that Nicole gave, 3 tips to help with startups. So aside from networking, what other advice would you give a young woman who wants to start her business today?
Clean up your page. Y'all laughing. I have to be real and everything. All I do, you're gonna get the real Nicole fully. Clean up your pages. Even as recently as about a month ago, I currently have a job post open and available, expanding my team. Yay. However, one of the applicants, one of the questions is please include a link to your business Facebook page or your business Instagram or your LinkedIn. You can choose whichever one you want. And some of the things I saw just for me were not professional. Even prior to that, I will say this was maybe back in February. I was on the phone with one of my mentees and I went to her Twitter page. And there were things that were, some pop culture news. I don't know, the latest and greatest from people.com. I don't know what it was. But I said, doesn't have anything to do with you trying to move your new beauty business forward. So why is this on your Twitter page? And she said, oh, well, actually, I converted that to my business page. It used to be my personal Twitter. So it's still connected to my personal IG. You know how you can put a post up on IG and they go, girl, you got to clean that up. So for my young people, don't tweet anything that you don't want a future employer to see. Go through. You can just put stuff on friends and family. Don't make it public. If you want to talk about different things on your social platforms, do you, boo. But for your public persona, it is going to matter. And people are looking at that when they look you up for opportunities, whether it be on campus, whether it be employment, whether it be your internship, whether it be a fellowship when you want to go to grad school. You don't know what opportunities lie ahead. So you always want to be prepared.
Nicolette, Chanel, do you have any advice to a young woman who would like to start her business today?
I feel like I gave my advice, but prepare yourself for the entrepreneurial journey. That's what I would say. Prepare for it. Don't just jump into it and think it's going to be easy.
And then I would say, despite saying don't just jump into it, I would say do it. Just start. Start as soon as you can. Not just definitely prepare yourself financially. Full disclosure, I still work a 9 to 5 because I like having that financial stability because we're not $50 million yet. This year, but I think that it's starting. I think a lot of people get paralysis by analysis and overthinking. I'm a person that does that. I have 10 different other ideas that I have full on research all the stuff, but it's not important if you're not doing it, right? Like, it doesn't matter until you actually start doing the thing. And it's through doing it that you're gonna learn. Like, one, like, do you even want to do this thing, or was this a cute idea? And then two, like, you're gonna learn along the way all the things that you're gonna need to learn. And so you're better off starting now.
Well, thank you so much, ladies, for allowing me to share this space with you and having such an inspiring conversation. I'm not a beauty business person, but now I might need to reconsider. So thank you so much. And to our viewers, please let the panel know how much you enjoyed this conversation in the comment section below and share your live stream with your friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone.
If I should die tomorrow at the hands of the policeman, ooh, and the papers say we're gonna call it a suicide, would you even question why? Would you shake your head, say this ain't right, do your best to forget about me, please don't forget about me. Oh, sing my name, sing my name, sing my name, sing my name, my name, don't forget my name. Even the sun goes down, heroes eventually die, shot with their hands in the sky. Your favorite revolutionaries give up and comply. The internet will justify your reason to die. You watched a woman get drug out and beat and filmed in the highway, and all y'all could say was black women too mouthy. Searching my timeline, I'm seeing people find time to criticize, villainize, calling it a suicide, but what if Sandra blame was your child? I know the struggle it get hard, but we ain't backing out. Nothing is impossible. The word alone says I'm possible. I'm the racehorse that I'm riding for audacity, to believe you can succeed when everybody and their mama say no. Forget y'all, I'm different, descendant of the fittest, been reincarnated so I can handle business. My name, say my name, say my name, say that name. Say my name, say my name, say that name. My name, say my name, say my name, say that name. Say my name, say my name, say that name.
You're muted. You're muted.
I'm sorry about that. How great have the sessions been so far? How are you feeling?
I am so excited. I mean, the comments that I've been hearing, people have been texting me, reading them in the chat. It has just been an amazing day that has gone by so fast. I can hardly believe this is our last session.
I know, after all the hard work and fervent prayers, it really did come to fruition. We're so grateful for everyone who received the summit so well, for participating, for those who have stayed with us since 9:30 this morning. We thank you so much.
Been with us since 9:30.
And we're so appreciative.
We're so thankful that you have been with us from the very beginning. Thank you all so very much for hanging in there with us.
So to shake it up a little bit, we have a few questions, maybe one or two that we'll ask. This is Black Woman card revoked. So we have some special questions. I'm going to test your knowledge, Dr. Muhammad, and everybody else, if you can help my colleague out in the chat section to make sure she gets the right answer. Yes, put the answer in the chat.
Okay, let's see what I know about being a Black woman.
Okay, so question number one, Dr. Muhammad, what fabric should your bonnet be made of? When you go to sleep, the bonnet you wear at night, should it be cotton?
Cotton.
Satin? Wool? Or fleece?
Or fleece. And the answer is, drum roll please, the answer is, did anybody put it in the chat? Nobody put it in the chat. But the answer is satin. You should always sleep in satin. That is the correct answer.
Okay, great. And I think we have time for a few more questions. Let's see.
Let's see.
What is the best tool for straightening your hair? A curling iron, a flat iron, a blow dryer, or a pressing comb?
Okay, 4 choices, 4 amazing choices, and for some, depending upon your age group, you won't even know what some of them are. So the 4 choices are, again, a curling iron, a flat iron, a pressing comb, or a blow dryer.
Yes.
So let's see what they say in the chat. Okay, anyone who knows in the chat. So depending upon your age group, some people have said pressing comb because they go way back.
Mm-hmm.
A pressing comb was good for them, and for some people it's a flat iron. Curling iron is good if you want the curls. Somebody said don't straighten your hair at all. So there you go.
Okay, keep it natural.
Right. Somebody said my mama would say a hot comb because I promise she used to love to burn her ears.
Okay.
If you didn't pull your hair down, you would get burned.
Okay.
Exactly. You did pull your hair, and you know some people's hair is of the texture, but it can straighten with a blow dryer.
Yes.
So,
and the fact of the matter is we love all textures of Black hair. As long as you're comfortable and you love yourself, that's what matters.
You.
I hope you enjoyed our brief little commercial break. And without further ado, we will pass it on and get prepared for the next session.
Exactly. We're welcoming Cynthia Wheeler.
And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back. And we and we back. And we back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia Wheeler. I am a second-year master's student at the Howard University School of Divinity from Washington, D.C., and I am a proud Black Howard woman. Today, I'm filling in for my wonderful colleague and soror, Erica Middleton, also a second-year master's student at the Howard School of Divinity. So, hey, Erica. On behalf of the Office of the Dean of the Chapel, which provides students with opportunities to experience faith, service, and justice on campus in a variety of different ways, I am so excited to share the stage with such amazing women today. Today, we will have a very important conversation about being an activist and an ally. It's called We're All in This Together, Action and Allyship. First, I'd like to introduce our presenters. Linda Sarsour is a co-founder of Until Freedom. She's an award-winning racial justice and civil rights activist, seasoned community organizer, and mother of 3. She is the former executive director of the Arab American Association of New York, co-chair of the Women's March on Washington, and co-founder of the first Muslim online organizing platform, Empower Change. She's the author of We Are Not Here to Be Bystanders, a memoir of love and resistance. Her expertise is in the areas of campaign development, strategic direct actions, and fundraising. Mrs. Marcia L. Dyson is a civic activist and public relations expert. She was selected to serve on the Women's Global Summit Leadership Board and co-hosted the Africa's First Lady Summit in the Washington, D.C. area. She's also helped create a modern narrative for Muslim women. She was named the first chaplain for the Coalition of Hope, and she's been an executive advisor, and consultant to the Conference of Black Mayors. She was also a consultant to the Clinton Foundation on behalf of the Interim Haiti Reconstruction Commission, or IHRC. If you're ready for this session, let us know by showing love to these wonderful women in the comments section. I am so excited for our title session, Action and Allyship. We'll start with our opening statements. First, Mrs. Dyson.
First of all, thank you guys for having me. I've been watching the platform on and off all day today, and to see these young, beautiful women, in the words of my husband, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, those women who are in ebony ecstasy, enfurled in coffee flesh, you make me proud today. I'm also the founder of Women's Global Initiative, and our tagline is purposeful, profitable, and social engagement. Because you have to be profitable, you have to have something for your purpose to give to your social activism. And I want to start off by giving a quote from a woman who said something in 1893 in my hometown of Chicago at the World's Fair. Quote, "She is the only woman in America who is almost unknown, the only woman for whom nothing is done, the only woman without sufficient defenders when assailed, the only woman who is still outside of that world of chivalry that in all the ages has apostatized womankind. Yet colored women, or Black women, or Negro women, must face an age in this part of the world that insists that they shall not be included in this world of exalted and protected womanhood." That was stated by Fannie Barrow Williams in 1893. And for me, that still exists today. But before I talk about allyship, there's something I want to say to my young sisters that I tell my almost 2,000 young women to whom I mentored. In order for us to go forward, we have to make sure our foundation is solid. There's a scripture that says, if the foundation is destroyed, what should the righteous do? And what I want to talk about and admonish you against, which I heard beautifully with young women who obviously get it, but for those who don't, we have in existence a fractured sisterhood. That's right, we do. And we must talk about it. We must talk about what you have in some of the sessions about our differences amongst ourselves, sorority against sorority. I know it's just fun, right? But how our class, our religion, our political affiliation, and even our complexions and hair have often been the debate and bullying amongst one another. I grew up with 7 siblings, and we ranged from damn near white to black is the berry and sweet of the juice. But because I grew up with kinky hair, and my mother's older sister had that hair that you could, we called wash and go, we were called Rosie's little darkies. So whatever inferiority complex that most people feel they have because they're dark complected, I felt that as a light-skinned woman. I remember when my daughter Maisha came home crying because she's almost darn near looking white, had blue eyes, but red kinky hair. That's because somebody called her white. And I had to tell her, and she told me, but mama, I'm Black. So I want to talk about a little bit about the fractured sisterhood, because half-ass truths will give us half-ass results. And so when we think about the unification of womanhood, we have to be the first ones to throw off those petty differences that divide us and that are so superficial, but create fractures within the foundation to which we're trying to solidify today, so that we can move forward much faster and stronger, and with a unification that we have never had to witness before in our lives. It is upon me and my generation and upon you. And when I look at how you said the names of so many young women who have fallen, by police brutality, and even older women, this intergenerational hate against the Black woman. The one thing that I do know that wasn't different about any of those women, they had Latina names, right? They were old, they were young, they were in different cities. The color of the liquid that fell on the streets and the pavements all across our nation was red. So let's talk about how we can really unify once this discourse is over. And I want to invoke some other women's names too. There's a woman who said in 1886 that often we make the individual's honors for race development so pretty that it can substitute for our accomplishments and earnest purpose. Well, she said that then because she didn't have the heroines that we have today. But when we look at Kamala Harris as a Howard alumni, we're proud of this beautiful accomplishment that we're able to build off on if we get out to vote. But let me say some of the names of the women that I think young women should know. Like Sojourner Truth, who said, I want women to have their rights. In the court, women have no rights, no voice. Nobody speaks for them. Nobody spoke for Mamie Till when she put her son's body out there. Who spoke for Rosa Parks? Who spoke for Fannie Lou Hamer? Who spoke for Mary Church Terrell? Who spoke for Ida B. Wells Barnett? Who spoke for Shirley Chisholm? Who spoke for Barbara Jordan? Who said the name of Coretta Scott King and Dr. Dorothy Height, who has a lifetime legacy of civil activism? Who says Eileen Hernandez's name, a woman who is hardly known, who helped to found the Black women organizations for political action? Who says Diane Dash, who led the sit-in in Nashville, right? Who nominated, and Martin Luther King, who nominated her for an NAACP award? Who says Kathleen Cleaver today? Know her name. Who says Marilee Evers, who went on to head up the NAACP and actually invigorated that organization? We have to say those names and also to know our histories. If not, we would have the unfortunate of repeating things in an ununified sisterhood. So as we say the names who are fallen, I want to remember those who have risen up for our cause and for our purpose. We live in a time where it's so telling on how we get out, and we must get out to vote, right? We can't tell you who to vote for, but the most thing that we have important as a citizen of the United States is our vote. And if we don't operate and utilize that vote, then we can't be on our social media talking ish, selling wolf tickets. If you have not been in the game, then you cannot play. The time is upon us where the women's voice, though in the past have been so silent, you can take to the streets, take to every platform that you had. The ones that I heard the brilliant, young, beautiful sisters before us use for their business platforms, right? I said, well, activism is a business. It's about the business of producing a better future for your generation, for my silver and golden years, and for those generations yet unborn. It is a business, right? It is an activity. It is an ultimate, I think, aspect of social activism is voting, because it is a verb, like prayer is a verb. So hoping and wishing and dreaming is great in a song, but we have to put all that we have, all the resources, all the things that we have been blessed with, all the tools that the women of my generation in the 60s did not have to use. And I'm counting on you to do that. Because if not, we will have an uneven march toward freedom. And at the same time, we have to collect the sisters into whom we have differences. Some of them might be in Payless. It doesn't exist really anymore, but as an example, or Prada. But I choose that we all go bare feet, honestly, so that we can run this course that is put upon us on an equal plan, beside the sororities we belong to, where we live, what universities we may have gone to, how we work, how we wear our hair, how we look at our complexion, and all the pettiness that some reality shows would have us to bicker about. We need to put those things aside. And I want to end in hoping that my keynote person, because I really want to spend time talking to you. I mean, I can give a testimony because this is really a sanctuary that the Howard Rankin Chapel has presented us with, and it is church. So that is part of my testimony. But I want to hear about the other congregants within this sanctuary, this citadel of safety that you provided for us women of color. And I want to leave you with this before I hear from my sister, Linda. Assalamu alaikum. O woman, upon you I call, for upon your exhortations almost entirely depends whether the rising generation shall be anything more than we have been or not. Woman, Oh, woman, your example is powerful. Your influence is great. It extends over your husbands or lovers, over your children, and throughout the circle of your acquaintances. Then let me exhort you to cultivate among yourselves a spirit of unity and love, having charity for one another, without which all of our goodness is as sounding brass and as a tinkling cymbal. That was spoken in 1832 by Maria Stewart, an ethicist, a lecturer, abolitionist, and a women's rights activist. And now I'm going to turn over the mic to my sister, Linda Sassoon, who's going to really get this rocking. Linda.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dyson. I'm so honored and humbled to be here. And I'll tell you a really funny story. When I got the email, which I was quite honored by Howard around this Black Women Summit, I actually immediately responded to Andreya and I said, just to be clear here, I'm not Black. And I wanted to make sure that was clear. And, you know, Andreya really responded to me by saying, you know, this is really an opportunity for us to talk about allyship and solidarity. And I thought that would make it very clear why I received this invitation. So I just want to say thank you to all the organizers, to all the sisters and allies who are on this or at this summit today. Just deeply honored and humbled. And, you know, for me, I always talk about this all the time, that allyship and solidarity are not just words. They are two verbs. They are about action. It's about what you do to be an ally or to be in solidarity. I am a Palestinian Muslim American born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, and I have been working in the field of criminal justice reform and police accountability, and really in the larger movement for Black liberation and abolition. And, you know, I try to embody these words, and I try to not be the person that does not practice what I preach. And right now I'm talking to you from Louisville, Kentucky. I moved from New York City to Louisville indefinitely to work full time on the case of Breonna Taylor. I could have stayed in New York and I could have kept saying justice for Breonna. I could have posted on social media. I could have done a live about it. I could have wrote an op-ed about it. But I really thought to myself, what does it take to be a real ally? What am I ready to sacrifice to be an ally and to be in true solidarity? And that for me was sacrificing my family and my comfort in New York City to get up, pack my bags, get on an airplane, and come here to live in Louisville, Kentucky to get justice for Breonna Taylor. For me, Breonna Taylor really represents a much larger story here that is not just about Breonna Taylor. We live in a country, and I remember Malcolm X said this, I'm a as they say, a very consistent follower of our brother Haj Malik Shabazz, aka Malcolm X, when he said that the most unprotected person in America is the Black woman. The most neglected woman in America is the Black woman. The most disrespected woman in America is the Black woman. And that really is something that I take to heart. That's something that I can't, you know, I want to work towards a different time. And so for me, that's why I'm here in Louisville, Kentucky right now. I'm sorry, I'm doing like a Howard University event. Sorry, because I'm living in a house with activists right now, so people are just walking in and out.
No, I'm sorry that I'm walking in, but you know we have an interview.
But I'm leaving at 5 o'clock. I already scheduled that. Sorry, folks. That's what happens when we live with amazing activists. And that is actually the woman that was talking to me right now was Tamika D. Mallory, who many of you know, my sister and also my leader, who's always kind of, you know, we got things to do. So she's always trying to make sure I got my schedule straight. So for me, you know, being here with, you know, with Breonna Taylor and around the Breonna Taylor case really, again, is an opportunity to set precedent in America that we're not going to just sit around and have a Black woman be murdered in her home by a police department. And it's been more than 153 days since Breonna Taylor was murdered by the LMPD. And there have been many women, Deborah Danner, Eleanor Bumpers, Pamela Turner, Rakia Boyd, and we could sit here for days and name the many Black women, Sandra Bland and others who have been murdered at the hands of the state. And not one of these women has received justice. And so that in the larger context of working and saying Black Lives Matter, how can we say Black Lives Matter is if we can't even protect the woman who's an essential worker who's sleeping in her house in a place like Louisville, Kentucky. What I do hear oftentimes people say, and it's absolutely accurate, but I also feel like it's a bit unfair and a bit unjust. People will say Black women are resilient. Black women are so strong. And that is absolutely 100% true. But it is not the responsibility of Black women to continue to carry the water for everybody else. Even in the context, Dr. Dyson, of an election, people will say Black women always do the right thing. Black women are going to vote the right way, you know, and it's true, 100% true. But why is it that we have to always put our eggs on the basket that the Black women are going to do the right thing, instead of saying we all got to do the right thing? Our white sisters got to get their sisters together, because it is them that put a person like Donald Trump in the White House the first time around. And so for me, I follow Black women. And I always say to people all the time that when people, you know, wait around for Black women to save them, I, as a Palestinian Muslim American, don't believe that Black women are trying to save me. And what I mean by that is that the Black women are trying to save Black people. And the reason why I'm committed to Black women and their leadership and Black liberation is that when Black women save Black people, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to be free too. And everybody's going to be free. And so this commitment to being an ally in solidarity with Black women leadership really is going to lead to the liberation of all people. So I am committed to that. And even to end by saying, even when I think about what recently has happened with the nomination of Kameelah Harris as a vice president, it's no secret that I've had many fundamental disagreements with Kameelah Harris, particularly on issues of criminal justice reform and on foreign policy, as someone who is a daughter of immigrants who come from a very, tense part of the world where there are always war and conflict. And it is a historic moment. We have to sit with that. Even if I disagree with Kameelah Harris, a Black woman nominee is a historic, monumental moment for our country and shows the progress where we're going. But to also realize that representation in of itself is not always enough. And I think that we have the opportunity to really remind Senator Kameelah Harris that there would be no Kameelah Harris without Shirley Chisholm, and a woman who really made space not just for Black women, but for women of color, to say, if there's no seat at this table, go find yourself a folding chair and you pull up to the table, because you will have a seat at the table. And that's the spirit in which I organize, that I want to pull up at every table. I want to center the leadership of Black women and women of color. And I truly believe if they just give us a chance, if they just give Black women and women of color a chance to lead, that we really can transform this nation. So thank you again for having me here today.
Linda, I want to tell you that I work for Palestinian women in all of Palestine with the work I've done in the Middle East, and got in a lot of trouble with the State Department because of it, and my work in the Middle East. So much so that, when we talk about Muslim women in business, I remind them, if it wasn't for the prophet's wife, Khadijah, who had the wealth and the riches so he could sit under the tree and to meditate and to get all the messages from Allah, that we would not be celebrating and learning from the Quran as we know it today. So I celebrate the work that you do and your constructive criticism on the politics that we face today and the decisions that we have to make at the ballot box and on the streets. And can I just say this too, another silent person, what you didn't have in my bio is I'm the executive director of the Rose Organization. And the Rose Organization works with human trafficking, because hundreds of thousands of our young women and girls have gone missing, and men and boys, and we have been silent. That is going to stop. And the reason why it's called Rose, because on the street, they are picked as roses and sold in bunches. And not only for sexual trafficking, but for organ harvesting, drug and gun carrying as well. So thank you for your work, Sister Linda, and for the allyship, the alliances that I hope that we can form and solidify amongst women of every hue, religion, and color and class.
That's right, absolutely. And I mean, I think for this conversation, Dr. Dyson, I mean, for me, I'm always trying to learn to be even a better ally than I already am. And I think it's important for me to be able to take back and to hear from you, and ways for those that are on this, in this gathering, to be able to talk to their friends who are other women of color who are not Black, and our white sisters who we do, live amongst and organize with, because we're not perfect. And sometimes, we're not going to, be the best allies. We are people, we are evolving students of this movement. So I'd love to hear from you, what do you consider to be a real ally, someone that you can trust, and someone who you want to work closely with?
With Women's Global Initiative, we have members, and I have friends that I've worked closely with all over the world in every country. And I should say to you, and Tamika knows this because she's one of my mentees and daughters of my heart, I didn't march with the Million Women March because I thought it was a little bit selective, and it didn't include all women. But howbeit, I did not respect or appreciate the women who put you and her out and told her so, that eventually it shows you who your people who really care for you, because somebody cannot have you engaged in something because of your fortitude and your knowledge and your history that made you valuable to them. And then when it's peeled back, like a Hershey's chocolate bar, right? Or, you know, a baklava, you know, whatever, then all of a sudden you're surprised. But it's your history that made you powerful, as well as my girl Tamika, that you should have been in that spot, even if, like you said, with Kamala Harris, that may had a little bit of problem with. Okay, but that to me was an allyship that was silent to the masses. But Tamika could tell you, I stood up with her many a night, you know, giving her advice. Don't let anybody take you from your roots. And that's for every woman. Nobody, I'm Southside Chicago. And even at my age, I tell people, look, you mess with me, Southside, I go beyond. See, I'm good with this. I would be hood with this as well. Hello. Okay, don't get me started, because the party must, and the party lights must be a signal for everybody. You know, we can go back in Korryn, we can go back in the Bible, and there's always been contention. People say, oh, I want to go back to peace. Well, you know, in Genesis, one of the oldest sacred texts of the Old Testament, Cain killed Abel. Oh, shit, we got a long way to go, right? You had the sisters doing, I call the first strip tease to get I think it was Moses' soon-to-be father-in-law. He had 7 daughters doing a strip tease to get, you know, be chosen as a wife. But we have to get past that, Linda, and I can't wait to get off of this and really sit more with you. I had told Tamika I'm really and ready to bring my generation down there to Louisville, because we do have to keep these atrocities on our women, you know, alive, and at the same time rescue those women that are being trafficked, those who are still living, who are hidden in another form of prison and slavery and horrors unimaginable.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we are in a, you know, I'm telling people right now, like, we are in a really serious situation. And I've been hearing a lot of conversations about just kind of this current election and, you know, what are we going to do? And everyone's like, that's not these are not the candidates I wanted and not wanted. And just really being able to have these really heart to hearts, particularly amongst people of color, that the Donald Trump administration did not introduce anti-Black racism to me. He did not introduce mass incarceration, nor did he introduce mass deportation or any of the kind of ills that we're fighting against right now. But what this administration has done is accelerated those things amongst our communities. And I think there's an opportunity for us as Black and brown people to really get together and to really figure out what the vision and the future of our country is. And it's going to start with us to start investing in the leadership of Black women and women of color in politics. You know, when a lot of times, Dr. Dyson, you know, I will go to someone and say, there is this brilliant Black woman who wants to run for state legislator, you know, in my area, or there's a Muslim woman who wants to run, or an immigrant woman. And people, the first question people will ask or comment people will make, and I'm saying people who look like us, right? They'll say, do you really think she got a shot? There's a self-doubt that we have of ourselves and of our leadership. And also maybe we can't win because the system, you know, to some people is so rigged. And I'm saying, instead of asking me if this woman got a shot, why don't you say, I'm ready to go all in because I'm going to give this woman a shot? And that's the kind of leadership that I'm looking for, and the kind of solidarity and allyship that I'm looking for. You know, I'm thinking about recent elections that have just happened. You know, when we see the election of Cori Bush in St. Louis, Missouri. This is a woman who ran in 2018, and not a lot of people supported her. You know, a lot of Black people didn't support her. I mean, especially financially. You know, a lot of people said she does not have a shot going up against the 50-year dynasty, which was the Clay family. People just were like, just do you, but you're not going to win. And she didn't win in 2018, but she stayed at it. She was consistent. And in 2020, just a couple of days ago, she wins a historic election. She's the first Black woman to go to Congress from the state of Missouri. Like, this is history that we're making. And you know what? It just required some people to believe in her, to invest some money in her. And because they saw her come back, they put their money on her. Ilhan Omar, another Black Muslim woman in the state of Minnesota. The oppositional groups put about $7 million in a race against Ilhan. But Black woman leadership, her authenticity, her commitment to marginalized people, that's what won her election. So for me, it's really about, how do we support one another? How do we believe in one another? And I always say to people, if we don't believe in us, how do we expect other people to believe in us? And I think that's really what it is. It's about, how do we start really looking at ourselves and saying, we are the leaders, and we're going to be the leaders, and we are going to build amongst our own communities and build that type of power to get that transformative change that we're really looking for.
I concur with you, and I tell people often that it's for Black people and people of color. November 6, 2016 was not the first time that ish hit the fan for us. You know, that Trump was not the genesis and won't be the end of the divide and the oppression that we feel within our country. But I am a proud member of the Black Women's Roundtable, led by Melanie Campbell, who you know is a Get Out to Vote registration system. I encourage people to go to the National Black Civic Participation, where we're asking for people to help at the polls. We need people to monitor. We need so many volunteers. So I'll try to put that up later on the Howard Rankin Chapel on the sisters thing. But you're absolutely right. And you're talking about so many women missing the shot. In order for it to be the correct aim, that we have to be the propellant in order for them to make the mark for us. And even when they're elected, remember, there's one thing, Linda, that I don't do. And I don't mean to offend anybody, but I tell people I don't have relatives and celebrities on the Hill. I have servants, right? I don't have any aunties, I don't have any Uncle Sams. I don't have any of that. I have servants. And if we don't like something, we have to act like it's a love affair. In other words, I'm not going to make you my bride or groom before we consummate, and then you expect me to consummate the relationship and me not know you. There has to be a prelude to the kiss. So we have to put them to task before they get into office, right? Mm-hmm. If not, then our concerns, as I saw in so many elections, will not be put on the table because there might be other interests or however they're segmenting politically, who's the flavor of the month. And you know this, Linda, right? What minority or majority or self-interest in which we've been fragmented may get on the table and leave us like the crumbs on the floor. So I'm the kind of individuals like, I'm gonna give you hell outside and in your face before you get to the table yourself, right? And I think that it's incumbent on us to, only way we're gonna clean up the ish is that we use our charming toilet paper and clean that stuff up so we can be clear when someone is in office that we put into office, don't forget about us and wipe us off like a napkin, okay?
Absolutely. I mean, if you remember, Tamika and I were co-chairs of the Women's March, and a lot of Black women actually warned us about going to the Women's March originally and said, listen, this white lady situation, it just doesn't work. You know, a lot of Black women elders have tried this before. Black women have tried to organize with white women. It doesn't work. And one of the responses Tamika and I had at the time about why we decided to go over there with the white lady is because we said, if the white women go out there and do a women's march, which they could have done without us, and put forth what they would consider to be some sort of women's agenda, women's platform, they would be trying to represent, quote unquote, all women in America. And what we do know is that our issues as women of color and Black women would not be at the table. So we were able to go into the Women's March and say, you will talk about criminal justice reform. You will talk about reproductive justice through a racial justice lens. You will talk about equal pay, but you better make sure that you're telling everybody how the Black woman still doesn't get paid the same as the white woman. The immigrant woman still doesn't get paid the same as the Black and the white woman. And the indigenous women are all the way at the bottom. And so in order for us to have put forth, I mean, what we believed we were contributing to the Women's March is a moment in history that we did not allow white women to set the agenda, to put up a table and say, here's what women in America want, without our voices at the table. And what's important to me also as an organizer, and I think we do this really well, and other women and our sisters that we hope to come along, white women in particular, is we have to be intersectional. I mean, Audre Lorde said we don't live single issue lives. We just don't. And so how can we work on single issue struggles? You know, how do you just work on police accountability? How do you just work on immigration and immigrant rights? How do you just work on clean water access in a place like Flint? You know this, Dr. Dyson, all these issues are intersected. I mean, lots of times when we talk about gun violence, it's connected to criminal justice. It's connected to poverty. It's connected to inadequate housing. It's connected to the redlining and gentrification and all the kind of ills that our communities are experiencing at the hands of the state. And I think what we bring to the table and why the leadership in particular of Black women is important is they get that. They understand that at a fundamental level. And so for me, we are lacking intersectional leadership in our country. And in order for us to really get to the place, we need the people who understand how this all works and comes together and how to talk about issues in an intersectional way. And I think Black women in particular, with some of their sisters who are women of color, really have a keen understanding of intersectionality, as Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw wrote about. And that's the kind of leadership we need right now.
Well, I'm glad that we're on a team together, right, for social justice. And I love the fact that it is like a rainbow and it across all the sections in which you spoke about that we need in order to have this alliance, right, and to move things not only alone, but really we need to have it more an excelling sort of or faster pace into which we can walk. And we can only do that with people, not so much of like-minded because we have our differences, but at least we're on the same road. And that will fuel us to get a little bit further ahead than we had ever hoped and dreamed.
Absolutely. I saw someone talking about how I'm jealous. Someone in the comments was saying how they had a conversation with Audre Lorde when they were in college. I wish I had that conversation with Audre Lorde. I've read almost every book that she has written. And, you know, there are so many women, you know, when I think about this moment that I'm in Louisville, Kentucky, and I think about the many women who have come before us, and you were naming them before. And I thought that was so important, Dr. Dyson, to remind people that, you know, patriarchy exists even in the way we tell our stories and tell the stories of our movements. And, you know, as a student of the civil rights movement, I'm trained in Kingian nonviolence, which is, of course, the ideology of the movements of the 1960s, specifically of Dr. Martin Luther King. And then there's a lot of time, that's all we know. We know Dr. King, you know, we may know Paul Wilson, we know, you know, Marcus Garvey, we know all these men in the movement, and then we don't know many of the women. And, you know, we don't, our young people don't know much about Ida B. Wells and know about you know, the Bakers of the world and Diane Nash's. And we also sometimes, in you know, Rosa Parks, I actually just watched a great documentary.
True.
That I hope women here watch, not even just women, anybody can watch. I just recently watched a documentary called The Rape of Recy Taylor. And it is a very powerful, and just to be clear, quite triggering for folks who are survivors, that it is a very, very profound documentary that not only talks about this case about a woman named Recy Taylor who is raped by white men and the kind of journey that she had to go on, and as someone who became quite courageous. I mean, she was really the founder of Me Too. Now, at a time, it was not safe at all for Black women to stand up to white perpetrators of crime. But one thing that I saw that was so profound in that documentary was Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks was working for the NAACP. She went all the way down to Alabama. She had her little book, you know, she was ready to take notes. She was investigating, you know, facts around the case of Recy Taylor. She was literally physically assaulted by the local sheriff, people who were telling her, you better get out of town. She literally was putting her body on the line. And then people don't even know those stories about Rosa Parks. They don't know that she was the strategist around the Montgomery bus boycott. She wasn't the lady that just was like, you know what, today I'm tired. I'm not, you know, gonna sit down on this bus. And so we have lost a lot of those narratives. And I think we have a responsibility to really figure out ways. And I wanted actually to talk to you about this at a later time, Dr. Dyson, about how we do that. How do we start building a curriculum that could be taught in public schools across America, where specifically focuses on, even when you said Diane Nash, I mean, Diane Nash started when she was 16 years old. She wasn't a 25-year-old, you know, a 35-year-old. The young people are also learning about the civil rights movement as if, you know, these are some old people that were running in the streets. I mean, of course, a 16-year-old thinks a 37-year-old like Martin Luther King was old. But really organizing for these folks started at a much younger age. And I think even John Lewis, God rest his soul, a lot of people think when they think John Lewis, they think of John Lewis, the congressman, the old, you know, big teddy bear congressman. John Lewis was 22 years old in the movements. And I think also how we think about getting people intergenerationally involved, that you could be any age and really get into this movement.
To your point, I guess to tell my age, I was able to meet Recy Taylor when the book, The Dark End of the Corner, was written about her life. So I also met Emmett Till's mother, Rosa Parks. In fact, when I was public information officer for the city of Chicago, I had the honor of doing the program for the street dedication to Emmett Till. And what people don't know about Rosa Parks too, was that because of Emmett Till and Mrs. Till opened up that casket to show her son's body, that really spawned her and pushed her further south to deal with a lot of the problems that then inspired Dr. King. And I think that, you know, people would ask me, what do you think Dr. King would or should do today? I said, I think he would rethink the patriarchy within the civil rights movement, because if it was not for his wife, Coretta Scott King, he would have never been the peacekeeper. She introduced him to Gandhi. She introduced him to this man who took on the British Empire. and to fight for their liberation in India, and to bring this pacificity to Dr. Martin Luther King. And then when you said Diane Nash, absolutely. Even when we think about Josephine Baker, but I look across the pond, and I was so honored to have conversations with Winnie Mandela, talking about some strength and fortitude. And she, like so many of our women warriors, are critiqued when they do the things that men do in order to advance the circumstances. I won't go there, but we can talk about that, Lyndon. I think you know what I'm talking about. But we have to know our history. That's why I started off with, if the foundation is destroyed, what would the righteous do? As women, we would just be self-righteous. So the foundation is our history, but it's our collective history as women. And we have time, when you think about the suffrage movement, the suffrage white women, met with the Black women, but they really didn't make them equal. I said that was a movement with a limp, right? Because the white women were elevated and the Black women were on the street. So you're hobbling and you can't advance that way. But I think that what we're talking about, action and allyship and a uniform front, that we have to make a decision that all the petty things that society have placed upon us as women. I mean, I used to wake up when I was just Black and a woman. Now I'm light skinned. I don't wear natural hair. I'm not in that sorority. I'm this and that. Like, I want to say all of that, right? I'm me, and I'm a woman, whoever I am, no matter my sexual orientation. This is a time for even though we can have intersectionality, we shouldn't have all these identifications, because I tell people, you get a license, a ticket, if you try to move forward in your automobile, and they say if your windshield is cracked, all these labels on us as a cracked windshield. I want to take the windshield wiper and take this dirty rain off of it, so we can see clearly what is incumbent for us to do, to have righteous action for righteous results, for not only ourselves, but like we said, for the future generations all over the world. It's like, if the world is looking at us now for Black Lives Matter, they need to be looking at us as women to say that we are a tour de force and emulate some of the things that we're trying to do today. I hope that goes all over the world just as fast and furious as Black Lives Matter.
That's right. Absolutely. I know that, Cynthia, I think we're ready for some question and answer.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I have some questions and already prepared, but if you all have any questions, please leave them in the comment section. So the first question that I want to ask, Reverend Dyson, you said, that this is a sanctuary, really, that the chapel has created even now. And I think that that brought up to me creating these safe spaces and sacred spaces for ourselves. And often, though, our safe spaces, the safest spaces, tend to be exclusive, or we tend to make them exclusive because that's where we feel safest. So what advice would you give? And also you, Ms. Sarsour, what advice would you give to allies who want to approach these safe spaces and these sometimes exclusive spaces?
We are only as strong as the links into whom we connect with one another. And when I say sanctuary, when I think in the context of the church, is where all the things that we have, all the problems we have, all the differences that we have are melted when we come to the altar, right? But the difference between my generation and your generation is that you have this unsanctuary, this filthy platform, a hellish platform called social media that you cancel in a minute. Well, first of all, I tell people I didn't give you a subscription, so who you canceling, right?
I like that one. I'm going to use that one.
Go ahead, take it. And so we have to do that. And it really is. That's why I talked about, again, the pettiness, the little bickering that we do. It amazed me among my mentors when I told them you have to stop the crab barrel symptoms within our society. And then they like, oh my God, I'm so glad you said, because we do it. I'm saying, like, really? We did that shit in 1960 something. You ain't got over that yet. And that's when I knew I had to be more, and they'll tell you if they're on the line, like Pam, who sent that question over, they're a little bit more forceful with them, that it's incumbent upon us. If the women who are watching this don't get that message, and already that narrowness and pettiness have not melted away, then whew, and it would sorrow me. It would sadden me. That's what this information is about, to help you get through that. Our lives are the real reality show. That other stuff is programmed and it's scripted. The reality ends with the Y, which is you, and then go back to me. And I think that that's what we have to embrace, and that's what you must do, right? When you have the deltas, the AKA, the Sigma Gamma Rho, all you sorority sisters should, like I said, the reason why I didn't become a sorority member, because I was in the radical 60s then, everything was about blackity, black, black, black for me. And if it was any form of demarcation, of fracturing, I was not going to have it, all right? Which meant I pushed all the people I just said I was going to fracture it out the way. So I'm guilty. I'm hypocritical. But that was in the context of my young mind. And I can see clearer now that we cannot have boundaries on our geography, our class, our race, our ethnicity, or our religion, not as Black women, because I do want to say this. I don't believe that one's biology or one's genitalia denotes virtue or character. We need some character building amongst us women. Okay, Mama Sia is going to like so willing to do that with you and be hard with you, that we need moral character, moral leadership, we need integrity, and we need some authenticity. Those are some of the traits that true leaders have. Okay, just because you're making all the noise and you may have millions and millions of followers, if you don't have those attributes, like, baby, I'm going to moonwalk like it's Michael Jackson, big time, out of that reality.
Right.
Linda?
Yeah, I mean, everything that Dr. Dyson said, and I'll just add that, you know, we are in a moment where we have to understand that unity is not uniformity, that there's no possible way that all of us are going to get into a room together and we're going to all agree on everything. It's not possible. And that is where cancel culture comes from. It comes from this idea that just because you don't believe what I believe, or because you have a different position on something, then somehow you have to be deleted off the face of the earth. It's not going to work. And my answer, and I'm going to start using Dr. Dyson, but my answer is only God decides who gets canceled. And when God decides for me to be canceled, I'll be canceled. But I think what's important to understand is that, you know, we have a moment here, and we're going to be in our space together, and we're going to have to give each other grace. And that's the thing that we need in this movement. It's a very important word to me. We got to give each other grace. We got to give Black women grace. We got to give women of color grace. And sometimes when we come to spaces in the movement, there are people come to space with a lot of things. So you may come into a space, and I say this to a lot of allies, particularly white women, you come to a space and you get really uncomfortable. Well, maybe it's not the people, maybe it's you. Maybe ask yourself, why are you uncomfortable in the space? Maybe I'm in a space, I have to go deep inside my heart and say, what is it about this conversation that's making me feel uncomfortable? What do I have to deal with? And also understanding that a lot of us come to the room, we come from places of trauma. We've lost loved ones. People have died in our families in different circumstances. We've seen a lot of oppression. I come from a background where my parents were born under a military occupation. I have family that lives every single day, a family that lives under imminent danger, paid for by my US taxpayer dollars. And I worry about them every day. We are wounded people. And so what I hope happens as we build sisterhood in our communities, that if I hurt you, it's probably not my intention to hurt you. I'm hurt and I'm broken. And we live in a cycle where we've been taught to hurt the people that we love. And so I think that when we make the decision to give each other grace, we will be in a powerful movement, in a true sisterhood, and an opportunity to really build true power that is based on grace and mercy.
Okay. I love that. Our next question is going to come from Sultan Diego. How can Black men be allies to our Black women and allow for or step aside for their leadership in social justice advocacy? Can we start with Reverend Dyson? Yeah.
First, they can add to the finances of some of the women's organizations. Right? That's key. You know, you can be a sugar daddy all you want to on that one, brothers, you know, because financing, because you can give your moral support and you can give the strength of your maleness that is more respected in a patriarchal society, but it's about the money. You know, we can do and hope and dream about a lot of different things, but we really do the financing. And then they can actually come to the front fork, which I know they have in many of the organizations that I belong to, and those into which Linda, as we know, in the collaboration of an organization that we're working with, that we do have a lot of men who come and step forward, and not in front of us, but alongside with us. And those two aspects are key, the finances and standing with us. and not just, but allowing us to have the voice. Don't take our voice. We don't need you speaking for us. Like we don't need, even though we appreciate the allyship of white women, but I don't need white people speaking for me, and I don't need a man to speak for me. Just give me the money and give me your support physically. And if you have other resources, like if you own the media and other attributes that can help propel the causes of women everywhere.
Oh, I'm not going to speak on behalf of what the Black women want, because I think the Black women want what the Black women want.
So I do have another question. Ms. Linda, you said that the question that you asked yourself in regards to Breonna Taylor's case was, what are you ready to sacrifice? So my question to both of you all actually is, what do you think are the most important questions that allies need to ask themselves before they try to really step into that role?
The question is always about sacrifice. This work is hard. Being in the movement is hard. Fighting for our communities is hard. And if it wasn't hard, everybody would be doing it. And we would probably have justice and we would all be all right. And so for me as an ally, it's not enough for me to show up to a rally and hold a sign. And then the minute when something goes down, when the cops show up to, intimidate and antagonize young Black and brown organizers, the first thing that comes to my mind is to run away. That's not an ally. I don't need you just to come and hold a sign. I need you to think about, what are you willing to sacrifice for the things that you believe in? And not everybody has the same level of sacrifice. And I understand that. We're in a moment right now with the global pandemic. You may not be able to go outside and protest. You may be immunocompromised. You may be an elder. There may be many reasons why. But as Dr. Dyson said, there's many other ways that you could be participating in this movement. Even when it comes to giving and donation, we have a concept in Islam that when first of all, we're supposed to actually give a percentage of our annual assets to charity and to causes that we believe in. And that's just, the Muslims were like, we're just going to put that in the rules. But that really needs to be something that we think about as people, that I don't just give the pocket change. When I believe in an organization or in a leader, I don't just look in my pocket and say, oh, I got a couple of extra dollars, I'm going to give it to Cynthia. I say, I'm going to give the extra money to Cynthia that I have in my pocket, and I'm going to put some money from somewhere else. Maybe that day or that month, I might give up a dinner with my friends. I might give up something that I was going to buy my child some really expensive gift for their birthday. And maybe it's not going to be that expensive this time around, because Cynthia needs that money more because she's on the front lines organizing. So for me, the question is sacrifice. And for me personally, I've gotten to the ultimate level of sacrifice. And, Malcolm X said this, and like I said, I'm a student of Malcolm X, and he still teaches me from the grave. He said, if you're not ready to die for it, take that word freedom out of your mouth. And I have been prepared, and Dr. Dyson knows, so is Tamika. We are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice, but it is a journey, and I'm not expecting everybody to be there. So if you're an ally, it's also, if you are a real ally, you must be uncomfortable. If you're an ally that goes to a space, comes home, goes and comes, and you're just still feeling good and you're right and everything's great, then you're not an ally, because you haven't became uncomfortable. An ally is uncomfortable, builds inconvenience in their life, and is ready to sacrifice for the people that they claim to be fighting with and for.
Reverend Dyson, what questions do you wish that allies would ask themselves? Or do you think sacrifice really covers it?
Well, I think that if it is sacrifice, because I know that Linda had talked about Malcolm X, whom I'm a student of also, but I even use CeeLo Green, his song Crazy. All of my heroes have put their life on the limb, and I do want to be like them, right? And my questions to the allies, which I have many of, is how can they utilize their platforms, which is the most, how can you utilize your platforms? Like we said, with the social media, your prestige. Like one of my friends is Patricia Arquette, whom I worked together at the United Nations and in Haiti, and to whom I, helped to sort of school and navigate, because she asked that question, Marcia, what can I do? I know I'm white. I know they're going to push back on me, but I said, look, we need you. You just won the Oscar. Hey, social media is about populism, right? If you got your name is in the lights, baby, I want you. In fact, I'm going to be like right there as soon as you want it. So I think that we need, and we're not silly. It's just like, we know where the shoe sales are, right? So when we do know within our circles, those individuals who could be that. So I don't think that there's a question I want to ask them. Those people who want to be part of the answer and the solution, will gravitate to you, but you got to be out there. Like Linda said, I know she's probably met some people that we want to just rub the shoulders with because they're popular, because they're celebs. And I know that Linda is not out there getting autographs unless it's on a check.
I'll put one of those.
Okay, so that's what we get.
And our last question is going to come from Keisha Lancelin. She says, I have a hard time reaching out to sisters who tear down other Black women. I feel like it's my responsibility, but I also feel like I'm dropping seeds on concrete. So Reverend Dyson, can we talk about grace?
Okay, remember I started off talking about that we have a fractured sisterhood. And for those who don't know, never heard Queen Latifah's song Unity, that she says, who you call that, but she says, but I do know some, and I've been somebody's, So I have to, do some penance myself. And again, I don't believe that when you're working on something as crucial and critical as we are today, if you have to push that hard, you're using some energy that could be more productive with people who have not so much like-minded only, but like-hearted. I tell people, and when Linda, you talked about woundedness, I want to tell you something, that no military general will put a wounded warrior out to battle. So we do need to heal. And sometimes those women who can't just get it, it's not that they're nasties or bees, they are wounded, as Linda has shown to us, right? So we have to do that. But I think that those people will gravitate to you, right? And you can't beg the question, because there are two people in the world, real quick. Everybody's heart's been broken. My heart's been broken over various levels. But I think what we have witnessed in today in this sanctuary, one person's heart have been broken to pieces. And I've seen that in conflict on the border of Syria and Lebanon, and they become terrorists. And it's regardless of their religion, right? Because we had Idi Amin in Uganda, right? We had genocide in Rwanda, right? And then there are those whose hearts have been broken open. And it doesn't mean that bleeding kind of heart. You got warriors, you got Linda, you got me. Don't take the South Sideness away from you. Have warriors like Tamika Mallory, Melanie Campbell. We are warrior women who got past our own woundedness. And sometime on a solo journey, but we're blessed today because of this conference, that I think that we can really formulate and formalize a different understanding on what a true movement might be. Those who are wounded, we send our blessings and we'll send the ambulances to them. And those who are gotten past it and hearts have been broken open, we'll move forward and keeping the others in our prayer and hoping that the sisters who are not in battle become the Florence Nightingales in blackface to heal them so that our army can increase. But you can expect wounded warriors to be mighty battles in this kind of combat in which we're having today.
I mean, I'll just add this, of course, again, this is a really important question because it's really about women in general. And I know that it's, of course, a specific question to Black women. There's a quote that I actually have in my office on the wall, and it says, women who don't support other women. No, there's a special place in hell for women who don't support other women. And I just want to say to all of us here that we're really all we got. And I agree wholeheartedly, Dr. Dyson, that even the women who we may be seeing tearing down other women, those are broken women, and they've been hurt and traumatized before, and they project on others. And unfortunately, it's also a manifestation of white supremacy. White supremacy wants us to turn on one another. They put these thoughts in our mind that when we see a Black woman or a woman of color on the front page of, from our movement on the front page of Glamour, instead of saying, wow, amazing, congratulations, I'm so proud to see a woman, from our community, from our movements, the first thing we want to say is, why wasn't it me? I'm on the front lines too. And so this competitiveness, this kind of cycle that we keep being in is not really just something that's natural to us. It's been embedded to us by the system of white supremacy that makes us distracted and to compete one another instead of uplifting one another. And for me, we have to lift all boats, right? The wave that lifts all boats. And sometimes you're not going to get everybody. And I saw somebody say this in the comments too, looking for a community of Black women to grow with. I think that's the most important thing that you could do for yourself right now. Find 4 to 5, 10 women who you could be around, who uplift you, who tell you you're valuable, who congratulate you on your projects, who make you feel good, who check on you randomly, and so you could feel seen and feel heard. And don't worry about the 5 million other Black women or the 30 million other women of color who could be calling you or should be on the same page as you. Just find your own network. And that's what me and Tamika have done. We have found a sisterhood. It doesn't matter to me what everybody else thinks. I care what my sister Tamika thinks. And I lift her up and I tell her that you're amazing, you're brilliant. Every time I get a public chance to say she's a Black woman, she is my leader, I am not ashamed to say that a Black woman is my leader. In fact, I am honored and privileged that when I'm an old lady and I'm 80 years old, I'm going to get to say I lived at a time when I was following the brilliance of a sojourner truth of our time, because this is the sojourner truth of our time. We have many of them in this country. And I'm grateful for you, Dr. Dyson, and the work that you do and the voice that you have and the mentorship that you provided so many of the women that I work with today, and they are better because of it. And I want people to know that we are not doing anything new and innovative, and that we also got to go back to our elders. Sit at the feet of your elders in your community. Listen to their stories. Listen to their pains and frustration, and also their hopes and visions.
I agree, because I want to conclude, like with Linda, what you're saying is that Frances Ellen Watkins Hopper said in 1893, she said, "Let the women of the world respond to the song of the herald angels of peace on earth and goodwill to men. Let them throb as one heart, unified by the grand and holy purpose of uplifting the human race. And humanity will breathe freer. No more I can't breathe. And the world will go brighter. No longer will people be in the dark. With such a purpose, Eden will spring up in our path. And I do believe that paradise will be around the way."
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you both. I'm honored. I'm so touched to have shared this space with you all. Viewers, please let these women know how amazing they are. Share your love with them. They deserve every single ounce. So I will now turn it back over.
Justice for Breonna.
And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back. And we and we back. And we back.
Wow, what an incredible day.
It was amazing.
It was simply amazing. I'm so grateful for everyone's participation, for our speakers, for the Black women who just showed up and showed out, gave all of their energy. We're thankful for everybody who stayed engaged, who were commenting with us, letting us know how much this was needed and wanted. And we are so grateful to be able to have collaborated in true Black woman fashion.
Black girl magic.
Black girl magic. And Black girl magic isn't real, so I don't even know what we call it, but we really are so grateful. This was a great day. I hope that everyone took away some action plans and some real life lessons. We would be remiss if we didn't thank again Dean Bernard Richardson, the Dean of the Office of the Dean of the Chapel at Howard University, for his leadership, his support, and his allyship, as well as the rest of our staff members, and especially Mr. Joseph Dillard, who none of you all can see, but we have been in communication with all day. He has been an ally in his support as our technical support for today's summit. So we thank him. We lift up everybody in prayer during this time, and we hope that you are being inspired in the midst of all that is going on, that the pandemics that are happening around us don't distract us from the task at hand. So help us to remember to say the names of the Black women who deserve to be honored and uplifted. And we look forward to what may be coming next. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Thank you all so much.
If I should die tomorrow at the hands of the policeman, ooh, papers say we're gonna call it a suicide. Would you even question why? Would you shake your head, say this ain't right? Do your best to forget about me. Please don't forget about me. Oh, sing my name, sing my name, sing my name, sing my name, my name, my name. Don't forget my name. Oh, say my name. Don't forget my name, my name, my name. Struggle be vain. Even the sun goes down, heroes eventually die, shot with their hands in the sky. Your favorite revolutionaries give up and comply. The internet will justify your reason to die. We watched a woman get drug out and beat and filmed in the highway, and all y'all could say was black women too mouthy. Searching my timeline, I'm seeing people find time to criticize, villainize, calling it a suicide. But what if Sandra blame was your child? I know the struggle, it get hard, but we ain't backing out. Nothing is impossible. The word alone says I'm possible. I'm the racehorse that I'm